Unique stream on Twitch, it's Hitch, twitch.tv/Hitch. We're ready to see what happens today. Trevor takes us round the world on his unique stream on Twitch, it's Hitch, twitch.tv/Hitch. We're ready to see what happens today. Woo. Trevor's always on adventure. We're watching it live. Viewers can drop by, say hi. Bootin', what happened today? Trevor takes us round the world on his unique stream on Twitch, it's Hitch, twitch.tv/Hitch. We're ready to see what happens today. Trevor's always on adventure, watching it live. Viewers can drop by and say hi. Trevor's always on adventure, watching it live. Viewers can drop by and say hi.
Oh, I need a sport.
Alright. Hopefully.
Oh, hi.
Oh! Oh. And the internet's not working good. Let me switch this one. Good morning. Welcome to Hitchhiking to TwitchCon Day 2. I'm in Lake City, Florida. And it's right about sunrise right now. It's not that early, it's 7:15. But the sun doesn't come up that early here, so. Sorry, I'm gonna change network operators here. They don't push 5,000 bit rate. That's weird. Sorry, I'm switching, so if there's alerts, they won't show up here for a second either. Get that. Get this. Tethering. Tether. What? Hopefully that works. Okay. Were the VODs not going out automatically? Yes. It's because copyright music sometimes happens on our stream, and then Twitch automatically turns off the setting to automatically publish the VOD, and then we have to manually post them. And then we'll turn it back on to automatically post them, and then Twitch will detect copyrighted audio, and then they'll turn it off again. Okay, well that's not working any better. That keeps constantly disconnecting off the network. Okay, so what? AT&T's never done that before. Sorry, we're gonna get back to hitchhiking today, but I didn't realize our network was gonna be this unhappy to start the day. Pasta sticks for the 10 months. But yeah, while I'm mucking about with networks on this phone, this runs the alerts, so those will not work temporarily. We have Borked UK with the 45-month resub as well. Thank you. And Mr. Flaz with the 4 months. Perks with the 18 months. Alright. Cool. I think we're good to go. Oh, that battery's at 2%. We're not good to go. New battery time. There's a lot of mosquitoes just waiting out here, wanting to suck my blood. They're just impatiently waiting for me. Alright, charging. Still on mic. Let me see if I can show you the rude dudes. Okay. So, yeah, these guys up here, they like to climb up the tent. These guys. They're waiting. James Alley with the 26 months. Is my mic on? That's why the speaker's turned off. Well, it's on low volume. Let me replay that, see if it's working. There we go.
James say just resubscribed for 26 months. Pitch love.
Thank you. I'm just gonna murder some of these. Oh, there's even more there than I realized. Oh, that's the wrong way. Okay, this cable's all tangled. There's one inside. Murder, 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 murder. A little bit more murder. A little bit more murder. Hitch woke up and chose violence. Like, I'm a hitchhiker. People have expectations of me. Okay. At least here, it doesn't look like it's gonna get like. It's gonna be rainy today, but it's not gonna be excessively windy, it seems. So that's good. Anyway, it's not good, okay. Oh, there's a random cable outside. Interesting. How do you end up up there? Okay. And it didn't rain on and off last night. So. At like 4, it came down pretty hard for a little bit. I had one of the vestibule doors open just for ventilation, because even though it hasn't been sunny, it's been hot. It's like
One Mitchie
muggy.
just resubscribed for 38 months. Well, at least you have some company in the tent, lol.
Not the company I was looking for. Who was that? Mitchie. Thanks for the 38-month reset.
Planetary Defense just resubscribed at Tier 2 for 5 months. Tier 2 is kinda cheap in September.
Yeah. Someone was explaining that yesterday. It's only like $2 more for a Tier 2 in September. Crazy. I play event in 5
Karen
months.
now just resubscribed for 56
Sorry,
months.
Tier 2. Thank you very much,
Hashtag
Planetary
now
Defense.
waste.
And Care now with the 56-month reset.
Mad 5,820 just gifted 1 subscription to the
And
community.
we got Mad here with the gifted sub. Good to see you. Thank you. I think I Scotland again to experience the midges. Not that I missed them, but they missed me. See, like, okay. So the one difference I find, like, when the midges are really bad, like I had them worst in Norway. Only because I guess I probably haven't done Scotland in mid-season, I guess. Because I've hitchhiked in Scotland a few times, but they're never that bad. Anyway, when there's a lot of mosquitoes versus a lot of midges, mosquitoes can bite through your clothes. Midges cannot. So I'm of the opinion that midges are much easier to handle by just covering yourself with anything. Mosquitoes are they just bite through unless you have very loose clothing or very thick clothing. Well, TwitchCon next weekend. Well, next Friday. So not this upcoming one, but the next one. There's my little side bag thing. There it is. What's this battery at? 6%. That's not very many percents. eat some garlic and they won't bite. The thing is, I love garlic. And which way, like, are you talking mosquitoes or midges or both? Without purposely trying to do that, I feel like I've already tried to eat garlic and then they won't bite and then they still bite. But yeah, mosquitoes do seem to have like a preference for certain people, and they definitely have a preference for me. Like when me and Sarah are together out and there's like some mosquitoes out, I act as bug repellent for Sarah. Oh, my network's just completely disconnected. It's the Verizon one, isn't it? Probably have to put my sweater on. The mosquitoes are going to be bad enough this morning. That's going to annoy me. Oh, I do have bug repellent too. So I'm deciding the order of operations I want to go with here. And I'm wet.
Kenichi_Tao just resubscribed for 11 months.
Kenichi Tao with the 11-month reset. Thank you. Where do you camp out at? You'll see in a second here when I get out. I show my location. Just before I go out and the rain starts and stuff like that, I'm just trying to be organized. So I can pack up rather efficiently. Hopefully. This shouldn't be I will need some tape. So I will almost certainly need the
Laliak just resubscribed for 16 months.
I can take that out there. Just get this set up for inevitable rain today. Spraying the tent with mosquito repellent. Like, the bugs aren't coming in here, so like I'm fine. Oh yeah, but that's kind of annoying to twist it, I guess. That should be fine if we do that. Sorry. When you hitching a few months back for TwitchCon San Diego, that was TwitchCon Rotterdam, TwitchCon EU, different TwitchCon. Cold last night. Oh, it's very muggy here. I wouldn't describe it as cold. Oh, that didn't work.
Meshel Mabel just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Meshel Mabel. Thanks for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Gout. Just a constantly restocking supply of mosquitoes ready to eat me. Where are you currently located? Lake City, Florida. I'll have my GPS on in a moment once I'm out of the tent and stuff.
Drunken 175 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Drunken with the 35 months out. With the 35 month reset as well. Thank you. How do you get so bent?
Aussie Joanne just resubscribed for 10 months.
By a few months you mean a year, to be correct? No, because last year it was Vegas. I haven't hitchhiked to TwitchCon San Diego since 2022? Did they do it there that year? Just testing. I'll just have to bend more up, but anyway. When the rain starts, then I'll do stuff. Okay. It was in LA. Oh, were they thinking of the Corning Redemption Tour? Different trip. Not a convention. This phone's already pretty warm. 2022, go broke her back at the Lenovo booth. sorry for laughing. That's actually really morbid. It's just such a particular thing to be brought up. But I think you're right. Just was not expecting to read that. Why are you taking the southern route with that hurricane down there? Because I didn't know about the hurricane and I booked my flight well before the hurricane popped up. Like, it wasn't a conscious decision. I wasn't like, you know what, I feel like doing this trip. Hitchhiking in a fucking hurricane. That sounds like a great time. Have your bike with you? Yeah, I got the Brompton ready to go. There's a little diner right across the street from here. You can grab a little breakfast. I'll get out of here. is that flickering? Okay. They're from Jacksonville, yeah. I did that because I figured with like the 9-ish days I had to get across, straight across on I-10 from Jacksonville would be a good way to get right across the country, but fairly efficiently. But yes, I did not know there was a hurricane. I can't believe that.
We are about to pass the Arctic Circle.
4.
On starboard side, right-hand side, you will see the sign marking the location. At 56 degrees north, the Arctic Circle is one of the 5 most important latitude zones on Earth.
Yeah, both of the networks individually are strong enough to hold the stream together. I don't know why it decides to just have both of them give up at the same time.
Kevin Jottino 757 just resubscribed for 4 months.
Kevin, thanks for the 4 months. Wait. Seen you streaming yesterday. Escala, Florida, Silva, North Carolina. Drove past you on I-75. I did see a sign for I-75, but like, I'm trying to be on I-10. Well then, I guess I-75 is northbound, which also makes sense because it's an odd-numbered highway. Evens go east-west, odds go north-south. Oh wow, yeah, our weather is set to LA. That is not accurate. Surprised we made it all yesterday with it. The weather changing. Wrong side of the country. Need these a little bit higher. It should be higher. Alright, let's do it. Okay. Probably try to charge my stuff when I go in for breakfast. I still have lots of batteries, but might as well stay topped up. Okay. One second. Be right back. Great success. Stay. I'm gonna brush my teeth though. Alright. If I can find my stuff. There we go.
Qual cheered 100 bits. Hashtag east to stay away from the bad weather.
It is true, the further west I go today, in theory the worse the weather will get, because the hurricane's coming to the west of us on the Gulf Coast. So I'm technically hitchhiking towards a hurricane today, which seems illogical. Well, that's okay, I hitchhike for a living, that's illogical. Y'all ever hitchhike into a hurricane? It was well last night, any rain? It held off mostly until like 4 a.m. and then we had like heavy rain for a short amount of time. And then it kind of just rained on and off for a few hours after that, and it has cleared up for the past hour or so. Is it breakfast time? Yeah. Where are we going this morning? There's a diner right across the street. Here, let's see if I can stop my hair being so frizzy. I forgot to bring hair stuff and I just picked up a random one yesterday. Oh. Disaster. Killed the stream for a second. Okay. It's a nice place to camp. Yeah, it's tucked away, but you'll see in a sec how close we are to civilization. It's like right behind this bush you're staring at. Still a good amount of mosquitoes out. I haven't put any bug spray on yet. Stay. Good. Hey! That's not staying. The heck? Alright. No egg sacs in my helmet this time? Alright. That's a good sign. Stay. Say hitchhike stream without the bike anymore. It's just so nice. If anyone's hitchhiked a lot and like had to just do those really long pilgrimages with your heavy hitchhiking backpack, like someone here must be able to empathize. Oh, we made it back to civilization. Whew! We were really out there in the wild. I don't know how we made it, but we did. Breakfast burritos have arrived. Of course they have. Starting at $4.99. Oh no. I don't think I've ever been to a Huddle House. People told me yesterday it's like a Waffle House knockoff. They didn't sell it very hard.
didn't realize what you was doing there with it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What, babe? Sit anywhere you like.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, follow me. Oh, okay. Button? Yes. Always bring one soda water, one menu. Morning, Betty. Do you want to start with some coffee?
Yes, please.
Cream on the side?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Always suggestive drink when you work at the table.
They're training the lady.
Grandland is very. I've been through most of Grandland, but I went through night school.
Big Beast? What are we big beasting about? I don't know this place. Let's see. MVP breakfast. Sorry. Our most victorious platter. Victorious? We're looking towards being victorious. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. So the victorious platter. 2 eggs.
I'll be
Thank
right
you.
back. I have not prepared today.
I'm not prepared either. You're good. Choose one: bacon, sausage, or hash browns. A golden waffle and
with Twitch Prime.
they got grits. This is the South. We can get grits. That's fun. Okay, we'll get that. Easy.
Yeah. I don't know where it's at. Do you need a minute or are you ready?
I think we can do this. Could I get the MVP breakfast platter?
Bacon, sausage, or turkey sausage?
Bacon, please.
How would you like those eggs?
Over easy.
Anything in your hash browns or leave those plain?
What would people put in hash browns?
They come plain, but you could add onion, cheese, tomato, mushroom, jalapeno.
Oh. No, plain's okay.
Plain. And you want the waffle or pancakes?
Waffle.
Grits and toast or biscuit and gravy?
Grits and toast, please.
White toast, wheat, sardines.
Wheat, I guess.
Wheat. I'll bring some syrup and jelly on the side. Any ketchup
Awesome.
or hot sauce?
You can bring ketchup.
Ketchup? You got it.
Thank you. Egg options, macro sides over easy. Sunny side up. Over easy, over medium, over hard. Sure they could poach it for you if you wanted. Scrambled.
Twitch Prime.
I didn't see the thing in there. All those questions. There's 3 different protein choices. I could choose bacon or 2 different types of sausage, like a pork or a turkey sausage. Oh, I forgot to ask about plugging in the thingy. And then usually, well, sometimes you'll get like they have 2 different types of hash browns. They'll have like shredded or cubed hash browns. This one had just 1 type of hash browns, but you could select your toppings for your hash browns, which is nice. What else did they ask? Toast. Toast is most places have a couple types of toast. So if you have toast, it's quite often, a lot of times it's like white rye or sourdough. They had white wheat or Texas. What is Texas? Isn't that just a thicker piece of toast bread? Texas?
Nope. We got the turkey sauce. Over me. Oh, you poured it, right?
Anyway, I got coffee.
Sunny side up.
Sourdough's my favorite toast to get in the morning. Do you mind if I plug in a battery in this outlet here?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So our table is now from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Got it.
4, 8, 9, 10. Biscuit gravy down here. Be careful, it's hot. Okay? And then your biscuit gravy.
I like the idea of biscuits and gravy at breakfast places, but like the gravy they have with it, my stomach doesn't seem to want that for breakfast. You know?
And for Britt. All right, bringing you another Pepsi. Y'all need anything else? Sarah. Here we go. Okay, Sarah.
Oh yeah. Did everybody sleep well? So I was so tired when I ended my stream. I just like laid down for a second. All I did was lay down for a second and I fell asleep. Like right as the stream ended. I still had my mics like attached to my body. Like the stream was turned off. The server was turned off. But I didn't take anything off, like plug anything in. I just fell asleep for several hours until like close to midnight. And then I woke up and then I did like took my stuff off, plugged things in and stuff like that. I was tired.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the You were shorting $1.
Yeah. Sorry. Get right to the truck stop. I want to get a little way. We're not at a truck stop here. Well, okay. There's truck parking, but this is just a diner. There's no like gas station attached to this. I was kind of surprised that they have official truck parking here. So the parking lot was full yesterday evening, as the sun was setting. I got a ride to essentially the town just south of here, and I rode my bike 30 minutes to get up here. Where we start this trip? Jacksonville, Florida. Oh yeah, start GPS now, we can do that. Okay, we're in. Or should be. What about pending hurricane that's coming? I'm further east than the worst of it, but what it can cause is delays due to me like not being able to hitchhike in the outer bounds of a hurricane. And then my route will take me through where the hurricane will have passed through, and there can be like the infrastructure can be impeded because the hurricane just went through. So then even once the hurricane's through, it could be harder to just hitchhike down I-10 because some services could be like, some roads could be covered, a bunch of power could be out. Like, I don't think I'll be anywhere that's like dangerous to myself as far as being in a hurricane. It's more just like, it's gonna slow me down.
Flying Pancake and just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Why is that not showing up? Flying Pancake, thanks for the 13-month resub. I think I missed Wingless Raven with the 8-month prime as well. And I think also Jenny K with the 4-month prime.
How we doing over here, fellas?
Thank you, everyone.
Need anything?
storm chasers coming to pick you up again, like last time I met up with him. Yeah, apparently he is not chasing this hurricane because he does tornadoes and hurricanes chasing, but he doesn't like chasing hurricanes in Louisiana, which is the center of this one's supposed to hit the coast of Louisiana. Apparently there's a lot of trees, so it's hard to track and watch the storms, and there's not a good coastal region for him to try. I don't know. This is like his viewers telling me through my chat, and then me playing the game of telephone and telling me it back. I've been back to Italy. I remember being there as COVID hit. I have not been to Italy since then. I would like to, because I loved it. I had a great time in Italy. I even had a good time in Venice, and Venice was somewhere that I wasn't actually looking forward to going because I heard lots of negative things about it. But honestly, part of what I might have liked about Venice was because COVID was already picking up, and a lot of countries had already shut down travel. So I was in Venice, and it was Carnival, and it wasn't busy.
Happy travels.
Alla Luna, thanks for the 12 months, the 1 year reset. I appreciate it. The big 1 year. Last time Nathan was chasing down there, he got caught up in major delays on I-10. I'm on I-10. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm curious how difficult it'll be to get out of here because there was not much traffic on this on-ramp yesterday.
10 days, let's go, D.
Captain Hyper, thanks for the 6-month primary sub. Thank you very much. 10 days, let's go. This trip will, technically be 10 days of travel if I don't have to take a day off due to hurricane stuff. Which is not that many days to go across the country. Remember that sat there thinking how you eventually come to Finland, how naive I was. Yeah, I can get a warm-up.
720 just resubscribed for 14 months.
Diners. Kazi. Thanks for the 14-month resub. But yeah, I was looking forward to going to Finland on that trip. So my goal on that trip, where I ended up going through Italy, I started in Portugal, and my goal was to hitchhike through as many European countries as possible in 100 days leading up towards TwitchCon Amsterdam. My goal was to get around 40 countries in. And then the world shut down. But yeah, I made it as far as... I got to Kosovo, and then the government of Canada issued a global travel advisory essentially saying, we think all the flights are going to start getting canceled. If you're not in Canada, you're going to get stuck, and we're not going to be able to help you, so you should come back to Canada because you're going to get stuck somewhere in the world, and that'll be your fault at that point. We're telling you now, come back down. And I'm like, fine, alright, that makes sense.
Would you like anything else?
No, I think I'm good.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I usually go around all my tables, make sure they're all stocked and
Has a little Huddle House branding on their waffle grill thing. Your server training someone? Yeah, she has another lady shadowing her, and then she's just relaying information as she goes. Little syrup. My preference for waffles is actually like berries and French toast, but syrup will do. They already see, they pre-butter their toast. Me and Sarah had this conversation the other day about whether toast You should put butter on toast and then your other toppings, or just put the toppings on. And I am a very strong butter the toast and then put whatever you want on.
How we doing, babies?
She didn't call me babes. Now I'm jealous.
Whatever y'all done with, I'm taking.
I'll submit a service request. I would like to personally request that you call me babes.
Yep, you want us to go box? All right. You want to have over here, y'all?
Can I get a glass of water as well? No, thank you. Perfect bacon cook. It actually is. Towards being crispy without being like burnt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, baby.
Oh yeah, grits. It's just like kind of like porridge. This is more of a Southern U.S. thing. I'm happy. It's good. Let's see, back 160 miles from here. Where did you start yesterday? Jacksonville, MD Williams. Started in Jax, which is 60 miles. Are you in Jacksonville? But it was weird. I kept waking up last night. But I was so tired. As far as I didn't just sleep straight through. Like, it was good I didn't sleep straight through. For the first nap I had, because I didn't plug in any batteries or anything, and I'd wake up with a dead streaming phone and everything would be dead. But, still, it was weird. Party plan to hitchhike today, Trevor? As far as I can. But again, like, the further west I go, the more I go into a hurricane. So, like...
You want to eat ketchup or anything?
If I could go...
Ketchup?
Let me just look real quickly. So Tallahassee's 100 miles, at least that far, but hopefully further. We did have Storm Chaser IRL saying he'd recommend I don't go further than Pensacola, just for storm issues. Pensacola would be good because that's 300 miles. And that would put me on a pace where I'd feel like I'm making decent time.
Here just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Jessica with the 3-month prime. Thank you. About in Biloxi, about to hit this afternoon. I don't know where that is. Oh, just past that. It's past Mobile. Well, halfway between Mobile and New Orleans. Yeah. I've heard so many different things about what this hurricane's going to be or isn't going to be. Me being as east as I am, I don't think we're expected to get much of anything outside of some outer bands of probably still wind and rain, but nothing insane. Pensacola sounds the name of a drink. Is Pensacola like a Navy base or something like that? Why does Pensacola sound very familiar? I feel like some kind of like U.S. military naming something or a base or something. Plan on sleeping in a tent tonight or proper room? I don't have a plan yet. If it's like this, I can camp out in this, it's fine. If it gets more extreme, then we'll have to do something else. Naval base? Okay. Find which interstates to take across Texas? The logical one is to just stay on 10, isn't it? Eventually switch onto 8 at some point. I don't know when 10 and 8 switch, though. But like, say I somehow got a long distance ride and they ended up taking me up to 40 or something like that, in some way that kind of makes logical sense, I'd get up on 40. I like hitchhiking on 40. I'd have to get back south somewhere down 40, but...
Still doing okay?
Great, yeah, thank you. Walking to San Diego, Florida. Well, I'm hitchhiking, so the vast majority of it I'll be sitting in my butt in the passenger seat of random strangers' vehicles. I certainly wouldn't have time to walk there. I got like 9 days, including today, to get there from Florida. Living Gulf Breeze, right in Pensacola, you need a place to stay tonight. That's very kind of you, Rod Nag. Yeah, we'll see if I end up in the area, especially with expected weather coming in, a hurricane kind of thing. There's a good chance I'll be inside tonight, so I don't take viewer rides, but I do take viewer beds or couches or floors to sleep on. We got jams, nice. We'll allow you to go up to Jackson, get on I-20, get to Texas border, be fine, ride stalls, in for a very wet time. But like, isn't the hurricane supposed to hit like New Orleans and then Mobile's close by, like in the afternoon today? I don't think I have enough time to go through Mobile north on 20 and then west before there's a hurricane. I don't think it's possible for me to like get past this hurricane before it hits. It's more, here I'm before the hurricane, like I'm east of it. The further west I go, the more likely I am to get hit by a more substantial amount of it.
Good morning, y'all.
But I just don't have time to not go. I kind of just gotta go. Wait, East Pensacola would be a good stop? Yeah, in my head, like that's 300 miles. That's hopefully not so far east that I get smacked super hard. Like 300 miles is a good distance. What's my distance from San Diego? And I got like, well, 8.5 days because I want to get there on the Thursday. Directions, driving from my location. Searching. And that took a while. Route may be affected by Hurricane Francine. What'd you know? 2,278 miles. So 300 a day. Yeah. I'd get there in time if I could do average 300 a day. But 300 miles is a good distance to go in a day hitchhiking. Like if we get a lucky long distance ride, 600 miles in a day is totally doable too. But like, if we don't get that super lucky, literally long distance ride, 300 miles is a real solid day.
We done? I'll take it. You done down there, honey? Still using. All right.
I spread butter on the I spread jam on the non-buttered side. This feels weird. Can check out the Gulf beaches. Top beautiful in the world. Sugar white sand and teal water. Not right now. Well, I'm sure the sand is still white, but the water probably isn't super teal when there's a hurricane. Your wild white snow, you have to do a short day, avoid going into the path. Like, hurricanes are notably large. Take up a good amount of space. I don't know how big this one is. There's our expected path. And there's me on the far side of the screen. Also, it looks like it's going to go hit Corning, Arkansas. Now, it almost certainly won't be a hurricane by that point. But I have the map of the Corning trip. All those lines around there, that's my Corning trip. Whoa. Now digital coupons sleep cheap in motel. Are there now digital coupons sleep cheap in a hotel? Or motel? I'm sure it exists, like a motel chain where you have like an app or something like that and they have like coupons that pop up. Oh. My bitrate went to 0. But my app didn't say we switched to no connection. What did you guys just see? Maybe it's the 12-minute thing.
And I shut your water off. I'll wash it. Right, that was changed.
Go to San Diego doesn't mean you're going to hitch back home? No, I'll fly back home. There's stuff I want to do back in Canada. You froze. It's weird that, because on my screen, the bitrate went to 0. Usually it just switches to no connection. It's weird that it just froze. Once a tattoo, the thought is to just get it at TwitchCon in San Diego.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
TwitchCon tattoo booth. There used to be some tattoo artists that would tattoo live at TwitchCon. And that is honestly would be the perfect situation, and I wish, I don't think they go anymore. You know, there's like the Artist Alley, if you've been. There's a bunch of artists. I think they're just one of the booths at the Artist Alley. Come tonight, the encounter all rooms filled due to people fleeing from Mississippi and Louisiana. That's kind of true, actually, you know. We'll figure it out.
Don't need anything to go?
I'll try to be able to find a place where I can get shelter that might not be like a hotel, but just some kind of building I can use as shelter. Or I've been offered a place to stay in a specific town, just past Pensacola. It's your car fix. We got new tires on it, but there's still. This is bothering me. I'm gonna have to check. It was front passenger side sway bar link is noisy. They said it's not a danger, it's just I can tell when I hit like a bump, it knocks. Receive new front links is what I need apparently. Baseball dugout isn't really like, well, I guess kind of the point is where we'd be stopping isn't in the path of the hurricane. But if you get the outer bounds of the hurricane, a baseball dugout isn't the best shelter. It's a shelter.
Have a lovely morning. Patricia first. I only do that because I have to see where
But yeah, I haven't had a car for 10 years, and it's kind of nice not having to deal with like car maintenance.
Rose just resubscribed for 18 months from the road again.
Aaron Ross with the 18-month resub. Thank you very much.
Y'all have a good day.
We are on the road again. This trip started with a lot more drama than I was expecting.
Have a good one, honey.
I guess it makes the trip interesting in some way, shape, or form. I wasn't planning for the hurricane. And people said it's September in Florida. You know, it's hurricane season. But still.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it does on the top. Jelly.
Good morning. An order.
Oh,
Right there on top, baby.
more Steam Chaser content? Not intentional. Great title though, Hitchhiking in a Hurricane. I could fully clickbait it. This is now like a YouTube thumbnail. What's that noise? There was a storm. There is a storm making landfall this afternoon. A bit west of here, but I'm going west, right? So. Why aren't you clickbaiting it? I don't know. I really like my title to say exactly what I'm doing. I don't like to debate. For the extent of my, like, especially hitchhiking streams, I feel like my title already kind of, like, is clickbait, in so that it's, like, a weird title that gets people's attention. Because it says hitchhiking. And just people, if they're just browsing through, like, say Twitch, they're scrolling through IRL or previously, just chatting, or previously IRL. You just don't expect to be like, see some dude hitchhiking.
More coffee?
That's still good. Thank you. Where'd you start? Just in Jacksonville. Streamer Racing Hurricane, will he make it live here? Yeah, something like that.
Resubscribed for 28 months. Insane hitchhiking. You won't believe what happens next.
Exactly. The title needs to be really obnoxious, or sorry, the thumbnail needs to be really obnoxious too. That Cropper, thanks for the 28-month reset. Good to see you. When did you get to Lake City? Yesterday at like 5 or something. We need to react. Oh, like Pog face from me? When have I last been like super Pog about something? I'd have to think. They've talked about this before, but I think one of the reasons I'm very comfortable traveling the way I am is my general state of mind is very neutral. So in whatever situations I'm ending up in, I'm just neutral about it. And that allows me to just react rationally. Because once you start to like get all panicky and stressed, then you're just, for a lot of people, your decision making goes downhill aggressively. Have a night in San Antonio, fun city, although city's not a thing when hitching, of course. Yeah, especially on this trip, I don't think I have time to like, because like, for something big like San Antonio, my goal would be like, say I get picked up well east of San Antonio by someone going to San Antonio. My mentality will be, okay, you're going into San Antonio, can you drop me off before San Antonio on the interstate at a good junction with like long distance travelers, like at a truck stop, a junction with a few truck stops, something like that. And then if I run out of daylight there, camp around there. And the next day, catch a ride past San Antonio. Because yeah, once you're in a city, then you got to get out of the city. Yeah, I know. Which is kind of a shame because cities can be interesting, but from a hitchhiking perspective, they're just a pain in the butt. How do you have the waffle? I have not touched the waffle yet, but we're about to. Go for a Spurs game, Riverwalk, ultra-friendly locals, and the barbecue. Is San Antonio known for the ultra-friendly locals? That's cool. I like that. That sounds nice. I would like to go to a few different like American sporting events. I want to go to a big football match. People describe actually college football is what I'm looking for, because I want like marching bands, jets flying over, like huge crowds. It's fresh asphalt with a huge shoulder, wider than a lane of traffic. Like, look how small Emily is on that shoulder. Is that not a sexy shoulder? And you guys are like, Trevor has this weird... Go to an SEC or Big Ten college football game? Air Force Academy home game. I watched a YouTube video about, I think it was like a Naval Academy or something like that. Over the past like 20 years, there's been a few incidents where they try to do like low and slow passes in jets and stuff like that. But a few times they went way too low. Like at times, like within like where people standing at the upper edges of the stadium are looking straight onto a jet flying through. And then the repercussions those people face for, you know, endangering people by flying way too low.
Just resubscribed for 19 months. Smile.
Ricardio with the 36 months, the 3 years. Thank you very much. 3 years subbing, many more to come. Thank you very much. And Salicylic with the 19-month resub as well. You were in North Carolina on a weekend. I always have extra tickets to games. Well, hopefully I'm passing through North Carolina at some point, or that opportunity arises, because that would be fun. Go to an NHL game in the States. Regular season doesn't start till October. I've never been to an NHL game anywhere. I'd like to. I've learned I really like live events from going to a few concerts recently. As I said, I haven't been to many live sporting events recently, but I suppose that would be kind of the same. You have the Brompton. You guys are currently on top of the Brompton right now. That's the Brompton.
I mean, she's right.
For waffles or pancakes? Usually waffles, but that's like because I put like whipped cream and berries on my waffles. I forgot to even ask if they could do that. It probably would have been an upcharge, but yeah. How much it is to go to a game in Edmonton? I've heard, I don't know actually how much it is in Edmonton, but I've heard for a lot of Canadian teams, it's cheaper for them to fly down to Florida and go to see like a Florida Panthers game than it is to see like, I think it was Maple Leafs that they were talking about. So you'll see like, at a Panthers game, like more Leafs fans than Panthers fans.
You want any more coffee?
Starbucks last night? No, it was calm and clear until like 4 a.m. Then we got some heavy rain for 30 minutes, and then sporadic rain since then. Okay, I don't think I can eat much more. I only had a bit of my waffle, but I had a bunch of other stuff. I'm gonna hit the washroom and then I'll be back shortly. Mic is off. Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry. A friendly truck driver day, eat up some miles. It would be nice. Curious what, like someone driving long haul. Like let's say someone was driving like to California right now and they're heading west and they got their 10, 11, 12 hours. I forget how many hours they got. Would they start detouring north to try and avoid the brunt of the storm?
Caught in 4K.
Did they top up my coffee while I was gone? There's places on it with like the coffee top ups especially. Thanks, they had to get there so fast. We're 60 miles into the strip. We didn't go very far yesterday at all. No, we started kind of late, and getting in the city's a harder part, but like. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do one more section of these waffles, and then we'll go. So Sean's done. You hitchhiking back home? I'll be flying back, and then the goal is for me and Sarah to do our road trip at that point. Wind gusts no good for truck hauling? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I think they want to avoid this storm as much as possible, this hurricane.
Breakfast bowl, you want bacon or sausage? And how do you want the eggs on it?
over my spatter top. It is a bit of a denser waffle.
White, wheat, raisin, sourdough. Here. You want to take it?
I'm just trying to avoid hurricanes we go through. This is gonna be a weird day. It's really bad right now. It is raining right now, lightly. So the most annoying part of that, well, it's not windy right now, which means we can hitchhike fine in it. When I'm riding my bike, though, it's really hard to cover the streaming phone. Yeah, I think I'm done, actually. Yeah, you can.
Everything looks good?
Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
More coffee or water?
No, I should be okay. Nearly elbowed my phone off the table. More sympathetic troubles with the hurricane looming, but I'm like heading towards it. Like, if I was in the path of the hurricane and I was like hitchhiking, like leaving, I think there'd be a percentage of people that.
There's no rush on this, dear.
Do I pay here or up at the front?
Yes, I can pick it up from here whenever you're ready.
Yeah, if you could, or
Is it cash or card?
card, please.
I'll be back from my machine.
Thanks. Forgot how to pay in America. I'm used to just like tapping my phone everywhere now. I don't know if they'll let me do that here. So otherwise I have to figure out another. No, this looks okay.
Table 4.
Y'all gonna need ketchup, hot sauce, jelly.
Card. The first page is asking you about a tip option.
Okay.
You can tap your card or phone right at the top of the
Yeah.
screen. Would you like your receipt?
No, it's okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it though.
When it gets done, you have to wait for it to finish loading.
Yeah. No tip? No, I tip. Standard 20% tip. Just checking my battery status. I didn't have my 100-watt cables out, so these only got to 50%. Tragic. No, 60%. And chocolate milk for the trip? No, not yet. But it is more of a hitchhiking trip than a cycling trip. Cycling trips is where I destroy chocolate milk. Okay. Back out into the real world. Geez, those rims are crazy on that car over there. When I leave, if it's still there, I'll show you. I feel like vehicles just look really awkward when they have like extremely oversized rims and really low profile tires. Like the rim to tire ratio is off. Okay. Should be good. Okay, we'll put these away. Put my hoodie away because I definitely do not need that anymore. Or not hoodie. Has no hood. Fleece. Are you got your Brompton so it's mixed? Yeah, but like one of the big things with the chocolate milk thing is I like needed as much energy as I could get in my system in a day while I'm cycling. Because like if it's a good day of cycling, like to be at replacement calories, I need to be eating like 5,000 calories, which is just a lot to eat. And a liter of chocolate milk was like 800 calories that I could down in like a minute. It was just a good way to keep my calorie count up. And I didn't have to chew it. I get tired of chewing.
Y'all still good on your rings?
Anyway, on this trip, I've got a little bit of a stomach, more than I usually do. Because I'm eating a lot of greasy food, but I'm not actually exerting myself, though. Like, I do ride the bike around. Wait, why are you not charging? There you go. But not enough to make up for all the food I'm eating. So there's good cooking. No, it's my U.S. trip, and this is another U.S. trip.
And you know there's a child in here. You know where Ann at. Where the baby is.
Did we go through Corning on this trip? No. All the Cornings are actually like a good bit north of here.
You know them? Oh, okay. She knows you, right? Okay. You'll feel my baby. Okay. You know she don't care. I know she don't. But everybody baby. If she didn't know, she was going to get to know you. Ain't that right? If you didn't know, you was so cute.
That's Florida weather. Not ideal. It's fine right now.
I can't wait till you have one. I can't wait till you have one. Yeah. I know, right? You travel?
Yeah. No, I'm on my way to California.
Oh.
And then the bike's just to get around town. It's a hitchhiking trip. Hence the cardboard
that's what I
sign.
was saying. You see he's recording it and stuff.
Yeah.
So you got a YouTube channel or something?
YouTube, it's mostly on Twitch TV. It's all a live broadcast, so people watch as I go and see what it's like, day in the life of someone hitchhiking and stuff.
Oh wow, that's sorry, David. I bet that is so cool.
I like it. I've been doing this with the camera for like 6.5 years, so
Really?
I just go all over.
Microphone.
Yeah, microphone, and then I do my live broadcast as I go. So
That is awesome.
I got a convention to get to in San Diego in 9 days, so hopefully I can get across.
That's awesome.
See if I can get there. Have a good one. Thanks for the service. It was great. See ya. Thank you. It's you. Yeah, there's the wheels. Paid actors for being interested in what I'm doing. Look at those. They're just so disproportionately large. I don't like them. Anyway, the on-ramp's just a few hundred meters down the way. But when we were there yesterday, there was very little traffic, and it made me sad. Also, they actually do have the sign that's like, you know, no pedestrians past this point kind of thing. And it's just before where I wanted to stand. This is actually a good shoulder for people to pull over on. It's a little bit further down the ramp. But yeah, so there's like a motel, there's that diner, there's 3 gas stations, a Shell, Sunoco, I don't know how you say it, and one other on the other side of the overpass thing here. So there's some services that could draw people in, but mostly just gas. To like get more people to pull off of I-10 to stop, like that's where I want like a few different fast food places like a McDonald's and stuff. Helps for sure. Anyway, left up here is my ramp. Chevron is the 3rd one. So they all look very sleepy. And this ramp seems rather sleepy too. So one of the issues could be people leaving Lake City, Florida here, heading west, might take a different ramp because there's kind of like a northwest way of getting out of town onto I-10, so local traffic might take that. And I don't always want local traffic, but you know, that would be some traffic flow. So most of what you get here is people already on the north side of the city wanting to get onto I-10, and then hopefully people already on I-10 that pull over. Anyway, I can't go past this sign, even though there's a great shoulder. It's another 20 yards back. I actually stuck my thumb up for that truck because traffic's a bit sparse, so I was just giving her. So I don't know how many cars an hour I'll be getting around here.
Just subscribed for 9 months.
Sarah, thanks for the 9-month reset. A pleasant spot. The grass is very green. It's Florida, so I don't trust the grass. I expect there to be ants that will bite me in the grass. You gonna fall over? Probably gonna want to. I did fall over. Predictable.
X4HWKS cheered 100 bits. Francine makes landfall near Morgan City, Louisiana around 2 p.m. Expected Cat 1 to 2 at landfall is latest update.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Thank you for the update on the bits. All right.
Pravi_1 cheered 100 bits. Hashtag West.
No. So Osrox with 100 bits and the info M Pravi with 100 bits as well. Thank you. Oh, got Auntie Alberta. Hi. Just spam hat.
Just resubscribed
when the
for
sun comes
48
out,
months.
I'll be ripping the hat on. It's to protect my balding head. Jockman with the 48 months, the 4 years. Look at that. Thank you. Bald? I didn't say bald, I said balding. It's the process of going bald, not the finality of it. Anyway, we missed yesterday. We made a nice Interstate 10 West sign, which I should be able to use for a lot of this trip, because a lot of this is just 10 West, and well, for a lot of the country. Embrace it, the bald. But my girlfriend really likes me with hair. What if she doesn't like me without hair? Then she'd be probably kind of shallow, and that would be interesting. You know, that would, you know, could make conclusions from that. But still, that's why I have a mullet. My girlfriend likes it. And if your girlfriend likes your hair, that's a good thing. This is a larger trucking outfit, Werner, so they're unlikely to stop. Share some of her beautiful hair. She's getting her hair did before TwitchCon, so Sarah's gonna look very different. So if I do anything that like changes my look, or the most common one for me and Sarah is we're just apart for several months because we're traveling. Sarah's a shy individual, and when I see her for the first time in like several months, she forgets who I am, it feels like, and then she's very shy for like a day until she warms back up, and then she's fine. I just think it's funny. It doesn't happen in reverse so much, so her having completely different hair won't make me scared of her, but the reverse is true. Traffic's a little sparse. Like we can make this work. It'll work, but could take a little bit. I got lots of bites already. It didn't take. Oh, is the timer not started? I won't be here to stop it either. Or when I get picked up. I won't have time to do the command in chat. Heard Sarah's going to TwitchCon. She is. She'll be flying in. So she won't be hitchhiking or biking in. But it's her first US TwitchCon, which is exciting.
Os4HWKS cheered 100 bits, playing hide and seek with Francine. She could be a monster unforeseen, standing on a shoulder on a ramp. Thankfully it's dry and not too damp. Let it be known I talk without a rhyme, but if I need it can drop like a dime.
That's rocks. It's the daily poetry, the 100 bits. Thank you. Ah, one of my favorite parts of being back. We get daily poetry. Sweet. She should kayak there. She did tell me she wants to do a kayak trip in like a fjord in Norway, which sounds great. But like on a bike tour or hitchhiking trip, I feel competent enough to like lead and feel like I can do a decent job of like doing a decent job leading. But like on something like a kayak trip, I have no experience. And like kayaking on cold water and stuff like that, like if we make a mistake and you ditch out of the kayak and stuff like that, hypothermia can set in very quick. And anyway, I need to go with more people that are more experienced in kayaking and stuff like that, or just get some experience before I do like a trip leading Sarah on a kayak trip. I want to do a canoe trip in Canada running off of Starlink. I think that would be really cool. New Starlink Mini. Pulled the trigger and bought the same kind of boots. Damn comfy, ever break them in. How was the break-in though? Tiny donor. Because they're kind of like famously uncomfortable when you first buy them. Painful, yeah. Yeah, you probably hated that I recommended these boots when you first bought them. But yeah, once they loosen up, they're good. Any car stripes you get? 3 or something? It's not a busy on-ramp, unfortunately. It's got a great shoulder behind me. Line of sight's good. Traffic turning on here. Shouldn't be going too fast when they see me and have to think about pulling over. The wind's picking up, which isn't good if the rain picks up. Because if it's just rain, it's easy enough to cover stuff. If it's just wind, then yeah, it's just wind. But the two combined is very hard with electronics. Timer. Yeah, we haven't gotten in the system where we have regular mods here doing commands in the time zones that I'm streaming in. So yeah, this is actually probably a good one to have a timer because this one could be a long wait. A whole lot of standing without traffic. Feels bad, man. Rain all last night? Yeah. The first I noticed any rain was at like 4 a.m. or so, and it came down actually quite heavy for like maybe 30 minutes. And then it was kind of on and off since then. Dropped off on Duval Street south of you? You mean south of me? South would just take me into the city. Town? Well, it's called Lake City, so city. But yeah, kind of real. So I got picked up yesterday, just west of Jacksonville. There was a truck stop, and we were hitchhiking there. It's a little day cab. I got picked up, and the GPS said that they were going like an hour to Lake City, then south to go camping. And I figured there'd be a junction on the east or west side of Lake City with like some kind of truck stop going on, but there wasn't. I'll throw my thumb, but this is too big of a company. Just get in trouble. Anyway, I took that ride, but in hindsight, it would have been better to wait there at the truck stop for... I might have to talk to the police, we'll see. They drove through really slow. I might U-turn and come around. I think they are going to. I did say I'd be very surprised if we made it the whole trip without having a police interaction. We just might get one on day 2. Oh, they pulled into the gas station, but they might come here after. Oh. We'll see. US Cup so against Hitchhiker? I don't know. But yeah, no other country is so like anti-Hitchhiker when it comes to like how the police respond to it. Much traffic off that ramp? No, it's really slow. It's not ideal. But I could go to a different ramp. There's one just a couple miles west of here. But there's only one gas station there. This one has 3, a motel and a restaurant at least. So I figured this would be better. Is breakfast nice? Yeah, it was good. I liked it. And the staff were really nice. So I had eggs, bacon, hash browns, toast, and a waffle.
Glickman just resubscribed for 4 months. Hitch love, hitch love, hitch love.
I feel like we talked about this before, whether it's MG Glickman or M Glickman. But thanks to the 4-month reset. Of course, that's information has left my brain. But let's go Glickman. Thanks for the 4 months. Yeah, okay, it was the second one. Yeah. Leaving Lake City going west following the navigation exit 2 miles west of you. Yeah, just like... How many people are leaving Lake City? I guess it's a population center of some sort. Like this is more likely to pull someone off I-10, I think. There's just a few more things. It's not that much though. But yeah, I did say that when I was riding over here. It's just like if you're leaving the city, you'd probably take the exit that takes you out northwest of here. No, please leaving. Hitchhikers maybe escape comments. The general idea of hitchhiking is looked at a very dangerous thing, but should be avoided at all costs. I always think that, of course, not culture still there. You probably should be surprised by it. Shouldn't be surprised by it. That the police are. It's the only country in the world where the police are seemingly so bothered by it. I don't know what that has to do with the police interactions. But I didn't really talk anything about the police interactions. Like a lot of the interactions start like hitchhiking's illegal in the state of this when it isn't, and then I, in the most delicate way possible, tell them that they're wrong and explain what the laws on hitchhiking are, and then see how they respond to that. Also affected by the culture of hitchhiking is dangerous. Yeah, but they're telling me a law that exists that doesn't exist. That's their profession. Like, it's common, like someone in Twitch chat will be like, you can't hitchhike, hitchhiking's illegal. And they came to that conclusion because they grew up and their parents told them it was legal to hitchhike because your parents don't want you hitchhiking. And that's fine because you're just, trying to get avoid having your kid doing something that you don't want them doing because you think it's dangerous. But the police isn't that. Use the law deal to tell you that they just don't think you should be doing it. I don't think that is at all. But like, I don't know how much you've hitchhiked and interacted with police to get that vibe. But I think you're just completely speculating. Where, like, I'm probably at like 800 rides hitchhike in the United States, and then I've talked to dozens of police officers here. And been in, how many police cars have I been in the back or front seat of in America? A lot, probably like 20. Why don't they do it in your opinion? They think hitchhikers are undesirables in some way, shape, or form. And whether they actually realize that it's not a law or not, they use the what you're doing is illegal card to get you to F off. They just don't expect the hitchhiker to actually know what the law is about hitchhiking. That's exactly what I'm saying. No, you said they use the law deal to tell you that they just don't think you should be doing it. But like, that's what you said, and that's just like, hitchhiking isn't safe, you shouldn't do it. And me saying they just want you to fuck off is different. That was pretty sketchy. There's a hurricane over there. Or use some law to convince you of what they want and do with the law. I think honestly a lot of them would think that it is illegal. And when they've seen hitchhikers in the past, they could use that law and no one's gonna push, well, if they push back, other hitchhikers might just push back from a like, F the police kind of way. Or I push back with a, here's the law about hitchhiking kind of way. Oh, there's a pedestrian bicycle prohibited sign on it. This one does too, I just am not past that sign. Actually, out of Jacksonville, none of the on-ramps had the signs, but around here, it seems, they have the no pedestrians, no bicycle sign. I'm both. I'm a pedestrian and a bicycle. The cops I've seen here have been convinced it was illegal. Yeah, no, like they legitimately think that it's illegal. We had a really fun one in Ohio on our last trip, where they did, I don't know why, every time I hitchhike through Ohio, at least some police officer will pull over and do the hitchhiking's illegal in the state of, in that case, Ohio. The rain's picking up. But anyway, I told them what the law was about hitchhiking, and they disagreed with that. So they pulled up the code for, essentially the legality falls upon what the definition of a roadway is in each state. If they expand the roadway to include anything conceivably close to a roadway, those are the illegal hitchhiking states, because they essentially make it illegal to hitchhike anywhere. But by and large, the law is essentially, if I hitchhike, I'm not sticking my thumb out, if I hitchhike on this side of the white line, that's illegal. If I hitchhike on this side of the white line. So they pulled up the definition of a roadway in Ohio, and he starts reading it, and it's just, wait, I think we lost connection. So I got him to start reading the definition of a roadway in the state of Ohio, and he's just like, roadway is a lane of traffic where traffic flows, non-inclusive of the shoulder and blah, 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 blah. So I got him to like verbally say exactly what I was saying, reading the code. Take my boat out, go fishing today, see how much fish I can catch. Nice. Good luck. I think I'd like fishing. Has some crossover with hitchhiking as far as the hurry up and wait. But what was I going to say? Most of the time I can turn the police interactions into some kind of positive thing, and quite often get a ride out of it. But I actually, the laws around hitchhiking are very nitpicky. It's just, like most laws are very specific. So like, you know, you just see it, the law, it's like federally illegal to solicit a ride from a roadway. To a lot of people's standards, they're like, oh, well, you're at a roadway, so that's, sounds like hitchhiking is illegal. But then it all falls around what the definition of a roadway is. So usually I give them a pass. It's just interesting that it's the only country where they very regularly come up and incorrectly state the law. Sorry for that state trooper in West Virginia. Hey, he took me to Virginia, so to a good junction with a truck stop and stuff like that. So it all worked out in the end. Wide load. And another one. Yeah, I don't try to hitchhike those. They got a whole convoy going. I don't think they got time to pull over for me. And they're probably drive for a company, and that would be illegal. Well, not, that would be against the rules for them as well. That was getting gas left? They did. So they drove across the crossroad that way, and then I saw them slow down and pull what I thought was a U-turn, but they just turned left into the gas station. So I thought they were pulling a U-turn to come up the on-ramp and come talk to me, but they were just stopping at the gas station. So. The trailers around here, like when I was riding through town and stuff like that, but like not necessarily like trailer parks, just like they have property but they put like a singular double wide trailer on them, which like that's the type of construction, like if a hurricane does come through here, like those don't hold up too well, right? Oof. Steel structured barn house built to withstand the winds. Like, if you're building around expecting potential hurricanes and stuff like that. Yeah. Is there any building codes in the southeast here that require things to be built to a certain standard because of potential hurricanes and stuff? Your neck is cutting the mic every time you turn. That's strange. Usually this mic can actually go pretty far. I did move the mic or the receiver because I need to put I'll need to put the rain hat on the stream at some points today. Just like the earthquake standard in Cali. So would that be like, because they have standards for actual built houses in Florida because of hurricanes, that makes them more expensive to actually build? But if you buy a mobile home, that doesn't have to meet those standards, so it's much cheaper to just, if you have a plotted land, just buy a mobile home and plunk it down there, and you know, then you don't have to deal with building codes. towards the hurricane. Kind of like mobile homes, despite the stigma. No, like there's really nice mobile homes. I've stayed in some throughout the years while hitchhiking and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with them. I just was, as I was riding through town, it was just a very high percentage of structures were mobile homes. Houston, there's no requirements. Might be in Galveston though. Okay. Make sure condos don't just collapse over nothing. Well, I think you're referencing a very specific condo building collapsing. Like that was, like it was built to code. It just was, maintenance was neglected for a very long time. But like, didn't it get inspected and the inspection showed that it needed like drastic maintenance was required and it wasn't safe, but that didn't really get passed along because it was going to cost a lot of money. I don't think that was a building code thing. I think that was like a neglect kind of thing. Someone was talking about the insurance here. I did hear, yeah, like the flood insurance for hurricanes and stuff in Florida was crazy, or like some properties were just considered like uninsurable, which this location, when do you stick out your thumb? When a car drives past? That was a Werner truck. It's a very large trucking outfit. They can't stop, they'll get fired. So, you just saw I just gave them a wave. Same one there. Where's the timer? Ahmad hasn't turned it on. And then I haven't turned it on. Rain's back. Hopefully just a little sprinkle. It's very variable, it just comes and goes. Around 33 minutes so far. Yeah, we'll just have to do a keep track of how long it's been, kind of and on screen. It's a bit more rain than we'd like. Is there a point in the road where you look at to tell whether a car or not is driving on the ramp? Well, it's just whether they turn on the ramp or not. I'm like, I don't know, 20 some odd yards past the start of the on-ramp, where the two directions start to merge together just behind me. You kind of see the line there. There's two lanes that come in here and turn into one lane there. And then by the time I see them turning, like, I can wait a couple seconds and then stick my thumb out. I got time. Bad weather gives you more or less rides in the past. It makes no difference on average wait times. The only thing bad weather does is make things less comfortable for me and much harder to run the stream because wet weather tends to destroy tech. Is that your fave shirt? It's just a reliable, like I got this before I did the Hitchhiking to TwitchCon Rotterdam. I think I bought it before my flight to Europe because my other shirt had a giant hole in it. I have this in a gray hitchhiking shirt. It's fun. The song is stuck in my head now too. The red flag never meant the same. That one, yeah. I don't know why that's been stuck in my head. Maybe I heard it yesterday and it's been stuck ever since. What's your favorite pants? Well, you don't know. Because I've had many different tan pants throughout my hitchhiking career, both before and since I've been streaming. Tan pants is just my thing, but I've had many different ones. The thing is, I don't really wear tan pants that much at home. Like, I have tan pants I wear at home, but I wear other pants. I wear jeans. I wear black pants. So he's stealth in the bush. The tan pants are so no matter what I wear on my upper body, I always have some light clothing on. That makes up a good chunk of what you visually see in me. And I think that helps with my visual impression, how people see me. That's too much rain. All of a sudden. Ah, Florida, why? This out of the frame. Theoretically. It's like a type of rain where I don't feel like putting on my rain jacket though. Because also it's warm, and a rain jacket just makes me feel hot and sweaty. But all things considered, with a hurricane on approach, this is like very mild. Can't complain. Phone is water resistant? Yeah, but I've dropped it a few times, so there's some cracks in it, which could probably get water ingressing into that. On this one, the chat phone. This phone's definitely water resistant, it's IP68, whatever. It's everything attached to it, because I have like a USB hub and a mic receiver and stuff like that, and the battery itself. All those aren't water resistant. Those things come out of those pants. See, the thing is, these are different pants than my last trip. But no, they're permanently stained. I was like potentially gonna wear them, and Sarah told me I couldn't wear them anymore. They're too stained. She said no. Just a little day cab, bobtailing it up. Nine days across the U.S., including hurricanes, doesn't seem like much time. No, it was going to be like, you know, a very fast-paced trip that I had to maintain like good average pace every day, not including the hurricane. And now we have the hurricane, which is obviously not helping. So this trip has gone from like very doable but stressful to just stressful. But I guess it makes it more of a challenge. For better or worse. So they're doing a trip, or she's chilling? She's flying in. Ever had any dangerous situations while hitchhiking? Mostly driving based, because some people are just bad drivers, or some people around you are bad drivers, and I just spend a lot of time driving, while being in the passenger seat, while being driven. But like, certainly I've had people pull over that I think were a threat, and that's why I try to talk to people before I get in, and I've turned down rides when it doesn't seem appropriate or safe to get in those cars. Of the cars I've gotten into, I don't think I've ever felt like someone meant me any harm, but people have like started getting like drinking and then eventually getting drunk while they were driving me, and then I withdraw myself from that situation when the opportunity presents itself. But yeah, in well over 2,000 rides, I can't say I've met anyone that like decided to mean me any harm or anything like that. I think there's very more success being picked up, or the opposite. I haven't done like analysis on like specific clothes and stuff like that. I just have my thoughts about how I see it, and then I just do it. That's why I wear my tan pants. That's just complete speculation, but it makes sense in my head, so I do it. Gonna go play with the hurricane. Like, I'm heading that way because I have to head that way, because that's California direction. It would be unlikely I'd get far enough where I'd actually get like hit by the hurricane proper. So I think people are saying or were you saying in my chat yesterday, not go past Pensacola probably? It's 300 miles, so we're trying to get 300-ish miles. I have to average 200 something miles a day for like every day to get to California in time. A huge starting point in California, because I wanted to do as big of a hitchhiking trip to get to TwitchCon as I had time for, and I had about 10 days. So to me, it made sense to just go straight across southern US to get to southwestern US. So Jacksonville, where I started in Florida, puts me on I-10, and I can take I-10 most of the way west across the country. Still legal to bike on highway. It totally depends where you're at. Here it is, yeah. But like when we get to Texas, you can do whatever you want down the interstate because it's Texas and freedom or something like that. So start. I think just west of New Orleans. Try to walk on it though. What, interstate? Well, I avoid being on a busy highway as much as possible. My goal while traveling is risk minimization. Like, objectively, hitchhiking isn't as safe as other forms of traveling because there is a variable that, as much as I try to control it, is impossible to 100% control. That is the person who pulls over. They're a stranger, and I try to get to know them as much as possible before I get in or not. But inevitably, I could make a bad judgment call there. But for everything I do, I just try to minimize the risk wherever possible. Get some heavy bands, Pensacola east side is always strongest, so be safe. We got a long way before we do that. But I'd at least like to get to Tallahassee today. That's 100 miles. I just don't have time to just wait for it to pass completely. Hardcore, do you have any plans to do something crazy with full year non-stop hitchhiking, something that epic? No, I don't think I'd do a full year non-stop hitchhiking. I'm past that point in my life where that would be appealing to me. Shorter hitchhiking trips. And that doesn't mean by most people's standards they're short trips. Like, this is a short trip for me. And it's across America, and that's a very large country. So what will be possible pretty soon and I'd like to try to do is a circumnavigation of the globe via bicycle. And that would take like a year.
Sparkles Gal81 just resubscribed for 15 months.
Sparkles Gal, thanks for the 15-month resub. Timeline is only 10 days, so comparison is short. Yeah, the comparison to the length of a lot of my trips, it's a short trip. But I think to most people's standards, like if you're like, oh, I hitchhiked across America, they'd be like, well, that's a big trip. Is just in comparison to the trips I've done, this isn't that big of a trip. And my first ever stream trip was hitchhiking to and through all 50 states. I guess I didn't hitchhike to or through Hawaii, but 49 out of 50 states. Mentioning your pilots, I was still dreaming of that. Yes, but currently what's going on in my life isn't conducive to doing that. That was my plan during COVID when I felt stuck and couldn't do anything, but flight training operations were still going on, so I figured while I was doing nothing, I could try and stream doing that, but plans fell through. God Joko, how you doing? Pretty good. So far the weather today's been pretty mild. There's a hurricane coming this way, but it's been just kind of gray. A little bit of misty rain here and there, and not too much wind. You have hitchhike at a harbor to get to Hawaii. Not many boats like go to Hawaii because it's in like the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which is a large ocean. For a long time, Hawaii was very awkward to get to because it's just very isolated. Because for a long time, like planes couldn't really reach that kind of distance. I think they first started going there via really like Catalinas, like kind of like the float planes. But it was a more dangerous route. I think there was a few, like at the time, high-profile planes that just went missing trying to go to Hawaii. Then you used to need to have like the tri-jets or the quad-jets to fly there because of ETOPS. Essentially, like there's rules about how far away you can be from the closest airport based on how many engines you have. And for a long time, to cross the Atlantic, Pacific, or anything like that, you'd need to have 3 or 4 engines to like be allowed to fly across those bodies of water until they determined 2-engine planes were reliable enough to increase the ETOPS rating on 2-engine planes. How many miles to San Diego? 2,200, 2,300 from right here. I think to average like, what, 250 a day or something like that? Hitchhike streamer and try to get around the world in 80 days. What counts as around the world? Like across Canada or US, and then fly across to Western Europe and hitchhike across Europe through Asia to Eastern Asia to the Pacific and then fly back? Because including the oceans will make that not very viable. But then that's also not a circumnavigation, like truly going around the world is supposed to cross the equator at some point. Because like you could go kind of east until you get back home if you were like far north, but it would be a much shorter distance than if you did it at the equator kind of thing. So to technically do a circumnavigation, you're supposed to cross the equator to make sure that you're not just going around a narrow part of the globe. Thought it was flat. I'm sure there's some people watching right now that think it's flat. I found out a surprising number of people watching my stream on my last trip thought the moon landing was fake, like legitimately, and got upset that we were memeing and making fun of people that thought the moon landing was fake. And I probably lost, you know, a good chunk of followers. But that's okay. Because what the heck? I gotta move this a little. It's just kind of pointed high. I don't know. The little hat's still in frame, but. For the mainline, it could be fake. Why'd they do it 7 times though? If they were just gonna fake it, you do it once, convincingly fake it, and then be like, wow, that was really expensive, but we did it.
Subscribed for 4 months. Here's hoping day 2 will be successful. Hitchwiggle.
Malevolent Siren, thanks for the 4-month reset. Here's hoping day 2 will be successful. Yeah, we gotta get a ride. We have yet to do that yet. Guess they got away with it the first time. No, but that's not a good justification. Like, the motivation for doing that you could say is just like, you know, space race with the Soviet Union, and apparently that's good propaganda to make the Soviet Union bankrupt themselves, blah, 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 blah.
With Twitch Prime.
But once you do it, you've done it. Like, you don't need to do it 7 times. And every time you do it, if you're faking it every time, you're exposing yourself to risk of apparently getting caught faking it. It would be illogical. The government cares about what it was expensive? Or I didn't say that. I thought if they were going to fake it, you'd fake it once and then be like, wow, that was a huge accomplishment, but very expensive to continue doing this. We're going to shut down the program because we proved that we're the best. It would be how you pitch it, why you went just once and then called it after that. Anything help weather related, you know where to find me. Sounds good. Thanks for the updates. Have you seen For All Mankind? Yes, I have. I really like that show. Well, parts of it. Which 7 times are you referring to? Apollo 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Like, isn't it? Wait, how many people went to the moon? Was it 7? 6? How many Apollo missions actually landed on the moon? '13 had issues. They got close. They went next to the moon. It was 6 times. Okay, I lied. It wasn't 7, it's 6. So that would be 12 people. It was actually made from cheese. Yes, the dairy lobbies just don't want you to know about that because that would crash the dairy or the cheese prices around the world. I wonder if it felt, I'm sure they interviewed, so the people that stay in the, what do you even call it, the command module? The part of the Apollo spacecraft that doesn't go down to the moon? So the not lander part that just stays orbiting the moon? I wonder if they felt like, you know, their colleagues are landing on, walking on the moon and you're just hanging out in space. But that's disappointing, because like, maybe people that would be qualified to do that as well. They just got selected for a specific role. I think the government is capable of lying about something so big. because, like, the amount of people required to develop the Apollo program and actually get astronauts on the moon is thousands of people. And you essentially have to have thousands of people not leak anything for, like, ever, for the time it was happening and decades after. And that's just unrealistic. The larger group of people you have together, the more likely there'll be cracks in the system that start to leak. Why does NASA want to go back? Isn't that, like, kind of what NASA does? Space exploration and research? It's a little day cab. Is it surprising that NASA wants to go back to the moon? It's NASA. It's kind of their thing. Exploring a place already been? But, like, I think money spent on space or exploration, if spent, like, well, is money well spent. I think it makes sense to explore what we're physically capable of exploring. And then the money spent in that does develop technology that then eventually does trickle down into day-to-day life. Like solar panels are very much thanks to development in NASA and just space research in general. Like GPS. Yeah, if we didn't, like, develop a space industry, then we wouldn't have GPS. Another Werner truck. GPS was a military project. But, like, you share tech between NASA, which is a government agency, and, like, military satellite launches. There's a lot of crossover there. The money spent on NASA went into, like, Department of Defense projects as well, as just, like, how they do what they do. There's a whole lot of crossover. You're right, scare how many people in here think it's fake. See, like, bringing it up brings out everyone, so it's just like, but actually, it was fake. I watched Interstellar again. What was it, when I just got back from my Twitch Plays trip? And then there's that scene where Matthew McConaughey's daughter gets in trouble for getting angry that her school was teaching that the moon landing was faked. And then he gets mad as well about it. And that scene made me mad too. You know, scene where they're just like, what are you going to do about your daughter's, like, acting out in class? And he's like, I think I'm going to take her to a baseball game. That one. It's raining again. movie is that? Interstellar? No timer? Yeah, we just don't really have mods doing timers today. And then I'm too lazy to do them. Is he standing outside SpaceX and NASA the moon sign? Well, I think, like, I do have a bucket list goal of hitchhiking into low Earth orbit. I wouldn't say the moon, but into space. And I think it's, like, technically possible. And when I mean technically possible, I mean it's, like, statistically very unlikely. But I do think, don't start a whole freaking hate train on Elon Musk. I get it. Dude is weird. But I do think he'd be the type that once, like, Starship is rated for passenger travel, that if there was a dude with a sign that said space hitchhiking outside of their launch facility, he'd be like, hey, yeah, let's take the hitchhiker. I think it's within his personality type to agree to do that. But, you know, statistically, less than 1% chance of that happening. Am I trying to hitchhike to space? I would like to try at some point. And then I could feel like I could retire from hitchhiking and I would feel completely fulfilled. My Starship stayed around Falcon 9. It's not going to be rated for, like, Falcon 9 and what do they call their manned Starship? No, I just said what do they call the one that they take crew up on? Crew Dragon? Oh, UPS. Yeah, that one. I don't think that will ever be like a take passengers up kind of thing. That's where you put, like, actual astronauts in. It would be much later on that they have something that is appropriate for untrained random people to go up in. I see some fake moon landing. What happened here? I brought up how it had been brought up, 2 months ago or something like that. And there was a surprising amount of people that did think it was faked. And then I brought it up again, and that brought out the people that continued to think it's faked. Based on my bucket list, I want to do that when I'm retired, though, because of, like, the risks involved. Because, yeah, objectively pretty dangerous to go up into space. Just many things can go wrong. And many things have gone wrong. But I'd be willing to take that chance, just... I'm looking for a life well lived, and I think just, like, doing interesting things makes me feel fulfilled. Avoiding risk entirely is just not how I want to spend my life. Are we under a tent? You have a hat on. A little purple hat. we're already in space, no reason to go out there. I feel like as humans we have this innate desire.
The sideline, you're definitely
Gonna try it. What's that? They keep asking for the Ligma story.
Yeah, what is that? The what story?
The Ligma story. What's that?
Ask him what Ligma is.
Well, some more mobile. Strange. We're right next to a cell tower. We just get random disconnects here and there. What kind of boots rocking on this trip out? Welcome to Florida from the Tampa area. Folks who want to. Hey, it's Frankie. Good to be in Florida. It's very variable here. These are Red Wing Iron Ranger boots in a rough out leather. I forget the exact color model, so I couldn't tell you exactly what to look up, but like there's a code to each style of Red Wing boots, but I don't know this one. Is it a day cap? Now it's full cap. Of course, sounds funny to the mic die. No, the stream disconnected, and then quite often the audio gets garbled for a little bit until it sorts itself out. It's a very slow spot. It is. There is not much traffic. We have to wait quite a bit between each vehicle going past. It's hard to hitchhike very far. There's no cars. I guess not very far, very quickly. Car. Every car is important. When is TwitchCon? I want to get there next Thursday, so the 19th. But the actual convention starts on Friday, the 20th. Got a thumbs up. Partner events are Thursday night. Well, the partner party, and then usually I do like a partner shop night. I bought like a shirt once. I don't really shop much so I don't care about the partner shop night. I do like the partner party though. It's interesting to see what they end up doing for that. And then inevitably, a percentage of partners will always whinge and complain. Sometimes legitimately. They'll have legitimate complaints. Like in Paris, we got absolutely roasted at their little partner party. The air conditioning either wasn't working or couldn't keep up with the amount of people in the venue. And it was like getting boiled. So that was fun. One of them, they just like... opened a ton of drinks and poured drinks and then just put them open on tables, and a lot of people complained about how that's not very safe because, you know, people can be assholes. Which I think is a fair complaint. Like, just a bunch of open drinks on a table is probably not the best way to do things. But people always complain. Gift bag was my favorite. Yeah, not much going on there. Okay, they must manufacture these like near here and then they just ship them out. Yeah, the gift bags back in like 2018, 2019 actually had like neat stuff in there. Like, got like a deck of things like Magic the Gathering cards and a bunch of like random swag and like coupons for free downloadable content for video games and just stuff online. Some of it I would just give to people. Like, I'd get a code for like some downloadable thing for this game, and I don't play that game, so I just like would tell, just post it and be like, first one to redeem this code gets it. These is like sponsor swag. Yeah, Paris was a little tiny thing of lip gloss in a bag, and that's it. It's funny. It's like, of all the things to put in there, like a little thing of like NYX, or I don't know what the brand was, lip gloss.
Ozark Harper just resubscribed for 11 months. I've got the whole family watching now. Dad likes your candor.
Thanks, Dad. Ozark Harper, thanks for the 11-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, family. There's no timer, by the way. Yeah, now, like, even if we add it now, it just feels strange to add it at this point. They can edit it, but we need a mod to edit the actual timer shown. Rain's picking up again. Miss Norwegian chocolate milk. We want you back. I have to come back to Norway because my solar panel trailer's in Tromsø, Norway, in the Arctic Circle. I have to go pick that up at some point. So I will be going back, and I definitely do want to go back. That trip will probably ride back down through Finland, is the thought. But yeah, Norwegian chocolate milk is some of the best chocolate milk, in my opinion. Another, wow, there's so many of these. Here's that Ophono with the 18 months. Thank you. Koo is number one. Yeah, I love me some Koo milk. Walmart truck. That's not gonna happen. Give me a peace sign. Do 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 do. Temporary housing for people in flooded areas. Maybe. Is that a thing they do? Here's more. Maybe it is. They all look brand new. Like, that's a garage. They're shipping a ton right now. It's crazy. Can we use this type during weather events? Do they? Hey, it totally could be. Rain. I should be covering the seat of my bike. It's the leather seat. I forgot my the bag I usually cover it with. It's like a little dry bag for camping and stuff like that. I can use my plastic bag I got from Walgreens yesterday, though. So yeah, the leather seat's just gonna get soaked here. Ah! Okay, well, that works. Not the best look to just cover your gear with a plastic shopping bag, but probably be naturally water resistant, or resistant to water? Like, resistant, yeah, but it still gets saturated. And like, twice a year I'll oil like the leather with some, like I have the Brooks saddle wax stuff, but it's just a mixture of like mink oil and stuff like that, I think. Ever been to a Piggly Wiggly? I think so, but I don't even remember what that is. It just sounds very familiar, so I feel like I've been to one. Four portable building manufacturers there in Lake City. Huh. Well, they seem to crank them out pretty good. But yeah, when cardboard gets wet as well, it starts to break down. So the sign, if we get a lot of rain, likely will not make it this trip.
Rockin' just resubscribed for 7 months.
Rockin' QC with the 7-month resub, thank you very much. Experienced the love bugs on this trip yet? What are love bugs again? That also sounds familiar, but I don't remember what they are. They bite, don't they? Isn't there some kind of biting insect that people call a love bug? Beetle. I feel like a human swamp there. Yeah, when I was riding to get to the on-ramp, I went past a whole lot of swampy, low-lying area. Just buy a car with the Twitch sub revenue? I have a car. I have a 2019 Mazda 3 Sport. I still just like hitchhiking. Are beetles that can bite and can cause extreme allergic reaction? I guess it depends, you know, if you're prone to that being an allergen for your body. They don't bite? Well, now I've heard both sides. Do they bite or don't they bite? Arizona, for dreadful dry heat of 114 Fahrenheit. Is it still getting those temperatures? Yeah, we're going from hurricane in the east to eventually very dry, very hot desert out west. Why do you pronounce the word Mazda with two different ass sounds? Because I like saying it that way. Don't judge me. No, you can judge me, but I'm still going to say it like Mazda. Kissing bugs carried chaga. Maybe I was thinking of kissing bug, not love bug. Classic Floridian traveling by golf cart over here.
Want a bottle of water?
I'll take a bottle of water. Thanks, man.
I don't want you to get wet.
Yeah, it's a little wet there. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Good luck to you.
I need it. Florida man in golf cart is really nice. He gave it a good toss and I actually caught it, so I felt good. Cart. Is it chilled water? No, it's just room temperature. It's actually psychedelic water. Like, they put like LSD in the water. This stream would get weird. So, me and Sarah went to Taylor Swift 2 nights in a row in Amsterdam. We somehow ended up with buy one get one free tickets to Taylor Swift due to some ticketing issues. So for one time, buying third-party resale tickets worked out in our favor somehow. We went the first night and we tried really hard to like get a good spot in general admission. And we could barely see anything and it kind of sucked. And then the next night our seats were like front standing right seats, well, standing room. And we had a very different mentality. We just showed up like late and didn't even try to like get a spot in the crowd. And then what we decided to do on top of that is like truffles are legal in the Netherlands. So they're like mushrooms, but technically different enough, but they have the same psychoactive ingredient. And we're like, yeah, we went to see her last night and like we could barely see anything and we don't even know what tonight is going to be, but we're not going to wait in line. We're just going to show up late and like just stand in the back and take it in, and we're going to do a bunch of truffles and just see how that goes. I don't even know if I'm going to like being in a very busy public space on that, but let's just life experience wise give it a try. And it was awesome. It was a very interesting experience. Anyway, that's my someone putting hallucinogens in the drink story. These are so popular. I didn't think just doing like essentially mushrooms was like a party drug. I thought that's more like MDMA and things like that. TOS? No, it's legal in the Netherlands. So we only do legal things. You eat them straight up in peanut butter something. The truffles actually tasted not so bad at all. We had them with a bit of chocolate, and it actually tasted good, if anything. But they're very different from like mushrooms in North America, which are decriminalized in Canada. The truffles are a lot easier to eat straight up. Oh wait, it's Werner. Never mind. Is this on full brightness? No, it's not. Let's turn that up. Let's pump up the jam. Pump it up. Fly shoot. Florida Pest Control. I mean, they could get rid of the flies. It's legality of truckers picking up hitchhikers. There's nothing illegal about it. It's just most likely if they drive for a company, it's against company rules to pick anyone up. And most of the time the rules don't specify hitchhikers, they just specify anyone that's not insured by the company. So, like, it would be strange for them to actually make a law about that. It's just company policy based off of, apparently, when a trucking company is applying for, like, insurance, if those companies implement certain policies in their company, between like having a policy about not picking up people, if they add like front sensors to make sure they're not tailgating too hard, and like sensors that make sure you don't go over the white line and stuff like that, they can get better insurance rates. So a lot of the bigger companies have like, they have cameras, they have sensors, they have all this, and if you F around, then they send like a message to your supervisor, and then you'll get a call telling you to stop driving shitty. Anyway, it's all just part of a very regulated industry now. Makes sense, thank you. Yeah. It's very different than what people think. They're like, oh, you're hitchhiking, you must get around by a lot of commercial trucks. And that's... I forget how many trucks we had on our Twitch Plays hitchhiking trip, but out of, what was the total ride count? 70 something? 80? No. What did we get up to? I don't remember what we peaked at, but I think we had like 6 truck rides or something like that. So it was less than 10%. Under a purple parasol. You guys are underneath. It's like a... Oh, I saw my internet disconnect. Let's see if it stays connected or not. It didn't say it could connect. I'm going to assume it's still working. It is like a purple plastic covered binder from like, for like if you were in school. And then I cut that plastic binder cover thing off and made a way to attach it to a cold shoe mount on my camera mount. And rides do you have lifetime? I think we're like at 2,300 or so. Percentage-wise, how much miles the truck hitches gave you if that is more than 10%? Yeah. So on average, a truck ride is going to be on a longer ride. They're going a long distance. So So let's say on that trip, 10% of my rides were with commercial trucks. I'm guessing the actual distance covered was more than 10%. No, I distinctly remember we took like a couple short truck rides on that trip too, like just a couple exits down kind of thing, next town kind of truck rides. But we also had some very long ones. Passing through any cornings. On this trip, no. On this route, we don't pass by close to any of them. We got Sarah here. Hi, Sarah. How's it going? Pretty good. Like, we're on a pretty slow on-ramp here. Just the ramp's fine. We just need more cars. Kind of variable weather so far. There's a hurricane on approach west of here, but the weather here's just been kind of variable. Sprinkles rain on and off. I don't know if it'll get like much worse here later, or almost certainly will once, if we ever get a ride west of here.
Jorik Gaming just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Jorik Gaming, thanks for the 5-month resub. Thank you, thank you. People come from Lake City, go to the other ramp. Yeah, they'd go to the one a little bit west of here. But I wasn't really sure. This one was closer to get to via bicycle. The other one only has like one lonely looking gas station. This one has 3 gas stations, a motel, and a restaurant. So I figured if people were already on I-10 and they were just going to stop for gas or something, they're more likely to stop potentially here. Wondering because your Instagram says 1,900 rides in 34 countries. I haven't updated any of my social medias in a long time. I'm pretty sure some of my social media probably still says I'm like 27 or something like that. I should probably update it though, because now I have conflicting things. Some things say that some things have a very different statistic attached to it. Sarah, are you streaming today? Yeah, you are? What are you going to stream today? Tallahassee West will get the worst of the outer bands, but there will be rain here. Okay. Well, this truck's just bobtailing, but it is a full-size cab, so. Oh, it's Werner. Never mind. Zwift Art Games. Nice. How's it being a gaming streamer, Sarah? I hear you're a gamer now. Damn you, Warners. Yeah, it's too big of an outfit. They're not. Even if one pulled over, I'd be like, it's like I just want to tell them to keep driving. Like, thank you for stopping. It's kind of you, but because of things I got going on, you should keep going.
Radicalt just resubscribed for 62 months. West we go.
Radical TV, thanks for the 62 months. Radical. Whew, that's a long resub. You've been around since first trip. Thanks, man. Keep ad profiles if you're an online persona. It's a good thing if you want to succeed. The thing about me is I don't like social media, which I understand. I get it. That is conflicting because the social media is my job. But the only way I've been able to continue to do this is to stream exactly what I like to do, like the type of traveling I enjoy, and not really treat it like a business, much to my agent's despair that I don't actively upload and promote all my other social medias. But yeah, the only type of social media I enjoy, I like streaming as long as I'm streaming something I enjoy doing, and I enjoy streaming, or I enjoy hitchhiking and bike touring.
Dawson Special just resubscribed for 35 months.
Dawson Special, thanks for the 35 months. Landfall of 100 miles an hour, probably landfall in 5 to 8 today. If I were you, I wouldn't go past Tallahassee. Okay. Well, if I ever get picked up, we'll see. Tallahassee's 100 miles west.
Engie99K cheered 100 bits.
Engie, thanks for the 100 bits. It'll just like start raining for like a minute and then stop. Fellow social media marketer, IRL's opportunities for great clips, difficult to handle on the go, you need a dedicated person to clip and edit and upload. I did for a little bit, but it was like $1,000 US, EU actually, a month. I did that for a few months, but then I was like not streaming for a few months, and having €1,000 per month of expenses was like detrimental to my financial situation. So then I stopped doing that. So, you know, if it was as simple as just like giving them a little bit of notice and like winding up and winding down when I'm traveling versus not traveling, then maybe, but like it's kind of hard to implement. Thinking like could be great tent content tonight, or lack of tent content as it blows away. Yeah, so once on a streaming trip, I was camped at Land's End in Cornwall, England, United Kingdom, around the southwest corner of the island of Great Britain, which was a Swift truck hauling a Target trailer. Well, that ain't gonna happen. And I didn't look at the weather, but anyway, there was the European version of like a hurricane coming. It was a named storm. It was called Storm Diana. So it wasn't hurricane strength, I don't think. But anyways, I was right on an exposed bluff overlooking the Atlantic Ocean during a Storm Diana. And I just woke up to lots of wind, and then all of a sudden my tent just folded in on me. I just laid down on my face, and I'm like, oh, that sucks.
Brandon84 just resubscribed for 4 months.
Brandon, thanks for the 4-month reset. I was getting broadsided on a high-sided tent. Like, a lot of tents, they handle wind a lot better if it comes at your foot or the head of the tent. A lot of the one-person tents especially are like kind of narrow, and everything is set up to like handle wind loads better from those directions. If you get hit from the side,
Toady Nabbit Glass just subscribed.
It's much more flat-sided, and it's a bigger surface area, and it kind of F's the tent up. Toad in a pint glass, thanks for the 9 months, Brian reset. I appreciate it. Another Werner truck. I'll only lay there. Once my tent was laying on my face, and it's still like torrential rain and wind, plus my tent is on my face, I started to pack up and walk to. There's like a cafe kind of place for tourists, kind of at that point, and I walked there and started my stream there, I think, or did I start my stream from where I was camping and just let everything get really wet? I don't remember. There's probably a VOD of that somewhere. I was in a very bad mood. If hurricane strength winds there most winters, just not classed as a hurricane. Ah. Okay, well, I don't know if it reached hurricane strength, but it was very windy and rainy, and it broke my tent. You could probably look it up. It was like the winter 2018, 2019, and it was called Storm Diane. Prankster Fan, how's it going? Could someone, out of curiosity, if we were getting outer bands further west, like look up if hotels are expensive in like the Tallahassee area? Roads have been closed and trees have fallen. A storm Diana brings 70 miles per hour winds to Britain. Anyway, that's the one. Wait, when does Cat 1 hurricane start? How is it possible whenever I check into your stream, you're headed west? West is best. Go west. I don't know. A lot of my trips are westbound. It's like every year I'll do a hitchhiking trip to TwitchCon, which is usually on the west coast of the United States, and I start from the east somewhere. So a lot of my NA trips are... This one's like straight west the whole time. A lot of them are just west most of the time, but this is the whole time. Oh, we have a level 2 hype train. I didn't even notice. Thanks for the morning hype train. I appreciate it. This truck doesn't have any branding. Not a Werner. Compass return Monday? Yeah, well, like it's possible we'd use it on this trip, but not for like navigational choices. So we could just bring it back up. If there was a choice to be made that like, as just like an option, it could be something as simple as like, there's 3 food options and people are like, no, you should go do this. And I'm like, well, you can vote on it. And then you could vote on it if you really want it. You can kind of use it for any, not just navigational things. But this trip, I can't use it for navigational stuff because I don't have time. 74 to 95 category 1. So what was it, 70 mile an hour winds? Or was it 80 miles an hour? Was that a category 1 hurricane, technically? Or hurricane speed winds? It was a little wild. Tallahassee is FSU game this weekend. Like, that sounds cool, but like, is it Wednesday today? If I'm in Tallahassee come this weekend, I am in really bad shape. I need to get to San Diego like Thursday, next Thursday. So like, say it's like Saturday, Sunday, and I'm in Tallahassee, Florida. That's not good. It looks like rain very, very soon. I guess we'll see. It's already raining on and off. Like, it's technically raining right now, just lightly. Come to the timer. We don't have any mods here that are doing the timer. Like, help getting a timer on or not bother? Like, wait, can you help? Like, because someone needs mod permissions to actually do anything with the timers. Wait, can I give Twitch staff moderator privileges? Yes, you can. Oh yeah, if you want to do the command, you can. We have another command to actually like change the time. I just don't know what it is. Because at this point, if we just started and it's at 0 minutes, but we've been here like an hour or whatever, or more. How long have we been here?
Rain should be good for hiking when people feel sorry for you. I've hitchhiked enough in the rain and not rain to establish that rain doesn't help anything. Try to see what time you start and get it on for you. One sec. Hey, look at that. Twitch staff to the rescue. I have an itchy knee. I have lots of bites. Florida apparently has lots of mosquitoes. Who would have thought? Actually, so last time I was in Florida, I was riding up from Key West and I rode up to North Carolina, Raleigh. But I timed it really well. It wasn't super hot in Florida, and it wasn't super buggy in Florida.
Friends, I just resubscribed for 2 months.
It was actually
luck,
quite good.
Brother.
Mr. Frenzies with the 2-month resub. Thank you very much. Rain's only bad if you get your boots muddy. Okay. No, I can't. Oh, you can't do commands? Oh. I don't know how it works. Are you allowed to be a moderator? I can give you mod privileges. You start in Jacksonville? Yes. Okay, so how I feel about the rain is when it's raining, there's 2 factors at play. Yes, you can mod me. Okay, let me do that first. How do I even do that? Is it just /mod and then the name? There you go. You can on certain channels. Interesting. I got Twitch staff as a moderator. Sorry, the rain thing. So when it's raining, there's 2 things at play. I think what people brought up, there's a certain amount of empathy people have. They feel bad. They're like, look at that guy out in the rain. That must suck. I should pick him up. That happens. On the flip side, I call it the wet dog effect. No one wants a wet dog in their car. But I know I'm a wet stranger. Quite often I have like full rain gear on and a hood on and stuff like that. And you're just like this wet stranger. And you just don't want that in your car. Comes out 9:05. Okay. Oh, yeah, we've been at it for a while. What is this? Werner. You would be hiking a damn hurricane? Yeah, technically we're hitchhiking towards a hurricane right now. Which, of the things to be doing, is probably not the most rational. But I didn't know there was a hurricane until I landed in Florida. Isn't this dangerous to you? Hitchhiking or hitchhiking into a hurricane? I'll address just the hitchhiking one because that's what most people have issues with. That truck had this post sticking up, and I'm like, is that too high for this underpass to go over? But no, it's fine. I've hitchhiked for 10 years, 6.5 of which have been on stream. I only stream hitchhiking because I like hitchhiking. I did it for years. I've been picked up 700 times in 25 countries before I started streaming it. I just like hitchhiking. Do I think it's the safest thing in the world? No. Do I think it's as dangerous as many people make it out to be? Also no. It's somewhere in the middle. But I just enjoy doing it. In the same way people enjoy skydiving or skiing. Let's think about backcountry skiing, so you have like avalanche danger and stuff like that. There's lots of things in life that are pretty dangerous that people do because they enjoy them, but if you tell them not to do it, they're like, well, I'm going to continue doing it because I'm going to do what I enjoy in life. This is going well with the timer.
got new pants for this trip. These are old pants. Hey, rides yet? Today, no. Yesterday, too. We started kind of late yesterday. Started in the afternoon. You see if there's no timer? Yeah, they're used to having it. And like, I think having a timer, you know, say how long you've been waiting hitchhiking is a logical thing to have on a hitchhiking stream. So I get it. A major accident once while skiing, it sucked. I bet. Yeah, skiing snowboarding is quite dangerous. Whether you're, even if you're inbound and stuff like that, it's just, there's a lot at play. But especially out of bounds. When I lived in Calgary, Alberta, I worked at an outdoor store called Out There Adventure Center. It's closed now. And like half the staff there would go backcountry skiing every winter. And like I grew up skiing, so I'm like okay-ish at skiing, but I'd never done anything backcountry. And they wouldn't even take you, and for good reason, unless you had an AST1 course, avalanche safety training course, because if there is an avalanche, they want you to be trained in how, in like saving them. If you're just dead weight, then they don't want you to come for obvious reason. But it does appeal to me. It sounds like a good time. Why do you not? I'm trying to be kind, pleasant. People have a negative impression. Well, I shouldn't generalize all people, but most people have a negative impression of hitchhikers. And to the best of my abilities, I try to make myself look like a friendly person you'd actually want to sit next to. You know how to use beacon and probe? Yes. But also, part of AST training is like assessing the avalanche danger as well. It's not just extraction, but it's also prevention in the first place. I didn't pursue that. I didn't do that. And then, oh, my internet went out on my stream phone. Is it going to cut out there too? Or did the second network hold up? Another Werner truck. Man, there's a lot here. Oh yeah, so I was working like near minimum wage then, and like just the equipment, even though I could get pro deals on it, like discounted prices on all the equipment I'd need to get into backcountry skiing, ski touring. It was still gonna be like a couple of grand, and that was not in the budget. Why are you starting in Florida? I can go straight across the country from Florida on I-10 most of the way to go like straight across to San Diego. And it was a distance that I thought made sense for like the 10-ish days I had from the start to get to San Diego in time. While also making it difficult, because if I gave myself a month to get across the country from wherever I start, it's not very, I'm gonna get across the country in a month. It's like, it's not that difficult, but 10 days is harder. And now that there's a hurricane between me and going west, it's even harder now. Save? Timer's working? Nice.
Zyzero just resubscribed for 33 months.
Zizero, thanks for the 33-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. But usually for these, the NA, US TwitchCons, I start from St. John's, Newfoundland. That's what I've done for all of them. since 2018. I didn't have time to go across from St. John's. Hard for me to read off my phone. I swear when I started streaming I could read chat off my phone like quite well. So many old man things. I think my vision's getting worse. My whole body's just less comfortable doing stuff. I was having like hand issues. Felt like I had like arthritis or carpal tunnel in my hand. The heck? Did you hitchhike in different states? Every state. Except for Hawaii. I've hitchhiked tour through all, well, 49 or 50 states. Can I unmod myself? Well, you can stay mod. It's always good to have some people that I trust as mods. A larger mod team. What is going on with my helmet? It's got like water underneath the plastic coating on it. I need a new helmet at some point here. Don't get to act old. Yeah, you don't have a mod sword anymore. Can leave it if you want. Well, it's up to you. A lot of people like don't want mod privilege. There's been some people who've asked if they want to be mods and they decline because they don't want to feel like there's expectations of them to do any moderating. Like, there's probably times where they'd be down to moderate, but they want to be able to just watch the stream and not, like, moderate. Which I respect. It's the fastest pickup. I've been picked up by the first car that's driven past probably, like, 20 times in my life. On the last US trip, I think we had that, like, twice on the trip, which was, it was good. You're rapidly aging before our very eyes. Something like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm going bald. Body's starting to complain a lot more than it used to. The heck. I have, for the kind of said many times that I think hitchhiking's a young man's game. If you're hitchhiking past a certain point, it loses its, like, potential charm of, like, oh, it's a young guy on an adventure. Once you can no longer be considered a young guy on an adventure, it's, people will, like, look at you as, like, you're old enough that you should have, like, figured your life out and not be hitchhiking. Like, what mistakes have you made in life to still be doing this? An old man that needs help, but like that's not, I don't think that's the best vibe to be putting out from a hitchhiking perspective. They always think you're destitute? Maybe. Well, some people. State of Florida Department of Transportation. Huh, okay. Yeah, like my goal when I'm trying to like present myself is to look like I try to like show my backpack and stuff like that. Like I'm on a bigger trip. I'm not just some local guy trying to hitchhike locally. I'm from far away and I'm going far away because that piques people's curiosity. 4 hours no pickup? Isn't it 2 hours? Which is half of 4? Average wait time in the US is pretty long. But we can't get very long rides because things are spread out in a lot of parts of the United States, including here, actually. Unexperienced drivers won't think about that. If I look like a young guy on a longer trip, what does their driving experience have to do with how they visually see a hitchhiker? Backpack instead of external frame. Yeah, I didn't use the external frame features that I was looking for with the external frame backpack that often, so I decided to just use my lighter weight backpack. Stream has been 4 hours so far. Yeah, but I started the stream in my tent, and then we packed up the tent, and then we went for breakfast, and yeah. Found a nice little spot to camp last night. Right next to the road, but like it was tucked away enough that people couldn't see me, so it was chill. Start at the spot last night. Yeah, I was here for like 10 minutes last night before we lost the light. And then we camped, and now we're trying again. Believer in ultralight flameless. Yeah, so this is a Z-Pack's Arc Blast. This comes with actually it's an external frame backpack. I took the frame out though. Well, we have technically 2 horizontal frames at the top and the bottom, but there's no vertical frame to it. I only took that out because for flying, I use this on hitchhiking trips because when I don't overload it, it's very much within carry-on size. So on this trip, my only checked bag was actually my Brompton. I just carried on my backpack, and I put any things that I was not allowed to bring on my carry-on. I put in my box with the Brompton in there, so that is my little knife and tent stakes are the 2 things I'm not allowed to bring in my carry-on that I bring on all my trips. I'd say post up near the exit of some sort. Why would you hitchhike on the exit? You mean further down there so you can capture the interstate traffic? Like that's the end of the on-ramp where traffic's merging. It's illegal. Florida is apparently a limited access highway state, so right next to me is a sign that says pedestrians and bicycles, motor vehicles less than 5 brake horsepower prohibited. So if that's what you mean, that's illegal. When is TwitchCon? It is September 20th through 22nd, so that's next Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Pick where do you stand is important to be picked up. I think location for hitchhiking is the most important thing. Like how you present yourself, but then where you present yourself. So hitchhiking location is quite important by my standards, because if you're in a... Let me just tell you that the things I look for in a hitchhiking spot, and then we can say what's a bad spot as well. So I look for a long line of sight, so people can see you for a while before they have to decide whether or not to pull over. A wide shoulder so they can pull over, because if someone just has to stop in the lane of traffic and block traffic, that's dangerous for one, and people are less likely to want to do that for two. Ideally slow traffic, it's much easier to pull over going like 20 miles an hour than it is going 100 miles an hour. Okay, you shouldn't be going 100 miles an hour anywhere. Let's just say more normal interstate speeds, like 60, 70 miles an hour. Anyway, going fast, hard to stop, going slow, easy to stop. And then there has to be traffic as the kind of fourth rule. So on-ramps are usually pretty good. If you go like, say, 20, 30 yards down the on-ramp, people have to make like a 90-degree corner on a normal on-ramp, and that slows them down. They turn, they see you, and then they have, you know,
Jesse
about 5 seconds.
1978 us a cheered 200 bits. Have you ever been to Sri Lanka on your travels?
I have not. Jesse, thanks for the 200 bits, though. Jay Streezy, didn't he do... Correct me if I'm wrong. I forget where he was. But anyway, so about 5 seconds to like look at you, assess that you're a hitchhiker, maybe see your sign, read the sign, be like, huh, they're going this way. I'm going this way. And then they make the decision yes or no. And then once they make the decision yes or no, if you then have a beautiful spot to pull over where they can actually pull over properly, that's what you're kind of looking for. Did Sri Lanka stay retired or something? Haven't noticed him streaming in a while. No, he hasn't. But he streams on different platforms and stuff like that. He's apparently going to TwitchCon. But I talked to him like just over a week ago, and I asked him if he was going to TwitchCon, and he said probably not. And then I saw him post on Twitter promoting TwitchCon and being like, who am I going to see at TwitchCon? I'm like, what the heck, man? I ever see this? Like, I've been picked up by a few guys hauling cars like that, and they quite often drive very long distances. Rain's back. Driverless car is going to be the end of hitchhiking. I have said specifically that. Hitchhiking, I already feel like, is essentially dying out. And you'll see the occasional person doing it, but it's less and less common. Like, a lot of people will come into my chat, they're like, hey, I saw a hitchhiker today. I haven't seen one in like 10 years kind of thing. It's not very common in most places. And I don't think there'll be any resurgence. I don't think there'll be any bringing it back. It'll just slowly fade away. But be in the fringes until, like, I do think at some point in many places it will become a thing where if you're driving on a public road, the car will be driving itself in the name of safety. Because if all cars are kind of self-driven, then you take the human aspect out, and humans are not super reliable drivers. So, and then at that point, yeah, if the car's driving itself, it's not going to like just pick up a random stranger. I think that's decades in the future.
1978 us a cheered 100 bits. Hopefully someone in an RV picks up and lets you chill on a sofa.
Yeah, I've been picked up. I only have a few RVs in my life, but they're a pretty cool ride to get. Pretty cool ride to get. Jesse, thanks for the 100 bits. Imp, yeah, you can be a mod. Also, your name's really short, so for me to type in the mod command is not too much. But have a good meeting. Thanks for trying to help with the timer. Picked up by family? Yeah, no, plenty. Sometimes I'll get picked up by someone, and even me will be like, "Why did you pick me up?" The most common one is just like if someone picks me up and it's like they already have like the two front seats occupied, or they have something in the passenger seat, so they get me to get in the back seat with their child. Then I'm just like I hitchhike a lot, but like say if I had a child and I picked up a hitchhiker and they couldn't sit next to me, but they sat next to my child in the back seat, I would even have a difficult time agreeing to that. And like I've hitchhiked so much, so like I feel a responsibility to help out any hitchhiker I see. Short name for the win. Yeah, exactly. You got a nice, easy, short name. Most people drive because they think it's fun. There will always be human-driven cars on the road. I think just at some point, like on public roads, like driving your own car will be illegal. They'll make the claim that humans are not good at driving because we kind of aren't. Driving is the most dangerous thing people do on a day-to-day basis. It's objectively quite dangerous. So, like, if you look at the statistics and the fatalities and everything like that, it's not very safe to drive. You ride on the same ride the driver got another hitchhiker? Yes. Notably, I think they picked up 2 hitchhikers. Like, they picked me up, then they picked up someone, then they picked up someone else. In Andorra, of all places. All the other hitchhikers had all their skiing or snowboarding equipment and were hitchhiking to another kind of ski resort area in Andorra. But yeah, like someone was saying, how like they're not going to take away your driving privileges and stuff like that. I just think, I don't think that'll happen anytime soon, like several decades kind of thing, but I think that would be the trend eventually, is in the name of public safety. You won't be allowed to drive your own cars on public roads. So it might not even be relevant to us because we'll be too old or dead for that to actually have happened, but I think that would happen eventually. Against the Constitution? Which one? Some kind of right to travel thing? Constitution allows for free interstate travel? Does it specify interstate travel as in driving your car? It's just the right to travel. And you still have the right to travel, just not driving your own vehicle. Cars existed when that was written? Yeah. I think it's intended like, you know, let's say we're here in Florida and we want to go to Texas. And you're like, I want to go to Texas. They can't be like, you're not allowed to. I don't think it's meant to be like, I have the right to own my own car, insure it, register it, and drive it there. Like right now, that's a freedom you have, but I would expect at some point they would... I could totally be wrong, but I think that's the direction things will go eventually. And we're talking decades, plural decades, but I would think that's what they'll decide to do. But like, if we're just talking transportation of freedom, this sign right here, or the right to your freedom to transport. This sign here says no pedestrians, no bicycles, or no motor vehicles less than 5 brake horsepower. What if that's my only means of transportation? Is that not trampling all over my rights to travel? It is, in fact. And yeah, like, so like when I talk to the police about the legalities of hitchhiking, where you can be a pedestrian and stuff, and that, like, a part of me wants to be like, I should be able to be a pedestrian anywhere. But they've decided that in the interest of public safety, they don't want pedestrians and bicycles and apparently vehicles with less than 5 horsepower on this road. So if they made the decision to be like, we think people driving cars on public roads, especially at highway speeds, is too dangerous, then that sign might just say, instead of pedestrians, bicycles, motor vehicles, it'll just say vehicles driven by people are prohibited. Some places won't allow hitchhiking either. It's not really for them to allow it or not. It's either it's illegal or it isn't, and it's only illegal in a few places. I only know this because I have to talk to the police very regularly in America. If something isn't illegal, then you can do it. But I very frequently have police come over and they're like, hitchhiking's legal in the state of wherever the freaking state I'm at that moment. And then I have to explain to them why it's not illegal. It's the people's reluctance to new tech's been proven over and over. New tech always replaces old tech for many good reasons. Like, there's always a large percentage of people that resist change. They like the way things are or were, and when things change, they reject that. That will always happen. I think technological advancement is great. We're developing as a species to become more and more advanced. I think that's cool. But I also get people liking the way things were. Sarah Mew at TwitchCon? Yes. She is. She's flying in though. Then we got a hotel. Can advance without liberties being stripped away from you. But like, there's probably some things we think of liberties that in the future will be like, huh, that's a little weird. This is kind of an extreme example. But for example, there was a whole time where like, it was your constitutional right to own human beings. And then people got together and were like, that's kind of fucked up. We probably shouldn't own people. People should probably have the freedom to live their own life. And then other people were like, no, that is my right. It's written right here. I can do that. You can't take that away from me. Then there was like a war about it, and then that was pretty fucked up. That's, of course, a very extreme example when we're comparing, like, the right to drive your car down the highway in comparison. But that's just to say that things that we think of as rights, because they've always been that way, can change over time. I get 2 bars on my cell phone. You're telling me I should rely on the government to transport me? What does you having 2 bars on your cell phone have to do with the government transporting you? if this is America, the bars you have on your cell phone, your cellular connection to the closest tower is probably from one of 3 private companies, notably AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. And I don't see how that has to do with the government transporting you. The wind's gusting and blowing the bottle.
DuckFan82 just resubscribed for 10 months.
DuckFan, thanks for the 10-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Witnessed on your coining tour? What? Yeah, I've already witnessed it on this trip. I-10 was much worse network than I thought in the first 60 miles heading west out of Jacksonville. Well, on the self-driving cars thing, when I was in Vegas, I got an Uber, and the Uber app like prompted, it's just like, do you consent to potentially being picked up by a self-driving, like driverless car? And I did, because I'm like, oh, that'd be neat. Our Uber wasn't a driverless car, but you know, I technically gave my permission to have a car driving itself pick me up. Americans generalize about Europe. Can mean many different things. Europe is like a geographic like continent. You kind of draw the eastern edge at the Ural Mountains, and then it gets a little mucky further south of there. But that means that includes Western Russia and everything like that and that. Or you could say Europe is like the European Union, but then there's random just countries not in that, and like very much in Europe. What is Europe anyway? When I was doing the 2020 Hitchhiking to TwitchCon trips, it was, I'm trying to go to as many European countries in about 100 days before TwitchCon Amsterdam, finishing in Amsterdam for TwitchCon. And the goal was to do about like 40 European countries, which is most of them, the vast majority of them. But it does come down to like what counts as Europe. St. Petersburg? No. I've only been to Russia once. I crossed from Latvia into Western Russia, went through Moscow, and then straight east, eventually all the way going to Vladivostok. I forget a lot of the places I went through along the middle. I remember like Nizhny Novgorod, Novosibirsk, Chita, because people were warning me that there were bandits in Chita. I remember going past Lake Baikal, which was cool. But a lot of the towns and smaller cities dotted along the main road going east-west in Russia, I don't even remember. It was a very fast, like my goal was like get across Russia. I only had a month-long tourist visa, and I had 9,900 kilometers to get across. Imagine being European going on holiday to the US. No, they weren't European. I think they're from Taiwan or something like that. I think they were from Taiwan or something like that. Anyway, they were doing a trip in the United States and I think it was just like at a parking lot or something like that. Some like, you know, K-Kona Americans were taking their horses out somewhere to go for a ride on their horses. And the tourists saw their horses and got excited because they'd probably never seen horses. And then they offered to like put them on the horse and like just walk them around the parking lot a little bit. And they just looked so excited to be on a horse. I think from a tourism perspective, there's a lot going on in the United States that is interesting to see. That's a very specific example. But I thought it was cute. I think I've only ridden a horse once. People outside the U.S. understand the size of the difference one side versus the other in the U.S. Some people don't. I've definitely heard of people that are just like, they'll fly into New York and they'll just be like, oh, I'll just rent a car and drive to L.A. in a couple days. And like, you can do it in, you know, 2 days if you only stop for gas. But it's a big country. Come to where I live in Michigan and get excited over seeing Amish selling baked goods out of their buggy on the roadside. City folk. I've never even seen that. And I've traveled the United States very extensively. I've seen Amish buggies, like just cruising down the roads, but like I haven't seen them selling stuff out of them. So honestly, if I saw that, that would be a novelty to me. And I travel a lot. People US, a lot of people is US travel from east to west coast. It is common. But the comment was about realizing how big of a distance it is to go from east to west or west to east. It is a large country. Contact the ex-Amish guy who gave you a ride for hours. No, I haven't talked to him since he picked me up, or dropped me off, I guess. They drive horses on the roads. We don't make that illegal because we cannot. No, they do. In several states, like on the signs that say like no pedestrians, no bicycles, they specify like no farm animals, no like, I think some even specify like no horse-drawn vehicles. Like there's signs specific to that. So they do make it illegal. Amish constitute the right to travel, but they can still classify a class of road as not allowing that class of vehicle on them. Then they do that. It was Taylor from the car yesterday. Where are you today? Same place. But where he dropped me off yesterday, by the time I got out to the on-ramp to hitchhike, I only had like 10 minutes before it got dark. So I got 10 minutes of hitchhiking yesterday, and then I've got 2.5 hours today, and I haven't been picked up yet. There's not as much traffic at this on-ramp as I would have liked, but that's just the way she goes sometimes. unfortunately. Stop viewing for a year or two so that if I ever saw Trevor, I could pick him up. You see, but now you're in chat, so now, so now you've watched recently, so you're a viewer again. How long do you think someone could not be watching the stream before they're not a viewer again? Is it once and then you're a viewer forever? Or can you lose your viewer status? I haven't watched for you for 2 hours. I can pick you up. Exactly. But like, I do think if someone's just like, you know, they watched my stream once back in 2018 when I like first did my US trip, and they like vaguely remember that, and they see a hitchhiker, and then they pick me up, and they're like, "Wait, were you doing a US trip back in 2018? I think I saw you." Like, does that still count as a viewer ride? I would kind of like challenge and say like, yeah, probably at that point. They just like vaguely remember that at one point they watched this stream 6 years ago.
Louis Kicken just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Keep at it, Trev. Always use my Prime where it's deserved. Smile.
Well, Chicken, I appreciate it. Thanks for the 4-month Prime resub. It's very kind of you. They've seen you but found you IRL only by accident. They should be allowed to pick you up. And some they weren't watching the stream but ran into accidentally. I think that opens up situations where people that would like to pick me up but aren't technically supposed to will just be like, oh, I was just driving about. And then they pick me up when they did specifically come by to pick me up. Like, and the whole like situation with this is like I live stream when it's like the hitchhike, but as the stream grew, I would get many opportunities where people offered to give me a ride, and if I kept taking rides from people offering me rides because they watched my Twitch stream, it would no longer really be hitchhiking. It wouldn't be random people going about their day-to-day business. So I had to either this wouldn't be a hitchhiking stream anymore, or I had to set rules. But then you run into situations like this, of like, where do you draw the line? Could I pick you up and just claim I'm not a viewer too? And I've caught, well, one person doing that. And then Twitch will think, or like chat will think, anyone, especially under like 30, that picks me up is a viewer. If they've ever heard of Twitch, then they're clearly a viewer. There's many like things people say that Twitch will immediately think makes them a viewer. Like I have my own kind of system in place. Or if I'm like suspicious, then there's lines of questioning. And people could just be really good at lying, but most people aren't. But yeah, especially for like consequential rides, like my last ride into TwitchCon, like there's a high concentration of Twitch people in that city at that point anyway. So in my head, like the chances of getting like my final ride being like a stream sniper kind of ride is much higher. So I'm much more on edge at that point. So one of my last rides, I think it was my first one, into San Jose in 2018. This guy picked me up, but he's like a construction project manager kind of thing. And he picked me up and he's just like, I just have some like work calls to make. So like at least half of the last call ride into TwitchCon, the guy was spent on the phone with my stream muted because he was making work calls. But to me, I'm just like, this is great because it's just like extremely verifiable that this person wasn't a viewer because they saw me, they're going that way, they're willing to give me a ride, but like they're clearly not a viewer. Skip viewer since Twitch plays hitchhiking? No, this is still a hitchhiking trip, so I have standards to what hitchhiking is. And having a viewer pick you up isn't hitchhiking. Kind of on and off for a few seconds for a while now. It's probably because I have like the mic receiver kind of behind the phone, so there's actually like something physically in the way between the receiver and the microphone. Which is annoying, but I don't really have a place to put it that's in front of the phone because I need a rain hat on the phone. Is it comforting to realize that most people aren't good at lying? Like, I guess, yeah. But some people are like extremely adept at it, and that's where you can run into an issue. Like where you think you're good at catching people on a lie, but you run into someone that actually is exceedingly competent at that, and get yourself in trouble. His body's in the way. Usually my body being in the way doesn't cause an issue, but now there's a cell phone in between the receiver and the mic, and I guess that physical barrier between the two causes issues, especially when I apparently add my body as another physical barrier between the two. But the conditions are making that kind of necessary. Felt in danger after getting picked up. Yes, because of people's driving. The lack of ability to drive.
Pokexief just resubscribed for 21 months.
Poke, thanks for the 21-month resub. Speed racer in Japan? Yeah. There's a few noteworthy examples over the years. Most are just driving competency based, or people choosing to drive more aggressively than is safe for the road that we're on. A few times it's been like alcohol based. They pick me up and sober and then start drinking, and then they, if like a grown adult has like one drink in the car, it's technically illegal, but I don't immediately like dive out, or at least historically I haven't. Technically it's illegal, so I probably should just leave immediately, but like I haven't. But it's if they continue, then you get to a point where you're now inebriated. My strategy with that one though is if they've drank so much that they have to pee, that's when I just get out wherever they stop to pee. And then we could do that. Do what you do safely. I've met women who have hitchhiked solo and have done quite well with it. Some of the women I've met have just much stricter standards for who they get in the car with. Like they won't accept rides with certain demographics. Like one specifically would only get rides with other women or like whole family kind of units. If a guy or a group of guys pulled over, they'd just politely turn down the ride and wait for the next one. But as a woman like solo hitchhiking, you will get rides on average a lot faster. So like turning down a ride isn't as consequential because you will get another one much sooner. And it seems from talking, a lot of, so like some people might be pulling over for very much the wrong reasons, and that's why people have like, the no guy rule. But a lot of people that are pulling you over have like this mentality that they're saving you. And they usually wouldn't pick up a hitchhiker, but they have like that damsel in distress kind of mentality about it. And it's less for me. And I'm happy. I don't necessarily want people pulling over because they think I'm in danger. I'm not. Like I'm choosing to do this. This is a voluntary choice. So if you pull over specifically because I'm in danger and need saving, then I've specifically told people like. How tall are you? 6'10", 280 pounds. Some people like to think they're doing you a favor. Well, I think a lot of people think they're doing me a favor, and they are. Like, hitchhiking is an interesting dynamic of helping someone out and expecting nothing in return. Which you could say is selfish from the hitchhiker's perspective. But the mentality is that brakes roasting? What am I smelling? Why would there be roasted brakes here? Maybe it was that truck that just pulled in. They turned really slow and they drove really slow and the car behind them was honking a bunch. Anyway. Oh, sorry. The mentality is... Sorry, one sec. In theory, you're already driving that way anyway, so you're going that way. It doesn't cost you that much to just pull over and let someone also ride that way as well without going out of their way. A little bit of time because you pull over and have to let me in, and then negligibly increase the amount of gas from the extra weight in the vehicle, and then a little bit of time dropping me off. But in theory, like, it's just a minor time inconvenience, mostly. Men more likely to pick you up? Yeah, it's like 80-85% men. But you know, it's like 1 in 5-ish. Times I got picked up will be a woman picking me up. Like, well, yesterday was a trio, 2 women and a guy. Which, like, but that makes sense. People make a risk assessment when it comes to hitchhiking. And for example, when someone pulls over, quite often I ask them why they decided to pull over, and I'm not super physically imposing. The 6'10", 280 pound thing is a joke. I'm like 5'10" and a half, and I weigh like 150 pounds. I'm not that physically imposing, and people see that. So I'll ask a guy that picked me up why they decided to pull over, and they'll be like, well, I figured if you tried anything, I could take you. Like, they did a risk assessment. If I was 6'10", 280 pounds, they'd see me towering on the side of the road and be like, nah. But that is a very surprisingly common answer to the question, why did you decide to pick me up? And their answer is just, essentially, I did a risk assessment and I figured I could win. I think making these cardboard signs is the part you like most about hitchhiking. But if I liked making signs so much, then I would make a sign for like every single hitchhike rather than just a general direction sign. I would have a Tallahassee sign right now. And then when I get to Tallahassee, I'd have Pensacola sign. When I get to Pensacola, I have a Mobile sign. When I get to Mobile, I'd have a New Orleans sign. When I get to New Orleans, I have a whatever. Because it is quite effective to have a sign of the next major population center. There's a lot of traffic heading that way. Wouldn't advise to hitchhike if you're jacked? Well, I don't think that's what you should take away from that. It's just like the people that would be deciding whether or not to pull over are judging you. They're stereotyping you. They don't get to talk to you, so they have to look at you and make assessments on whether you're the type of stranger they'd be willing to let in the car with them. So it's going to sound shallow, but they're going to be assessing you. They're giving you a visual pat down. And being a super ripped guy, from a safety perspective, that will intimidate a lot of people. How do you say Mobile? The eel should sound like eel. Didn't I say that like that? If I said Mobile. I could have mispronounced it though. Sometimes I get the hang of how they pronounce all the American town names because, well, I travel in the US quite a bit, but other times I'll grossly mispronounce things. Only a handful of cars you'd if I was 6'10". Yeah, just fitting in cars would be more difficult. Like, in many ways, being this height, like just over 5'10", is like an ideal height to be from a day-to-day perspective kind of thing. Things are made to fit my size because it's give or take average. And car seats, plane seats, just everything you do is kind of built around average. So being average is convenient. Where it's not convenient to be average is in online dating. That'll mean today is day 2 of your efforts getting to TwitchCon, or your goal is to get to day 2 of TwitchCon? Today is day 2 of my efforts to get to TwitchCon. It's a good question. Yeah, I want to get there on registration day. What noise is that? There's a tire shop across the street. Inconvenient buying clothes my size is always sold out everywhere. Yes, I've heard that as well. To the point where they have like big and tall stores for men, at least for sure. Are you stuck in the hurricane? I'm coming to you live from Hurricane Francine here on the Gulf Coast. The active or the wind cancellation on this windscreen is doing a great job because it is sustained hurricane force winds. Don't look at those trees. They don't tell the true story. All right, this is a hurricane. This cardboard sign, it's just real rigid. It's not getting blown around too much. I gotta change my title, clickbait it. Hitchhiking live from a hurricane. Hurricane could be limiting the amount of people going west. It absolutely could be. I just don't have time to not hitchhike. I have 2,300 miles to go and 9 days to do it, like 8.5 days actually. I love buying shoes. I only have 2-3 miles, so I can choose from it so easy. Yeah, and like foot size too. I'm like completely average foot size as well, like size, well, depending on the brand, 8.5, 9. With that said, having like size, like I think like size 12-ish is kind of convenient because it's not so big that most brands make that in their normal size run, but it's big enough when they're like clearing out last season's. Quite often there's like a size 12-ish kind of shoe just sitting where all the average sizes get bought right away. Now they're Garage. What's your contingency plan if you don't get far enough time air travel? So, I have hitchhiked to every TwitchCon since San Jose 2018, except for Paris, where me and Sarah rode a tandem bike there. And every time we've gotten there on time. Now, I do have a trip that had a deadline that I didn't make the deadline for, and the contingency was I got to the closest airport and got a flight there and got there just in time. Well, actually, I got there late, but late enough that it worked out. Or not so late that it still worked out okay. That was to the Streamer Awards in LA this February. So logically, likely if we did fail to get to San Diego in time, it'd be something like that. There's potential other options that you could do, but that would be the likely one. Late enough so it worked out. Well, like, what I meant to say is I showed up 30 minutes late. I was supposed to do like a live interview, and I showed up late and I missed my interview time slot, but I still made it to the award show okay. Where do you have to fly from for the LA trip? Sacramento. Very short flight, but yeah. Couldn't drive there in time. Was that a tattoo? Hopefully sometime on TwitchCon weekend. Not sure exactly though. Many people want to be nice, pick you up. Screw having a wet person in my car. Both of those things. And they equally offset each other to the point where my average wait time in the rain is the same as in the not rain. So I'd prefer it to just not be raining. Every time I get stuck in, you should do a trip every time with that same name, just thought. That's a very clever idea. How do you come up with that? I bet there's several places called Lake City in the United States. Seems generic enough. Is it raining right now? Yes. Right now it's like misting rain. Now TwitchCon, you gotta make that?
TT Studio gifted a tier 1 sub to Twitch Award. They have given 132 gift
That's
subs
relevant.
in the channel.
TT Studio, thanks for the gifted sub to Twitch Award. Is that an actual count used for the Twitch Awards? Well, it's actually, no, they're called the Streamer Awards, because they don't specifically just include Twitch, but they pretty much do specifically just include Twitch. Start streaming at 7 a.m. That's wild. Good luck today. I hope you cover a couple hundred miles on the semi today. Yeah, that'd be nice. I have a professional storm chaser that's giving me some updates on the hurricane west of here. They're saying, in their opinion, I shouldn't try to push past west past Tallahassee, which is 100 miles west of here, because the outer bands of the hurricane are looking like they'll be a little bit rough. And if I go past that towards like Pensacola or something like that, which is 300 miles from here, I might get actual hurricane stuff going on. Come get you hitch. That's not hitchhiking. Now we're gonna squat over here so I can read chat off of here, maybe, possibly. Increase the average wait time to be picked up at 3 hours and counting today. Like this specific hitchhike, like the first two we had were, the wait times were fine. They're pretty decent actually. I think. I don't remember what they were, but they didn't take that long. Yeah, this one is getting long. What's that noise? It's a tire shop. Using power tools. sounds like the dentist. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking dentist. What outfits do you pack for a trip like this? 2 travel shirts, 1 off-day shirt, 1 pair of pants, 3 pairs of merino wool underwear, like 5 pairs of merino wool socks, a mid-layer fleece, a rain jacket, rain pants.
Poppy's 37 cheered 100 bits. The assistant of the dentist by no other than Steve.
Thanks for the 100 bits. Are you an extrovert? Like, it's easy for you to get you to socialize when picked up. So, like, the definition of extrovert versus introvert doesn't mean if you're competent at socializing. It just means if socializing is exhausting for you or not, essentially. Do you get energy from socializing, or does socializing drain you? I am an introvert, and so that socializing drains me, and I need a break from it to like recharge. But I like socializing. So people like misattribute being introverted to being antisocial, but it's not that. It just like some people need that social energy to like bring themselves up. That's an extrovert. But I'm decent enough at having conversations with
Me and
people that
Thorough
pick me up.
just resubscribed at tier 2 for 41 months. 41 month tier 2, let's go.
Mo on the road, thanks for the 41-month resub. Was it tier 2? It was. Thank you for the tier 2 41-month resub. Like the September tier 2s are a good value. I appreciate it, thank you. Love socializing, hate going out to parties. I have mixed feelings about like actual parties, because some parties I actually absolutely love, and other parties I'm just like, get me out of here. It really depends. And then as I say that, I'm like, what defines that? I don't know. Or like, what about the party makes me so? Maybe it's just the state of mind I enter the party at. Most people pick you up, expect that of you, like they want to chat. Like they might not be like, hey, I'm pulling over because I'd like someone to talk to, but I think that's reasonably likely that that's a common reason people pick you up. Like they're driving a long way and it's someone to share the road with, have a conversation with. Sometimes if they're driving a long time, they've already been driving a long time and they're getting tired, and picking up a hitchhiker is like a lot of external stimulus, and it like keeps your brain active and makes it much less likely that you're going to start dozing off. I get paid more for September sub. I don't think you get paid more. I think they're just cheaper, aren't they? Dude pulled over right behind a hitchhiker to set his GPS. Mic out of range. Yeah, the phone is blocking the line of sight with the mic. But yeah, annoying. This is like right behind me in a reasonable amount of time for a truck to pull over. So like a lot of times if a truck pulls over on the on-ramp, they specifically like choose to pull over like way the F down there as far as they can be without actually being like on the interstate itself. To be like, I have to pull over, but not for you. That was just right after me. Did you ever consider taking you? No, because when I walked up, it just like I was fucking with his GPS unit, and I'm like, I feel like that's what he pulled over for. Because when he drove past me, he didn't look. People are kind of like looking at you in a specific way when they're about to decide that they're going to pull over for you, and he didn't look in any way, shape, or form like that. So when he pulled over, I was surprised. And then when I got to his thing and he's just messing with his GPS, I'm like, he's probably just fixing his GPS. He opened the door? No, because I wasn't convinced that he pulled over for me, and if I just opened some stranger's door, they might get a little agitated. So I kind of like stood within eye shot there, and then eventually once he finished effing with his GPS, he looked over and it's just like, no. He would beep if he meant it for you? If someone pulls over and I don't notice it, yeah, they'd honk. But like if someone pulls over right behind you, like generally the mentality is it's for you. That's still Werner. Stop fixed GPS when entering the interstate. At least I think that's what he's messing with. But trucks pull over on the on-ramps to interstates very frequently. Like it's not an uncommon thing. Like to not pick up hitchhikers just because they have to stop and do something. That is very, very common. Signs upside down. Does that mean you're anti-Catholic? Is that like holding a cross upside down? It's like some sign of the... Isn't that like Satan or something like that? Or get rid of piss bottle? That's true. But you don't need to stop for that. They just roll down the window and give her. As long as your aim is like competent enough to not miss. Quick recap for those that got an ad. Oh, box truck pulled over. Based on how they were looking at me or weren't looking at me as they drove past, I didn't think they pulled over for me, but they pulled over right behind me, so I have to run up for it. And yeah, he was just fixing. I think. Didn't some companies policy pick up hitchhikers for truckers? Yeah. Most people that drive for a reasonable sized company will have a rule about picking people up. And it's usually not specific to hitchhikers, it's just specific to anyone not insured by the company, which includes like taking a friend or family member with you. And quite often you just have to like let the company know you're doing that first. Biggest distance you've done with one person? 3,300 kilometers from near Ottawa, Ontario, Canada to Lake Louise, Alberta, Canada. I don't like how our server provider does when we lag out and the audio gets lagged behind the video, how it like just speeds it up and it makes it the helium voice. I just don't think that's the best solution to that. Like, I guess technically that means you're not missing any audio. It just speeds it up to catch it up. But I feel like just cutting back to live audio would make more sense, even if you miss a couple words.
Metal_head_117 just subscribed. Thank you.
Metalhead, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. It would be chittering or a little drop out of data. But you just skip back to live, so it would sound like a weird kind of cut, but then you wouldn't have 10 seconds of everyone asking about the chipmunk voice. So I'll set up. For hitchhiking, it's just an S24 Ultra cell phone with an external mic, a DJI Mic 2. For biking, I use a backpack-based action camera setup. You lose 10 seconds? It's usually not 10 seconds it's catching up, I don't think. It might take 10 seconds for it to catch up because it's going at like 1.3 times speed. But that's probably just a couple seconds of actual audio that it has to catch up on, if that makes sense. Only on-ramp option. There's one west of here that probably will get more people leaving from Lake City, but it has less services. There's just one lonely gas station and that's it. I'm not sure if it would have more traffic. But yeah, it's a little bit lonely here. Wait out the hurricane right here. Like, I can, I don't have time to be going nowhere, really. Having 0 days when you only have, so like I gotta do like, I don't know, 250 miles rather per day-ish. But say I have a 0 day, that the average distance I need to do a day goes up substantially when you have a 0 day. We're hitchhiking in plane or helicopter? Plane, yes, helicopter, no. Hitchhiking on airplanes in the United States is very viable if you aren't trying to go somewhere specific. If you go to a busy general aviation airport, like where people own their own airplanes and take them flying, if you talk to enough pilots that own their own airplane and you show an interest in aviation, it's likely someone will take you somewhere. It's likely they actually won't take you anywhere for distance. They'll just take you up, around, and back to the same location. But you can probably fly. How much time do you give yourself at each pickup location? Until I get a ride. Hitchhike on the highway, just on ramps. It depends on the state. In Florida, no. Interstate 10 here is a limited access highway. The sign right here, no pedestrians, no bicycles. Feel you've been giving yourself enough time to get these trips done? Well, the fact that I've made it to every TwitchCon on time means yes. But I had my first failure of a trip, but it wasn't to TwitchCon. It was to the Streamer Awards this February. And that sucked. Flew my 172 Skyhawk Indiana South Forest. Stopped in Lake City for fuel. Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I did see that airport when we were driving into town. Imagine what it takes to estimate. Like it. Like how I look at it is just like, okay, when I'm starting this trip, how many days do I have? And then you take the number of days, and then you take the actual distance that trip should be, and then you can see how much distance per day you'll need to do on average, and if that's reasonable and you can reliably do that much distance per day, then that's probably a reasonable kind of timeline to give yourself. Like we hitchhike enough that we've done lots of, well, more for like average wait time and stuff like that. We've never done any like statistical analysis fully on how far we go on average per hitchhiking day. But like right now I gotta do 250 a day. And if we don't get anywhere today, that will go up. And if we don't get anywhere tomorrow, that will go up. Once we get above 300 miles, I have to average a day. Like that's getting into difficult territory. That's 500 miles or 500 kilometers a day. And you can absolutely do that. And a lot of the routes here are very spread out, but like we get into very dangerous territory on being able to accomplish this trip. I've only been hitchhiking versus streaming it. I had hitchhiked for 4 years, 25 countries, 700 rides. Pre-streaming, and then when I was 24, was I 24 when I started? I think I was 24 when I started streaming it. But now it's been 6.5 years with the camera, so over 10 years of hitchhiking. Sorry, it's probably loud. It's just packs away of you. Crusher. What a lonely on-ramp. You're in Sarah's Meyer-Briggs personality type. I don't know what that is. Like, I feel like I've read that before, but I have no idea what mine and Sarah's personality types are. You guys heard of Amazon Prime? It's different. They got a shipping container one. It's introvert versus extrovert. Oh, then we just talked about that. I'm introverted. I just enjoy socializing, but I need to take a break. I need time to my social batteries.
Evic01 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Ewig, thanks for the 3-month Prime resub. Go to Ride and Prime Tracks kind of work for Amazon. See? Yeah, that's what I was saying on the last US trip. We're co-workers. 16 types? You basically do a test to determine. Oh, there's 16 types? Jeez. Okay, yeah, I haven't done that test. Was the Prime you speak of? Wow. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link your Prime account to your Twitch account and get 1 free Prime sub per month. Costs you nothing. Give me a thumbs up. Too much work figure out your personality type. I don't know. It's interesting enough, like. You can probably learn quite a bit about someone just by their personality type and how you get along. Yeah. It's not scientific, it's just for funsies. Yeah, then it's less interesting. But I guess, yeah, how many like internet tests can you take that are actually like scientifically relevant? Or yeah, it is now the afternoon. Sad. Oh no!
I think it's gonna be fine because I'm tubeless.
So it should patch itself?
Yeah, like you here.
Yeah. Do you have a pump?
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, it seems to be. I'm pretty sure my Verizon line is on that 12-minute timer annoying thing. And then, in theory, my other network should be able to make up for it, but it just doesn't. It's lots of fun. It's the day cab truck. Pants you go on trips with? Well, my last trip was different pants. And then my last trip was probably different pants as well. I hitchhike in tan pants because no matter what else I'm wearing, I always have something light colored on my body, and people are subconsciously making assessments about you as they drive past you. And I think having something light colored on you is to my benefit. I was stuttering for some reason. It's just the mental associations people have, I guess. Like if you see someone wearing all black clothes, people will subconsciously think they're up to no good. What state are you in? Utah. Does this look like Utah? This is Florida. We likely will just be going through, well, just quite a few actually. Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California. Way too green for Utah? That's what I was thinking. Games would you play if PC stream? I don't know. I have a capable computer now. With a Ryzen 7700 CPU and an RTX 4070 Ti Super. That could handle probably most games and streaming at the same time. So it'd be fun to do some kind of casual gaming. I'd probably do it on a separate channel. What bug are you? You a tick? Sorry, I'm just curious if it's a beetle or a tick. I think it's just a little beetle. I just haven't seen any ticks yet, and I'm just curious if this region gets a lot. What kind of games? Me and Sarah are very casual gamers because I haven't gamed since high school, really. We play Mario Kart, Mario Party, and we started playing It Takes Two, a little co-op game, a little puzzle game. But yeah, my brain has associated this channel with adventure, and I just feel like I can't stream non-travel based stuff on my Hitch channel outside of trip debriefs. Like one stream at home pretty much is all I do on Hitch. But I wouldn't mind when I'm home like staying active with you guys, like actually being social, because I do like streaming as long as I'm doing stuff I have fun streaming, and the pressure would just be a lot less if I had a second channel for non-adventure stuff. I've returned, you've not moved. Well, we had what we thought was a potential ride, but the guy pulled over directly behind me to fix his GPS instead, which I thought was quite rude. Like, just pull over way the F down the on-ramp. That's what people usually do. If they're pulling, they have to pull over on the on-ramp, but not for me. What are you doing with your partner? Does she hitch? Almost 4 years come December. That's how long we've been together. Does she hitch? No. I think she's hitchhiked twice, just because the situation called for it when she was traveling in Australia. She didn't do it solo. The people she were with hitchhiked together. Lyme disease recently not pleasant, neither the antibiotics. Yeah. I don't mind so much insects, but ticks really bother me. And like they carry bloodborne illnesses, but the fact that they like embed in you for a couple days before detaching is yeah. Well, yesterday I didn't do I pretty much check myself for ticks every night when I go out in the bush, but I've been standing in grass hitchhiking yesterday and now today. But like, I didn't even take out my sleeping bag last night because it was hot and humid out. But when I ended my stream, I literally just like laid down for a second and immediately fell asleep, and then woke up at like midnight a couple hours later and plugged in the batteries that I needed to recharge, and then passed right back out. I woke up several times, but I never like changed out of my clothes and checked myself for ticks on my body, so I could still have some on me. And now they've potentially been on long enough to have started feeding and stuff like that, but I was just so tired. Not a great excuse, but I'll definitely have to check myself tonight, wherever I end up. Calendar trip got postponed? It did. We had some car issues. Sleep on the side of the road. Like, I was in my tent just off the side of the road and behind a bit of bush. Hope I might see you guys in Canada maybe next time. I know, like, if we immediately left on the trip, there might have been some crossover, but we had some stuff to do first, and then we had some car issues, and yeah. But I hope you had a good time. Near as bad down here as they are in the Midwest. That's good. Because yeah, on my Twitch Plays Hitchhiking trip from upstate New York to California, I pulled 5 ticks like actually embedded on me, like, and I'm pretty sure previous to that I had only pulled 4 or 5 off my body in like 10 years of hitchhiking. The new car? Well, new to me car, it's a used car. Consider any car streams a second channel besides family trip? But what do you mean car streams? Like just driving around? It's in Calgary for a bit, Victoria, Vancouver too. Incredible time, nice. What do you think of Victoria? Because yeah, if we were still in Victoria, we definitely would have tried to meet up with you. Road trip, try to pick up hitchhikers. Like I'm sure when we do the road trip, if me and Sarah happen to see a hitchhiker, we would try to pick them up. It's just not something you can plan for because there just isn't enough hitchhikers to reliably pick up hitchhikers. It's a very common suggestion that people are like, oh, when you're home, you should stream picking up hitchhikers. And it's like on the surface, it sounds like a good idea. There just isn't enough hitchhikers to reliably take your car out for a day driving around and picking up hitchhikers. They just aren't there. Very proof sure. There's a big festival going on in the harbor, which is nice. I did like Victoria.
Subscribed for 4 months.
Ululani, thanks for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. But yeah, the cost of living there is just obscene. So yeah, the comparison I make, and I'm sure if you watch this quite a bit, you've heard me say. So we moved from Victoria to Edmonton for about the same price as a 315 square foot micro suite. We can get a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhouse. So now we have our bedroom, we each have our own office. Is Twitch plays normal? This is normal. I don't have time to do the Twitch plays on this trip. I would never get to TwitchCon on time. Vancouver was so expensive too, basically being San Francisco or London. Yeah, no, it very much is. I'm not sure if converted from average wage or anything like that, how it compares, but like in my head, you're coming from a favorable currency, right, from pounds to Canadian dollars. Because as a Canadian going to UK, it's just like the actual sticker prices aren't that much cheaper, but like it's near like 2 Canadian dollars for every 1 British pound. It would start raining a bit. It's been raining on and off all day. Like the little purple you see at the top of the frame is a little rain cover I made. GBP to CAD is nice. Still expensive. Vancouver. Oh yeah, no, Vancouver. No matter what currency you convert from. Because like, as far as so when we moved, one of the prerequisites was it had to have a decent airport. What is that thing? It was big. I also have a bike. We could have been friends. Ever done train hopping? No. My shtick with that is when I was younger and I first started hitchhiking, I was interested, but I respected the danger that came with hopping freight. And my mentality on it was I will try it if I meet someone that has done it before, knows the and can show me the ropes. I'm not just gonna spontaneously do it myself though. And that never happened, and now I'm older and I have no interest anymore. It's very dangerous, but it's also very illegal. Gals, northbound Washington area last trip. Showed me a listing burnt out house, like an acre or something. That was $290K. Well, yeah, the property is $290K. That's not even that much for an acre. Although North Bend. Wait, Bend? Isn't that Oregon? Or am I? Is North Bend in Washington? I don't know. But yeah, so comparing places as well, like also that 315 square foot microsuite was assessed at 440,000 Canadian for that tiny little studio apartment. You can buy a full house, like a new built house in Edmonton for 400,000. More like the most basic new house would be at 400,000. On average, are probably more like 5. Or like there's this really cute house in our near where we live that we just walked past, and it was made in it was built in 82, I think, or something. So it's a bit older. And then in Edmonton, like, it's probably worse in the winter. It's less insulated, and it's probably just showing its age a bit. But it looks like well maintained, and it was quite cute. 365,000. And it backed right onto a park. It was like walking distance from a lot of nice stuff. So for the Edmonton area, like, very walkable, surprisingly. And I'm just like, 365. It's so reasonable. Didn't notice till they're coming around the corner. Staying here forever? Well, that's not the right mentality to have. You'll never make it as a hitchhiker. $365 gets you a quarter bucks in California. See, $365, that's also Canadian dollars. If you convert that to US dollars, like, you take off 30%. That's like probably just under 300,000. But I do feel like, so when we did like our big 50-state US hitchhiking trip in 2018, our US, like, that's when we, actually no, it wasn't, because we didn't start doing the average wait time analytics until after that. But we did have, with the analytics we did, like, quite a number of US hitchhiking rides from like 2019 and like TwitchCon trips and stuff like that. And my average wait time was like 30, I think it was like 33 minutes or something like that. But if we only look at the most recent US hitchhiking trips, my average wait times on trips has been pretty high. When I came back from COVID for my first hitchhiking TwitchCon trip, like, hitchhiking felt exactly the same, but since then, my US specifically trips have felt much slower. And I don't mind waiting, it's fine. It's just when I have a deadline in place, it becomes much harder to get anywhere with any kind of deadline. Prime Inc., so not a Twitch, or not an Amazon Prime truck, but a Prime Incorporated, which is one of the largest trucking outfits here in the US. There it is. But yeah, so in hindsight from yesterday when I got dropped off outside of Jacksonville at that town with the Love's truck stop there, I should have waited there for a longer distance ride. But the people that pulled over, they were nice, and they're going to like the next decent sized place, Lake City here, before turning off. And I didn't I didn't have time to like look up to see if there was like truck stop junctions around here, but I just assumed there'd be likely one, and there wasn't. And all the junctions in town are kind of lonely. The one further west would get more people leaving Lake City, heading west. But there's like one just lonely gas station there. This one has more services. So I don't think there was... either option wasn't ideal, but this one seemed less bad. Like Ginny Springs getting out there would have been rough. Likely no internet down there either. Maybe there is, I don't know. FOE Aries this trip. I don't really have time, but like at the end of the day, I do like going to Eagles, but I forgot my card. I don't know if like I got Sarah to send me a picture of the front and back of it, if they'd count that, or if you need the physical card in your possession. Don't even need the card. The card is cool. Like some of them are members only. A lot of them have opened up to public because I think membership is struggling. So you still want, customers. But the ones that are membership only, they have checked, or at least I had it out because I was ready to go. Don't think the driver know what west means? Well, then maybe I don't want them to pick me up. Essentially, I-10 West is the road that we're on. Essentially, this sign is just like, I would like to hitchhike down the road you're already driving on. This is I-10 West. Rough go down in Florida, open, get a ride? Well, I'm sure we will eventually. Now, the reality is, I don't know for sure, but this guy's going straight off the off-ramp right onto the on-ramp, which means he's likely going to pull over, but not for me, and he's oversized load, so I'm just going to wave him through. So let's see if he does pull over. Doesn't look like it. He's dragging his oversized load. So that would make sense. He wants to fix that, but they usually have like the thing draped over the back that says oversized load, but that's fallen half off. Oh yeah, so anyway, what I was talking about is because there's a hurricane west of here, it's been recommended to me by Storm Chaser RL, who knows his stuff and I trust his judgment, that I likely shouldn't go west of Tallahassee, which is 100 miles west of here today, because the outer bands of the hurricane are probably going to be a little bit rough, and that wouldn't be a logical thing to voluntarily put yourself into. So, like, realistically, the goal today is to get 100 miles, which is not that much. So we still have a lot of time to get 100 miles down the road. Seen a tornado while traveling? I have never seen a tornado. I went storm chasing around once looking for tornadoes, but there didn't end up being any. I would like to go back and do it again, because I had fun doing it. Because yeah, it was I think yesterday. Probably don't go west. Should be back. So what I was saying is, I think it was yesterday, Storm Chaser was saying probably don't go west of Pensacola, which is 300 miles west of here. But the storm's been upgraded a bit. So now he's saying probably don't go past Tallahassee. So 100 miles west of here. So like with that said, we're not in that much of a rush. Okay, this RV also just pulled straight off the off-ramp onto the on-ramp, so they're likely pulling over, and not for me. No, they're not again. So why were they taking the off-ramp? They must have taken the wrong off-ramp and they're just getting back on now. I don't know. Hotels will be full also? Well, we had people looking up hotels in Tallahassee and it was fine. For hotels, at least for now. Like, they could sell out, but... So your chat liked going storm chasing, or were they bored by it? I think they liked it. I don't know if they'd want to do it regularly. But maybe a couple times a year, it'd be fun to add it in. I pretty much have been offered an open invitation to join Nathan from Storm Chaser IRL whenever I want to. But like, it's just up to me to like get myself on location, which, you know, my whole shtick is like, I like getting places. I distinctly remember some person was complaining like the whole day of storm chasing that I was cheating because it was a hitchhiking trip and I wasn't hitchhiking. But the whole thing is when Nathan picked me up, I'm like, can you take me back to where you picked me up? So I hitchhiked to a town. I got picked up for storm chasing that day. We went storm chasing for the day. The title wasn't hitchhiking that day. It was just I'm storm chasing, or like storm chasing, blah, blah, blah. And then he dropped me right back off where I got picked up from. And there's this one person that was just reeing all day being like, this is cheating. You're not allowed to do anything other than hitchhiking. Found a loophole in your own arbitrary rules, but I didn't, because I wasn't traveling. I was taking a day off of hitchhiking and doing something else. So there was no like travel involved because I was getting driven right back. It's like one day I took a day off from hitchhiking in Newfoundland because there was also, well, the remnants of a hurricane, and I just sat on the beach and went swimming. And it'd be like, that's cheating because you're not hitchhiking. Effectively the same thing happened. I started somewhere, I finished in the same place. I didn't travel that day. Get mad when you stop to eat too since it's not hitchhiking? Exactly. Tornado fetch quest. Yeah, I'm tired of these damn fetch quests. Lazy developers. But yeah, that was on another TwitchCon trip. So, which one was that? Was that San Diego 2022 or something like that? It might have been that. My first trip back post-COVID. I don't recall exactly though. Anyway, I started hitchhiking from St. John's to get to Port aux Basques to go to North Sydney, Nova Scotia, and then hitchhike through eastern Canada, eventually going into Maine and crossing to California. But the ferries from the island of Newfoundland to Nova Scotia were canceled because there was the remnants of a hurricane coming up the coast, and they preemptively canceled sailings because hurricanes and boats are bad. But anyway, so I backtracked to Deer Lake, and then I found a flight to get to, was it Nova Scotia? No, I think I ended up having to skip Nova Scotia, and I got a direct flight to Moncton, New Brunswick, I think, and then hitchhiked from there. And I still got hit with the storm, but less of it. It's rude to complain, even ruder if you aren't a sub or donor to complain. I don't want to, like, it's fair to have, like, complaints about content. Now, some complaints are much more valid than others, but expressing your why you don't like a specific type of content or how it's presented or how it's done is totally valid. But yeah, some complaints are more valid than others. But the point I'm trying to get to is I don't want that locked behind a paywall. If you watch my stream and don't pay anything, your opinion is still valid. You don't have to pay me for me to listen to your opinion. Some people think some people's opinions are bad opinions. But yeah, like that person's opinion that I was cheating on a hitchhiking trip because I took a day off hitchhiking to go storm chasing is a bad opinion. It's objectively just not valid. But it's okay for them to have that opinion. I just think they're not good at forming reasonable opinions. Should change name change to Hitch from Hitch and less storm chasing. Yeah, just give up this nice name because I was lying because my name's Hitch, so I can only hitch. Maybe that's part of why I want to have a second channel for doing home stuff. It's just like I'm just gonna get triggered by people being like, "This isn't Hitch. There's no hitching. You need to change your name." That kind of thing. Look for a fine car. We're trying. There's a lack of cars though. Time them out for 10 minutes of the complaint. But like their complaints, I think they eventually got timed out because their complaints were just not valid and they were persistently just expressing their complaint. But again, it's fine to complain about something. It can be frustrating when people are complaining about something that's outside of my control. Like when people are complaining about the cellular network, it's a very valid complaint, but it, upsets me because if people are complaining about something that's a valid complaint, but I have the ability to fix that or improve it, then, it's good to know and I'll do my best to improve it. But if it's just something outside of my control and then you still see a lot of people complaining about it, it's just like, I can't do anything about it. That's upsetting to me. Starlink added international travel to their mini dish today. Oh, that's nice. It's cool they're expanding that. Unless they changed it, it is not available in Canada. Is the current issue we're having. Rain's back. You complain about the flapping rain shield on top of the camp. Is it flapping? Or is it supposed to be flipping? Yeah, you can complain about that. Because realistically, I could keep bending it up so it would be like just out of frame a little bit, but I haven't bothered to do that. Uh, 21 miles west from the nearest... 21 miles west from the nearest truck stop? So like 21 miles west of here is a truck stop, or 25 miles east is the next truck stop? It's raining quite a bit. It's misty rain. So it's very fine rain, but this is get me quite wet quite quickly. Coastal coverage, so maybe hitch along ocean on a boat now. Well, there you go. If it does this for a while, I'll actually need to put like a jacket on and stuff, but I'm trying to avoid that for the time being. Usually these pass in like 3 minutes, and it's annoying. I don't want a jacket on most of the time. And then I dry off really fast. More chance of getting picked up in the rain? No. So the rain assessment we have is it's a wash. Some people will pull over because they have empathy. They feel bad for you because you're in the rain and it's wet. And they'll be like, oh, let me get you out of the rain. Other people, I call it the wet dog effect, and they see a wet stranger and don't want that in their car. Merino clothes? Yeah, this top's merino wool, my underwear's merino wool, my socks are merino wool. These pants are not. Rather large rain band on radar, is it? Alright, I can. Let's let up temporarily at least. Hitch back east, Jacksonville exit, then went west again. Like this on-ramp heading east is likely just as slow as this. I could hitchhike for, what are we at, 3.5, 4 hours? I could hitchhike 3.5, 4 hours just to hitchhike X number of miles back east to get to that truck stop on-ramp and then hitchhike back this way. I don't think that's a logical solution. Now my sign's wet, and likely get much more wet. 2:30, rain should be cleared. That's an hour and a half of rain. That's a substantial amount. It's the rain, it's just raining a lot less. Because it's so sporadic here. Oh, but now it's pushing buttons on this phone. What? See, it's pushing buttons. I'm like, what mod is doing that command? That's a weird command to do. They weren't. But wet phones, wet touchscreens do weird things. I have, I've reset up some commands so I can control the compass. I still haven't figured out how to do it. So I can pull up a little board and just press like 2 buttons and do some commands about the compass. So miles to your west, off I-10 in Live Oak, Florida, is Busy Bee Travel Center. Off I-10, like, is it not on a junction serving I-10, or is it like in town? Busy Bee Travel Center, to me, doesn't sound like a big one that would draw that much traffic. I'm usually looking for like Love's, Petro, Pilot. There you go. When I try and tip, it just loads white page only. Not sure if that's just me or just everyone. Occasionally someone will have that complaint, but then other people aren't having that issue, and I don't know why sometimes individual people have that issue. But, well, I can ask, could someone try to pull up the donation page? Like, you don't have to donate, just pull it up and see if the page actually loads. Hashtag west for Sarah. Well, yeah, now if I want to see Sarah, I gotta get to San Diego, which is west for Sarah. Warner truck. Those fine? Okay. And like, I don't have a solution other than trying maybe a different browser or something like that. I don't know why occasionally people have issues. We'll try my west 24 hours unless they really have to. Yeah, west is into a hurricane, so like that is logical. I just don't have time to do nothing. We're just trying to probably do 100 miles today, because if I go further than 100 miles, then we'll end up in actual hurricane territory. So, yeah.
Anonymous tipped $20. Thank you for hurricane snacks.
Thank you very much. Hurricane snacks, I'll take it. What's a good hurricane snack, guys? Like, so just imagine yourself, you're now in a hurricane, hunkered down somewhere safe, and you're feeling snacky. You just need some good snacks. Oh yeah, our exclamation point trip command is definitely outdated. Jerky and beer. I'm in. I could do that. Oh yeah, Nathan, are you going to TwitchCon? I forgot if that was discussed or not. Like, will I see you in, theoretically, a week and a half? It's pouring? Yeah, it's like misting right now. It's not too bad. It was pouring. Still, it's this, it has never been anything more than an extremely fine rain. Even when it was like, I said like, raining heavily last night at like 4 a.m., it was still that really misty rain. Like, when I was out west and I got rained on my last trip I was at, is like quite often like that rain that just like when it hits the tent, it has that real like strong like pat. This is just like with that nice west sign. We'll see how it dries, but yeah, if we get a lot of rain this time. I'm out of TwitchCon. Trying to land this remote job requires me being here till 25th. Oh, that's sad. Okay, because yeah, I did end up. I brought the MiFi thing. Sorry, I didn't check your message. I was just distracted at home. But I brought it on the trip. I haven't used it, but I was planning to potentially give it back to you. When I get to San Diego, I can probably ship it back to you. Sorry, I know I said I was going to ship it back and I haven't done it yet. Busy Bee Truck Stop has a deli section. Burger King, Dunkin' can handle about 25 semis. Like, for truck parking, that's not very big. But, like, if that's just off the interstate, that is actual things that will draw traffic off of I-10 and place to stop and get food and use the bathroom and get gas. On the hitchhiking trip to TwitchCon San Diego. Yeah, that's the trip we're on. That is better. It's also less of a wall of text. You don't even need it. I won't really need it until March. Oh, okay. Until March? Is that when storm, like tornado season starts up again? But like, you'd be canceling it then, right? Until March? Or do you just keep it active? What's the date for the con? September 20th through 22nd is the convention, but registration day is the 19th. So we're trying to get there on the 19th. TwitchCon always in San Diego? So there's a US one, and then there's an EU one.
Vale Uara tipped $5.20. Thank you, Pageworks. How about some tunes?
Vale World, thanks for the 520. I almost forgot Media Share existed. Very relevant. Thank you very much for the 520 Vale World. I appreciate it. So since I've been on Twitch, they've done TwitchCon in San Jose, then in Berlin, then in San Diego, then in Amsterdam, in Vegas, San Diego a couple times, Paris, and Rotterdam. Before I started going to TwitchCon, I think they did it in Long Beach one time. But they've committed to doing TwitchCon US in San Diego for I think 3 years straight. So this year and the next 2 years, I think they're committed to San Diego. Which, like, I am of the opinion that it's fun to go to different cities. Like, as someone that streams traveling, like, it's fun to go different places. But of the places they've hosted TwitchCon, San Diego is my favorite. So if they're gonna put it in one place for 3 years straight, I'm happy with San Diego. And they did the same thing for Rotterdam. And I thought Rotterdam was a good venue for it as well. But like, especially Europe, that's where I'm like, I wish it was in a different place every year. I thought for sure they were gonna have, they were gonna host it in Spain one year, because the Spanish side of Twitch is huge. Like the most viewed stream ever was a Spanish speaking stream. Which is really cool. It's cool that there's like, and I don't know the different language side of Twitch like at all because, well, I don't speak the languages.
Mr. Neo Trip tipped
I don't see those streams.
Thank you.
Wow. We got Mr. Neo Trip at the $15.
Jesse 1,900.
Someone told me long ago there's a calm before a storm. This is very relevant too. Mr. Neo Trip, thank you very much. Jesse with the 100 bits as well. They should put one in Vancouver for 1 year for convenience for you. I don't want convenience though. I have said multiple times they should do TwitchCon in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, because I think it'd be fun to build a trip there. Getting there, like difficult but like interesting. And then you can send all the gamers to Mongolia, because I think that'd be funny. Things being easy is usually not my goal. Have you ever seen the rain coming down on Sundays? Isn't that most days in the summer in Florida? It'll be sunny, but then it'll rain at some point. As long as it's San Jose, in my opinion, one is bad in my opinion. I don't even remember about like the venue and stuff like that, or the location within San Jose. So my main memories with San Jose is it was my first TwitchCon, so it was a very exciting period in my life because it was my first TwitchCon when I only started streaming a few months before that, and everything felt just kind of foreign and weird, and I built my stream up from nothing into, I don't know, averaging X number of 100 kind of viewers, and I got to TwitchCon. And a bunch of people wanted to talk to me and like sign their badges and stuff like that. And it was just this very strange experience having people want you around in that. It was just very foreign to me. Coming down on sunny days. Man, there's so many Werner trucks. Real voice. Maybe people like the real voice. On Florida, it's like, oh, nice rain, cool it down when the sun comes out. And yeah, it gets real humid after like a nice rainfall and then the sun comes out. All that wetness is now evaporating into the air you're breathing. Feels good, man. Just regular with of a Corning con. Yeah, I do. I feel like I got to go back to Corning, Ohio for a party or something. So, not Werner. Is this hazmat or is this? They're hauling some kind of liquid container, but I can't tell. So we'll try. No hazmat placard. Need to find Chase. You never know. Chase could be around here doing some wind turbine installs. Can we do a vote to get you to put in the spam hat? 4 hours is silly. It seems pretty regular now in the US. Just us getting like wait times in the 2 to 5 hour range just seems to happen regularly, recently at least. Canada's all up dill pickle everything. Yeah, we love dill pickle and ketchup, like ketchup chips and stuff like that. I think it's lack spam hat. The thing is, like when I was using the spam hat and we were having long wait times, like regularly, people were like, you wouldn't be having these regular long wait times if you weren't wearing the spam hat. That's clearly why you're having longer waits. And then now that I'm not wearing the spam hat, you're like, your long wait is due to not wearing the spam hat. The reality is, if I have a longer wait, people have to blame something, and they just pick the first thing that comes to mind. Far away from you are you from San Diego? Like 2,300 miles.
Jesse 1978 us a cheered 100 bits. Didn't Domino's sponsor you get a delivery last year during the TwitchCon trip?
Yeah. So Domino's sponsored me, but it was like just through the Twitch bounty board, so it wasn't like they reached out to me. They're like, Hitch, we think you're the perfect candidate for this trip. Essentially, certain partners on Twitch have access to a bounty board, and it's just if brands want publicity on Twitch, they can essentially put that out to Twitch. They pay them a bunch of money, and then they distribute that to the broadcasters based off of your CCV, how many viewers are watching when you accept that, when you do that sponsored segment. It tells you how much that'll be. But anyway, that was just, I saw that pop up in my bounty board, and it's just like, order a Domino's stuffed pepperoni stuffed crust cheesy bread. And you don't have to eat it, but you just have to show it on stream. And I was in Utah, and I'm just like, let's order Domino's. I can actually do that activation. Most of the time, it's like video game stuff. And that's where we learned that banger of a song. I dig the pepperoni. Stuffed it in the cheesy bread. Yum, 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 yum. I guess to Uber you some lunch? Maybe. Pay to eat pizzas, my type of life. Yeah, no, like, I would love like an ongoing sponsorship with Domino's for like that. They're like, all right, can you just like once a week order Domino's and we'll pay you like decent money for that? Yeah, you can. Domino's, like quality Domino's pizza and stuff like that is totally acceptable for like a big chain pizza place. It's like some of the, doesn't like Shroud or something like that have like one of those food delivery places sponsor him? That's great. Yeah, I'll order food. I'm hungry. And he's just playing video games, and then you just order yummy food whenever he wants. But yeah, that's if I could change anything about my situation on Twitch, would be like if I could just have 1 or 2 recurring sponsors where it's just like they're around longer term, because it would just give reliability to the income. Twitch streaming is so unreliable, and like I'm considering potentially like buying a small house with Sarah, and it's really difficult to, 1, get a mortgage when your income's so variable, and then 2, just rationally in my own brain be like, yeah, I can afford a house for the next 25 years with a mortgage, when my income is so variable. So like I kind of like, yeah, I get it from a mortgage broker's kind of perspective, being like, yeah, it's a little sketchy. It is a little sketchy. I'm guaranteed nothing. How about a real job? But you can say that. Like, I'm not qualified for much anymore. But I do this because I love doing it. And I've always said when I stop loving doing this, then I'll do something else. But, yeah. Nobody's guaranteed anything. Well, like, if you work on a salary, then you're, like, they can fire you, of course, but, like, that is your salary. So you are kind of guaranteed that. Freelancers hard, rental rate's so high, it's about the same once you get a house, so it should be fine. Yeah, no, the reality is like say for that nice little cute house at $365,000 with an okay down payment, like now our mortgage price is the same as renting a townhouse kind of thing, and that's an actual house. That seems reasonable. But yeah, getting that the approved for a mortgage as a freelancer, a small business owner, can be difficult. Not hitching what we've chosen for an occupation. I went to school for accounting and finance, with the goal of going into the accounting field, because it was teenage me was. I like to think I'm still like, I problem solve in a rational way, and I've always think I've been pretty rational in how I approach things. But like, you know, I was like 17 taking as many business programs in my high school because it was the rational choice and I was good at them. So I'm like, well, I'll continue that into college because it's a guarantee at a financially stable life. I'm a houseman with the 12 months, the 1 year resub. Thank you. Like, my early life decision making was based on what makes sense. What is logical. And then I kind of flipped that on its head when I said, screw college for right now. I'm going to go hitchhike across Canada. And I did, and I came back, and I was going to go back to college. And then my mom actually found a cheap flight from Newfoundland, from East Coast Canada to Ireland the following June. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'll hitchhike across Canada again, and I'll fly to Europe, and then I'll hitchhike around Europe. And that was the plan, and then I added Russia onto that because I wanted to hitchhike around the world. Anyway, I finished that trip, and then I just kept coming back expecting I was going to continue my college, but then I started working to save money to, you know, pay for college and stuff like that, and then I just used that money on another trip. Now after 4 years of that, I started streaming it, and now it's been 6 years of that. You do stealth fan content, make money on YouTube. Alternatively, learn a lot here and can manage other streamers. Well, if you talk to anyone that's tried to manage my stream, I would not be the best at managing streamers. I'm known for not being the best to manage just because I go AWOL. Doesn't say way like an introvert needs like time alone to like recharge their mental batteries. I feel like I need time off social media to recharge my social media batteries. But yeah, I don't even know what, so let's say I just like either chose to or involuntarily lost my ability to stream for a living, or any kind of related social media based things. What would I do? I don't even know. I don't even know. Because I'm not qualified for much right now. I'd say like the experience streaming could translate into something else kind of in the field and industry. So I don't even know what to. Streaming is harder than working in a coal mine. Was someone saying that? But like, I find streaming very exhausting. And that's not to say it's more difficult than like jobs based upon physical labor, but it is just mentally draining. But I think most people that stream for a living and have like made it per se feel lucky to be able to do what they do, or maybe they don't. I don't know, because it takes more than. Like especially on Twitch, it takes more than being like good at a video game and having an endearing personality to make it, because it's just hard to be discovered in the first place. I've never streamed, don't know how hard it is to be on the entire time. It is a very specific like mental load that you take on for the entirety of your stream, and you kind of always have to be something. Like you will see, like I stream long enough hours that there'll be times where I'm just exhausted and procrastinating doing what I should be doing because I'm just drained. That's the long eating time sometimes. But yeah, it's just part of streaming, is when you're on camera, you're on. And different people have a different thing. Like, for the most part, I'm just me when I'm hitchhiking or when I'm traveling. In fact, I can't think of when I'm not me.
Dog to hitchhike with you, so you have some company other than us.
Service or companion dog to hitchhike with Zeus. Like, a dog sounds nice, but you can't travel internationally with a pet very easily. So that would limit my ability to actually go places. Random bit of traffic. Authenticity is what makes it enjoyable to watch. I just couldn't do it. From a streaming perspective, generally having like a bigger personality is seen as a benefit, like just that endless ball of energy. But I couldn't stream the hours that I stream and pretend to be that. But one of the things I like about TwitchCon is I get to meet a lot of people that work in the industry and stream for a living. And when you go to like the actual official sanctioned parties, pretty much all of them don't allow cameras inside, which people will make fun of. They'll be like, oh, you can't stream at a streaming convention. But what that allows is like, I'm able to talk to people when they're not in character. A lot of people play a character. And talking to them in person, if they know there's no cameras on, they will be themselves, and you get to actually meet the person rather than the character, which I think is interesting. Because as soon as there's cameras allowed at a thing, then they have to be on, because as far as their community is concerned, the people that watch them, they are that character. Shakin, thanks for the 9-month resub. Is it cold? Looks kind of cold there. This is Florida. I don't believe it gets cold in Florida ever. It probably actually does. Actually, we were talking to someone yesterday. Yeah, our first ride of the trip. He was saying that it gets down to around freezing overnight in the winter. Sounds exhausting. To base your livelihood on a character you need to play. But like, to a certain extent, you know, like if you work as a server, you are playing the role of the constantly happy, kind server. Like you're playing a role. It might be different than a streamer's role. Who's someone that plays a distinct role? Like Dr. Disrespect. I know all the cancel stuff, but you know, the dude plays this like mustache bravado dude, and he has to stay in that character the whole time he's on stream. That would be a hard character to play for an entire stream day in and day out.
Privy tipped $18. Thank you. Good luck music.
Privy, thanks for the $18. reliable narrator. VTubers are usually excited and fake. But isn't that like the whole thing with VTuber is you like pick a VTuber like character form, like you create that, and then you are that character, kind of in effect you are always playing that persona. I'm sure there's some that just have that VTuber kind of, what do you even call it? There's a name for like the visual VTuber thing that you create, right? And then it's just completely themselves the entirety of the stream. Repeat the name of the brand? Red Wing. And then the model is Iron Ranger. And these are rough out leather, so there's a smooth side to like full grain leather, and then there's a rough side. These are rough side out. Is an American that only streams internationally? Jay Streezy? He streams in the US. Well, when I first met him, he streamed like in California full time. But that was 2018. But now mostly he doesn't stream in America. Are we in Corning, Florida? Yeah, I'm gonna need to do another Corning redemption. There's have the hearing of an old person. Oh, hopefully you got some good memories to go along with that hearing loss. In my head, I'm like, you went to some like sick concerts and have some hearing damage because of that, but it could be something completely different or just naturally that way. That's just where my brain went. Most doesn't stream at all. He's well diversified though. He's got his YouTube and stuff like that and TikTok and stuff like that. He's quite successful on. Internet cutout. We'll see if it actually cuts out. You really like your pants? I have multiple beige pants, but these are different from the last beige pants that were on the last trip. Beige pants while hitchhiking is just my thing. Pine Bluffs, Wyoming vibes. What? Yeah, well, we have an 8.5 hour wait there. We're very much up on the wait time here. It's getting up there. Now, the reality is because of the hurricane coming, we're not trying to get much further than Tallahassee, Florida, which is 100 miles from here. So I don't feel in a huge rush today. I would love to go more Pensacola, 300 miles, but there's a hurricane over there. If you're hiking, I understand boots. I don't understand boots while cycling. I don't understand boots while just walking. I understand boots while wearing the backpack. If I'm hitchhiking, the reason for the boots is not during the day. It's in the evening with camping. It's I like having. You can still roll your ankle in boots. It's very doable, but it does provide a bit of ankle support. And I've had my ankle saved from boots several times in my hitchhiking life. It's like. You got like overgrown kind of grass area, and it's really tough to tell if there's like random just like craters in the ground. It's very easy to step in what you think is flat ground, and it's actually at the angle of a hole, and you just like step sideways and roll your ankle. But yeah, when I'm riding my bike, I'm just like, it feels weird to be wearing boots and riding, kind of. But definitely in hindsight, This was the wrong place to get a ride to. Needle and the damage done, though. Remember last time you waited for over Forest for a ride? Yeah, Corning. Corning, California. I think that was the most recent, like, 4+ hour wait. When the rain comes in, I'm trying to use my sign to stop too much rain from going on the phone, because then it starts pushing buttons. It's only 4.5 hours. Can't say it's wrong spot yet. Like, I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. That's a long wait time, which is, like, based on the spot, like, not that surprising. But it's whether the junction 1 stop down would have been better. It has less services, but more likely to get people leaving town. But it's not the biggest town either. But we don't make it to TwitchCon? I don't know. We have ads running, so likely some people won't hear me, but people always ask that when there's a time limit on a trip, and, like, the answer is always pretty much, we'll cross that bridge if we get there. If we have to figure something else out, then we'll figure something else out, but plan A is just get there. Find a side road, I could take my bike. Another city might be better of a ride. I don't think there's really anything for a while. Well, someone said there's a junction in 21 miles. Now that's like a good ride, though. Even though I don't have chat release and watch it all on full screen. I've talked about adding that. I just haven't implemented it. I know a lot of people have, like, at least 1 or 2 lines of chat overlaid on their stream. So when you're watching on TV and stuff like that, you can just have it full screen like that. It's potentially something I'd like to implement. I just haven't yet, so there's no reason outside of that. Like, the only thing is I don't want to clutter up the screen too much. Already I think I want to change the bottom bar because it's just too much. I like how, like, Rob and stuff have a very clean, just, like, they're very much tucked down on the very bottom, but it's not, like, so drastically different color. A Floridian, lack of compassion, fellow Floridians. That's fine. It's hitchhiking. We get long waits everywhere. I don't use average wait times to assess whether a place is friendly or not. A 20-mile Brompton ride would be fun. I don't find the prospect of that fun right now. Should be rain-free for a couple hours now. All right, we'll find out. It's currently raining, but lightly. Burger King at the next exit on I-10, about 2.4 miles. Wait, the next exit has a Burger King? Is it at the gas station? I thought I looked at that one and there was, like, 1 gas station and that was it. One truck trip. We did have a box truck pull over right behind me, but I was pessimistic about it being actually for me, but he pulled over right behind me. No, he's, like, fixing his GPS or something like that. Burger King and Busy Beast gas station? That's not 2.4 miles, that's 20 miles. Push downgrade the app or update it again. If you got Android, you can just download an APK of a earlier version. Maps. I don't think I'm changing my location, but now I'm curious. You see where Busy Bee is. Busy Bee. Busy Bee Travel Center is in the next town, which is definitely more than 2. It is 21 miles. Bike route is illogical and just zigging, zagging. 29 miles. So, nearly 50 miles or 50 kilometers. Because the 21 miles is going straight down interstate, and I can't do that. It is a limited access highway. So it's 20 miles, or 29 miles rather, on legal roads. That's a 50-kilometer ride. What are a hitchhiker's rules? Ass, grass, or cash. No one rides for free, I think. So I could do twice that. This isn't a bike tour trip though. This is where I have a Brompton to logistically get around town. Aren't you cool? This is Florida. In the summer. Of course it's not cold. Is this an El Camino? That'd be fun. It is. It's 2 seats and there's 2 people in it, but... If you've been waiting 4+ hours, can we close to your destination and waiting? Well, that's the whole thing with hitchhiking, right? Like, I didn't start hitchhiking here being like, oh yeah, it's gonna take 4.5 hours. Do you see how that's an illogical statement to make? You could always say that. As soon as you start waiting a long time, you're like, well, you should have just done something else instead, because clearly this is taking a long time. But you don't know it's gonna take a long time when you start doing it. Just go back in time? Yeah, exactly. Like, if I could rewind time, I think it'd be interesting to see what it would be like to go to the next junction, whatever, 2 miles down, by, instead of biking up this road, biking down a different road and getting there, but, you know, I can't do that. Walked all this time, it would have been 5 hours closer to destination. Exactly. Why didn't I just do that? I would be closer, technically. Just fly to TwitchCon, you know, like normal people? I could, but this channel's called Hitch, because I like hitchhiking. So then I do hitchhiking. The no activity RV park next to you? A guy on a golf cart threw a water bottle to me. So that's nice. Go back in time, repeat stuff. Yeah, if I could change anything about my situation, it would have been actually turning down the ride that took me here. It was a lovely ride, they were very nice, and I enjoyed our conversation, but this is logically not as good of a spot as where we were before, and the 40 miles we got, we're not worth the downgrade in location. Usually, like, a 40-mile ride is, like, well worth taking. Like, this is a good distance. Is that 40? Maybe a little bit further, 45 or something like that. Because we were just 12 miles, 13 miles west of Jacksonville, where I was hitchhiking from before that. But I came here right after breakfast, and I've been here long enough that I'm starting to get hungry again, which means I've been waiting a long time. Remember chat, including me, said Pine Bluffs is okay spot. That's true. Yeah, there's a few gas stations, a Subway and stuff like that, but yeah, very sparse traffic. This is honestly, yeah, in amount of services, comparable to Pine Bluffs. And then we had an 8.5 hour wait there. It is kind of depressing when you're on a on-ramp next to interstate with plenty of traffic. Like, I'm seeing all the westbound traffic on Interstate 10 from here. But you have no way to, like, access that traffic. Those people are all going the way you want to go, but you have no way to solicit a ride from them legally. Quick around one of the I-75 ramps in Lake City. Wait, I-75 intersects with Lake City? Oh, outside of Lake City. Well, I'm also outside of Lake City here, I guess. So. Oh, I-75 starts just west of here. That junction would not be good. I guess you could go before that on 93. Oh, no, never mind. It's still 75 before that. It just shares its name with 93. But yeah, hindsight's 20/20. I shouldn't have gotten a ride here. I just am kind of there's no good out option to get somewhere much better, except for getting a ride. Weird spot with the two interstates. Yeah, a little bit. Usually crossroads between interstates is like, well, it's just busy. Two major roads intersect. But there's not much of that junction. I don't think there's anything. It's just a high-speed junction. I guess I should consider, like, if someone is going west and then turning on I-75 north, would I take that up towards Atlanta? Maybe. Make a sign saying town called Mobile. I don't want to go to Mobile, Alabama today because there's a hurricane coming today. I only want to go, like, We're thinking just Tallahassee, 100 miles west of here. Or maybe a little bit further, I don't know. Because of a hurricane. See, our hitchhiking yesterday actually went very efficient. Our wait times were fast. We got around pretty quickly. And today is not bad. Just getting the rain in Mobile, Alabama right now. Isn't it supposed to come in and get more hurricaney? So I think around now is when Louisiana coastline is supposed to get hit with the hurricane initially, like right now. And then it would continue up and in. We're not getting it hit from it. Like, I have a storm chaser telling me I probably shouldn't go much past Tallahassee if I don't want to get hit with the outer bands of the hurricane. 60 miles to 2 days not going to get you there? Well, I appreciate the pessimism. That doesn't help, though. Still get butter bands in Tallahassee, just not as bad as further west. Outer. I'm like, what's a butter band? It sounds kind of tasty. Maybe I want some butter bands. Yeah. Butter. That color combination, you remind me of Robin Hood at Hitch and the stance as well. Am I robbing from the rich and giving to the poor? I don't think so. I don't think I take much from anyone outside of their time and 150 pounds of extra weight. Well, no, over 200 between the bike and the backpack. Over 200 pounds of weight. That was meteorologist terminology. Yeah, no, I just thought it was like some like cool term they have for like specific bands of a hurricane. They call them butter bands. You do look like a men in tights in those yoga pants. Yoga pants? What do you mean? These aren't even my tight pants. Maybe I should be Peter Pan for Halloween this year. Where are you headed today? West on I-10. The goal is just like Tallahassee or something like that. It's just 100 miles. Because if I go much further, then we'll get more hurricane. Because the hurricane west of here. And we don't really want to be in a hurricane. So realistically, like starting early today, we started at 7, the stream. If we were just trying to do 100 miles, like that's not a big rush. But we are at, 5 hours waiting. We got another 5 hours or so before we're getting into sunset kind of time. But to go like an hour and a half drive down the road. Next ramp, need to go along Bell Road south, less than 3 miles. But I just don't think that would reliably be better. So we're going to burn a bunch of time just to get somewhere that I don't think would be any better. What does it have? A gas station. Yeah, it does have a Burger King in it, and a Hunt Brothers Pizza. How big is it? I guess it looks a bit more like travel century than the random 3 gas stations here. Been waiting a while. Next one will pick you up. All right. I believe Diane. Let's see. It's a lack of traffic, so I might wait a few minutes for the next car. But if this turns out to be true, then I got to bring Diane on all my trips. She's got kind of prophetic knowledge of hitchhiking. Surprised I have a little here. Stations, only like a restaurant, not like a fast food place, and a motel. Like it's, you know, a decent little travel stop, but yeah, very little. Wait! They didn't stop. Rude. How far is the other side safe from the hurricane? Like 1,000 miles? Hurricanes are big. We're not going to, well, already the hurricane will be making landfall in Louisiana. So we're already past the point of like missing it. Like yesterday, it's like, oh, technically if we drove without stopping from here, we could get to Houston before the hurricane shows up, kind of thing. That ain't happening. You'd just be driving right into the hurricane. Lake City going on 10 West, you're going up 75 Tallahassee. Like, the thing is, Lake City's not that big, so I was more hoping for traffic off of I-10 than people from the city. But the reality is, if you were in Lake City and you wanted to go west, you would take US 41 out to I-10, which is the next junction west of here. You wouldn't take this junction. How many Lake City is there? I think someone was looking it up, and there's a lot. So if we had to do a Lake City redemption, it would take a long time. Okay, it's about 2 hours from landfall. Oh, I thought it was like 1 p.m. it was supposed to make landfall. Okay. $5 hours? Oh, let's celebrate with a drink of water. It's very exciting. I don't have any snacks out there. I should get some snacks in my bed. Oh, there's water. That's boring.
I'm by a gas station if I want to grab a snack. Gary makes water. Yeah, it was just kind of cheap, and it's the same shape as the smart water bottles, which slide down the side. Panels of backpacks nicely. So I grabbed it, and I just refilled the tap water. But it's electrolyte infused water, as in they put salt in it. Sodium bicarbonate. Salt. Feeling lucky about the next car? Okay, if Rider Hood Jeff gets it right, then they're the hitchhiking prophet. We thought Diane might have been, but now it's Rider Hood Jeff. I'm just gonna call you Jeff because it's shorter. Sorry, it might take a minute for a car to come by to see if you have prophetic knowledge of hitchhiking. We got stranded at Lake City, visiting all lake cities across America. It's funny now that we've done one redemption trip because I got stuck in a city so long it made me miss my deadline. Now the mentality is just like, whenever you wait somewhere, now you have to redeem it. I'll just be forever redeeming myself for the minorest things. Wait, is getting to be rough here? I see. Yeah, it's getting up there. Yesterday I dropped a pickle off of my spicy chicken wrap. We could do a pickle redemption tour because of the dropped pickle. We go to different places and eat pickles to redeem myself from dropping one. You gonna make it in time for TwitchCon? Well, that's the question that I'm waiting to find out, and you are apparently waiting to find out too. Redeemer streamer? Yeah. It's like how everyone became React streamers. Now we're all redeemers. It'll be the new form of lazy content. Location or a small town? Like the from a hitchhiking spot perspective, the spot is fine. Like there's room to pull over. Traffic passes at a low kind of speed, and the line of sight's fine for when they turn. They have time to like think about it. The issue is lack of traffic, and that comes from both small town and then not enough services drawing people off of the interstate to stop and then continue driving west. Combination of things. But from a pure just like location perspective of hitchhiking, it's a fine on-ramp. It's just you need more traffic. It's too bad. So come up and give you a ride back to Jack's airport. Yeah, if I'm still here by like next Thursday, I probably have to fly from Jacksonville to San Diego. It was not allow you to change the hitching spot? No, I can. It's just I'm not sure one down would be beneficial. And then you burn X amount of time and effort and energy going to the next hitchhiking spot when you could be hitchhiking, you could have been picked up in that time. And then when you get to that spot after wasting a certain amount of your daylight that day to get to that other spot, you might continue waiting hours there.
And then everyone at that point would be like, well, maybe you should have stayed at the other spot. You could have got picked up while you're riding the bike. You might have missed your ride at that point. There's no one right answer. Hate such situation. It always feels like you chose wrong. Like, I just am, once I pick my spot, I'm just content waiting there. It's Twitch chat that like is always me like, but what if you do this differently? What if you go this differently? Like, you're just like constantly hypothesizing why it's taking a long time and trying to find a solution to the problem of waiting. I failed you? Yeah, Jeff, what the heck? But for the most part, like, my entire hitchhiking career, once I've picked my hitchhiking spot, I live there until I get a ride. And I'm content with that. Like, I don't really think about it. Where's the truck stop where we can try catching a ride at night? That is like last minute, last ditch attempt to try and get there kind of thing. So my rule is I don't hitchhike at night. And there's like one exception to that is just like, you know, I needed to try to get somewhere, and you know, we tried that at a corner in California, which I think is really, like, it had decent traffic flow for being in the middle of the night. Apparently just that Loves in particular didn't really get company, or only got company drivers. They didn't get owner operators there, and that's what I need for hitchhiking, for trucks at least. You ever do a 24-hour stream? I did a 53-hour stream in Korea on my final day of the bike tour, and then I met up with Jay Streezy Miyochi. We did a 23-hour and 59-minute stream. Which was quite the stream. Also, that's the stream that we only saved the VOD up until me, Miyochi, and Jay Streezy went out for the night, and then we cut off the rest of it. That was an event that you had to be there to experience. Was anyone here actually for that night? Okay, we got a few people that were there. It was a good time. It was a good time. Okay. Indeed was super fun. Yeah, it's a good time. Because, yeah, it was my one and only night out in Korea. Like, well, no, yeah, like, I just go out and have a few drinks. I got drunk a few times, but, like, going out, yeah, it was the only time we did that.
Alexel Pride cheered 100 bits. 5 hours is jump change in the grand scheme of the universe, so it's not a long wait. Cheers to the next 5.
Yeah, 5 hours is nothing. Let's do 10. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for the 100 bits. But yeah, in the grand scheme of the infinity that is the universe. What's 5 hours? Barely anything. Not even a blink of an eye. Remember the lonely drink sitting on the bar there? Well, we grabbed it and drank it, and then it didn't feel so lonely. It's not the safest thing to do, but anyway. Nice place to camp here, at least. Well, yeah, I did a camp near here last night, and like I wasn't that tucked away, but I was tucked away enough where I figured as long as I was getting up early, I'd be fine. And it was. It was decent. Restaurant where you joined a group and they bought you dinner in Korea. I think I remember that one. At that fried chicken place. That probably happened more than once in Korea. But that one was the one with the fried chicken place. I went in and asked if I could charge batteries, and the lady really didn't want me to. But eventually she conceded and let me. Stoked for that fried chicken place. Fell asleep when you were leaving. Yeah, set up my tent in a park, the edge of town there. Camping in Korea was usually pretty chill, like Japan. You kind of just, it's just tolerated. I spent my entire workday standing in one spot. I'm working here. I'm a professional hitchhiker. Don't disturb me at work. Cruisers were pretty good. Yeah, I liked them. Great cycling infrastructure there, and then like you were never that far from the next town with like some kind of tasty restaurant. Korean food's delicious, and I get a very big appetite on bike tours, and I thought Korea was a wonderful place to satisfy that hunger. It was good. Kids say make money standing around or something like that. Yeah, it was something like that. On the first ride on the Twitch Plays Hitchhiking trip.
Alex Ulpride cheered 100 bits. So chat, have you been good for this wait? How many of you have critiqued in the last 4 hours?
Too many.
What have we heard so far? The wrong shoes. No hat? The T on the sign is falling off the side?
It's not falling off the side. Don't critique my sign. Lack of spam hat. Yeah, people are blaming the lack of spam hat, but when I was using the spam hat, people blamed the spam hat for the long wait times. Oh, the moon isn't real. Yeah, it's made of cheese, and also we never landed people on there. Oh, and the 22-month reset.
Alex Ulpride just resubscribed for 22 months.
Thank you, Alex. If mice land on the moon, it would be gone in no time. Well, the mice, with an abundance of food, I guess they'd like rapidly procreate. I wonder how long it would take for an initial colony of mice to multiply into
Alex
just some
cheered 100
obscene.
Bits. I think Schrodinger's hat has a good ring to it. It's both the reason you're not getting rides and the reason you're getting rides.
Actually, I like, that's good. Schrodinger's hat. There it is. The spam hat is Schrodinger's hat. S on the sign is a bit weird. Sometimes my S's aren't the best. I think all things considered, that's not the worst S I've done. Oh yeah, I was saying, so like, if mice only ate cheese, would that limited diet do anything longer term? Like potentially a cheese-only diet through like a couple of generations of mice would like make them infertile or something like that, and then they just die off from a lack of specific vitamins they're missing? Maybe? I like the tea. I like doing little bloopers at the bottom of teas. This must be a viewer. How's it going? Oh, you're watching? How far you ride?
I rode about an hour here to see you.
An hour?
Yeah.
Did you get hit with rain?
No, it cleared all the way here.
Oh, did it? Because this probably isn't that fun in the rain, or is it?
It can be.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming by and saying hi. I have a new viewer book. Nice to meet you. What do you want me to call you anything, or are you going to be anonymous?
Either way, it's fine.
It's up to you.
My name in the chat is Vanishment.
Danishment?
Vanishment.
Danishment.
Vanishment.
Banishment, sorry.
Vanishment. Yeah, banishment.
Got the banana, guys. Sweet. I have a viewer book. Do you want to sign it? Get your name in there? Okay. Got the banana. It's in here. There. It's a brand new one. I retired the old one, so this is Gen 2. So just your name and anything you want to write, if anything.
Cool.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I've been watching you since you streamed from Japan. Like
okay.
Originally,
the first one, yeah. So 2019.
Yeah, so
that's a long time. Yeah, like 5 years.
Watched you ride all the way across Canada on your bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, do you ride bikes too, or just the motorized one? But this looks like it'd be fun.
Oh yeah, it is. It's lots of fun.
And thanks for the banana. I was craving a snack actually. That one's looking like perfectly ripe.
Yeah, it looks yummy.
So I'm in. Like for your sake, I guess it's good that I'm taking forever to get a ride, because if I got a ride when you were almost here, that would kind of suck.
Yeah, I've been watching you for several hours, and I was like, man, I wonder why he hasn't gotten a ride yet.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about coming down here to see you.
Yeah.
Then I was like, you know, it's like an hour, and he's probably going to be gone by the time I get there.
Mm-hmm.
But then I saw you were still here, like an hour later, so I was like, yeah, I'll just ride on down
You
there
took a chance on that, because yeah, an hour is a long time in hitchhiking terms, but I'm still here.
Yes. Yeah, I figured this is probably the closest you'll be to where I am.
Yeah, yeah.
Ever.
Are you like more south or north of here?
I'm like an hour east of here.
Like Jacksonville?
Near Jacksonville.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, then I'm definitely going further away.
Yes. I figured I'd never see you again,
yeah.
probably.
So did the hour ride out? Well, I appreciate it.
For so long.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate you coming by, getting in the book. That's immortalized because I keep the books as like a memento kind of thing. So you'll forever be in there. Thank you for coming by, and thanks for the banana. It was nice to meet you, man.
And here's the IRL donation as well.
Really?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
All right. IRL donation. Hey, thanks, man. It was really nice to meet you.
You too, Trevor.
All right. Well, so banishment?
Vanishment.
Oh, vanishment.
Yeah,
okay, with a V.
Yeah, it's vanishment. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll be looking for you. Do you ever chat or not too much?
Not too much.
Yeah.
I've donated a couple of times,
okay.
and I think I'm still subscribed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, thanks for coming by. IRL donation. Name's in the book. The banana's ready, about to be eaten.
Yes.
Good to go.
Do you need anything else? Like, do you need a raincoat or a...
Oh, I got all the stuff I need. It's just, you know, all I need is a ride now.
Yeah. Well, I would give you one. But...
Have you ever gotten someone on the little...
Just a couple of times.
Yeah, because it's compact.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, no, I would think so. All right, well, nice to meet you, man. Have a good ride home.
Yep.
Hopefully the rain holds off on you.
Nice to meet you, brother.
You as well.
Good luck on your travels.
I really need it with the slow start and the hurricane and everything. I don't have much time, so.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You gotta get past here.
Yeah, I really do. All right. Well, nice to meet you, man. Sweet. Have a good ride.
Enjoy the banana.
I will. I heard it with a B several times. Me too. It's with a V, vanishment. But we got the car. We got the banana and the Araldono. This is $100. Jeez. This is $100. That's crazy. All right. Sniped you on motorcycle in Korea. Hey, I remember you. Also, like, I had like maybe 2 or 3 people come by in Korea. So like, I remember every viewer that came by in Korea very distinctly because there wasn't many. I get quite regular people coming by in America, but pretty much everywhere else it's a bit sparse on viewers coming by. Just 50% of my viewership is US based. And Americans don't mind driving to come visit. In Europe, if someone's like 100 kilometers away, they don't drive 100 kilometers to come meet me. Globic Live with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome to...
Globic Live raided my stream with 57 viewers.
Lake City, that's where I'm at. Florida. At the start of my hitchhiking to TwitchCon trips in San Diego. I got 2,300 miles to go in 9 days. Less than that. Good times. I'm gonna eat this banana. It actually split open, I think, in this bike, so I'm gonna eat. Usually I do it from the bottom of the banana is where I open it, but we're gonna do it from the top this time. One arm hitchhike. Aldona will help with the room due to rain. Yeah, ride to Tallahassee. We'll apparently get like the outer bands of the hurricane, which will be notably wet and windy. Let's grow towards the stem, so technically the stem is the... Okay. Good banana though. It's like just the right level of ripeness. It's good. Can't post Twitch links anymore. We had this conversation on the last trip. Not particularly with you, just like whether you can post like Twitch clips and how to, because essentially the mod, the auto mod is like, hey, it's a link. We don't like that. I think you can like whitelist Twitch clip link? I don't know. Okay. You can go in here. Too many trees? Hitch is camouflaged? I am the tree now. Their banana under the tree, it's all natural. Chat is something to argue about. Yeah, they definitely would argue about that. I consider pretty much throwing anything, even if it's natural, just out as like littering. I know it biodegrades, but apparently some issues with like attracts wildlife next to the roadway and stuff like that, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Except ride the better hitchhiking spot from a viewer. Like, I'd take, not from a viewer, I'd take a ride to the next spot just to try somewhere else, but like, I don't know if I want to commit to however long it would take to ride to the next junction with that one stop with the Burger King. But no, I wouldn't take a viewer ride there. It's probably technically within my rules because it's one of the junctions for Lake City, Florida. And I always say I could take like a ride around town, just not between towns kind of thing, by my standards. No. We're at 2:30. That'll be hotter. Yeah, like one of the nice things about I guess it being variable and there's a hurricane here, it's like for Florida it's pretty mild. Like, it's actually quite comfortable being outside even though it's still kind of muggy. That temperature's comfortable at least. Yeah, for now. I don't know if like come this evening when the outer bands go out from the northeastern side of the hurricane, if they'll come out this far. Apparently out in Tallahassee, where I'm just trying to get to today, they'll get some, but it won't be that extreme. Excited to see southern US this trip. Yeah, I haven't really done like, well, for hitchhiking, a lot of the US South since my 2018 trip. Actually, this corner, yeah, I haven't been here since 2018. So the whole like Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi's in there. That kind of section, yeah, we've only been there once. I've only been there once in my life, so yeah, 2018. So it's cool. If I do have to get a ride from this lonely on-ramp to get to those other places. Warner don't like putting facilities close to bars. Like, I suppose that makes sense. see what the battery's doing on here. Okay. Same thing in Springfield, Ohio, and Indianapolis. Very far walk to find a restaurant with drinks. From like distribution centers and stuff like that. When's dinner? I guess when I get hungry enough. Like I guess what we could say is when I get hungry enough where I would want to like stop hitchhiking to get dinner, I could try riding to the next on-ramp and then spend the rest of the day hitchhiking from there. I think someone said it's 3 miles. It's not that bad.
Jesse 1978 us cheered 100 bits. If you get stuck here much longer, would you do a Lake Cities tour of us like your Corning trip?
Why not? I'm now a redemption streamer. We are constantly on the lookout for ways to redeem myself from however small my failures are. Thanks for the 100 bits. So small day cab. Not what we're looking for. Hotels where they have you stay, usually a Cracker Barrel type, and fast food. That's interesting that they actually plan around that. Like, you know, mate, I like, right? I kind of get it. If they can avoid having their drivers get drunk, they would consider that in their best interest from a statistical safety standpoint.
Seven CF just resubscribed for 10 months.
007 CF, thanks for the 10-month resub. I appreciate it. Taga. When will I be hungry enough where I need to stop and try it and get some food? I don't know. Not too long. The other one has Burger King. I don't really like Burger King. Of the super easy to find fast food chains, Burger King I think is my least favorite one. RIP, there goes my Burger King sponsorship opportunity. Count 18 lake cities in the US, just in case it becomes redemption tour number 2. It's a little ridiculous. But based on the lack of traffic flow, like, this isn't that surprising. But like, I thought for sure, like, even local wise, I'd just get someone that'd be like, I can take you to the next exit if that would help you. That happens a lot when I'm just in not the best spots. People like recognize that and they're like, there isn't much traffic here. I can take you somewhere that might be better. Because everyone going on the on-ramp, at least west, is at least going to the next exit. So anyway.
Woodsy Web just resubscribed for 20 months. Go tubing down the spring in Lake City. It is awesome at Chitacony Springs State Park. Been there a couple of times since I live in FL.
Yeah, they do that in Edmonton too. Like tubing down the river. Where I grew up, it was popular to tube down the river. Actually quite dangerous because that one has some like rapids, and usually like someone would dive like fairly regularly doing that where I'm from in the Comox Valley. But anyway, I always liked doing it when I was a kid. I should tube down another river. Whatever, if you just go first time vacation, felt like it tasted a Burger King Whopper. Yeah, of the regional burger chains, Whataburger is definitely not my favorite favorite, sorry.
Jesse 1978 USA cheered 100 bits. According to
It's gonna take a
geotarget.com, there's
moment.
20 lake cities in USA. Location: Lake City in these states: Arkansas, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington.
That's a lot of places. That's a lot of... Hold up. Maine. Yeah, no, like, you have to go to every corner of America, of, like, lower 48, kind of continental America. Let's take this off for right now. 'Cause the seat's kind of wet anyway. Alright, you go on there. Because you'd have to do Washington State, Maine, Florida, California. Like, that's all four corners there. Trucks from Target, all from Warner, not be picking anybody up. A lot around traffic, that's a no-go to start. Well, I know that. Like, if you've seen, like, the Target trucks and the Warner trucks, I haven't even been hitchhiking. Like, I don't stick my thumb up because I know they can't. Okay, all the way to Gulfport, Louisiana, we got to ride that far. Like with the hurricane and stuff, you go to Louisiana? Yeah, Storm Chaser, I was saying, if I go much past Tallahassee, then I'll start getting some of the more aggressive northeastern outer bands of the hurricane. Here's a Warner truck, speak of the devil.
Rincon 805 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Rincon with the 15 months. Thank you very much.
Street Spirit 2 just resubscribed for 2 months. Rooting for you from inside a comfy room.
Street Spirit. Glad you're in a nice comfy room. That sounds cozy. I'm a little jealous. Thanks for the 2-month resub. But as far as Florida is concerned, like right now it's actually quite pleasantly just not hot or cold, which I'm kind of surprised to be in Florida in the summer and neither feel hot nor cold. Did someone summon Slacky? But yeah, on this trip, Slacky can't send me, you know, in random directions. This is a self-led trip, and apparently when I'm self-led, I get stuck on day 2 of the trip. Maybe it should have been Twitch Plays. North for Mandy. Look, Corvette. Give me a wave at least. So the sign down there, like, had the good spot to pull over because it's like a nice soft shoulder to pull over on. It's like properly flat and gravel and stuff like that. It says no parking on right of way. See, when I think of like the phrase right of way, it's like something that gives you the right of way, like the road or something. I don't think of like, most places when they have no parking signs, they just say no parking, or it just says no parking on shoulder. I feel like using specifically no parking on right of way is a weird way to word that. Being stuck here is better than going backwards. Like, yeah, I guess that's true. Getting the corn tattoo. The goal is to get it at TwitchCon weekend somewhere, somehow. Right away is the government-owned area past the roadway. Is that what that is? Right of way is the legal boundary of the road. Oh, we might have a crew of ATV riders come by and pick up trash around
here. They
here.
have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
Vance Force 1 with a gift sub to Slacky. Look, Slacky wasn't even subscribed. Slacky. Welcome back. X feet from the center extends past the edge of pavement. The right of way? I'm even more confused now about what a right of way means. But like,
Racing Cowboy
legal definition wise,
subscribed for 20 months.
Because I'm within a certain amount of feet from the center of the road. Racing Cowboy, thanks for the 20 months. Legal right established by usage or grant to pass along a specific route through grounds or property belonging to another. Property line on the road. So how far off the road that it is still technically, oh, this is Werner too. Max sustained winds are 9 miles per hour, camping no problem. Tis but a breeze. Yeah, 150 kilometers an hour, so easy. No worries. Just come pick you up and drive you? No, it's against the rules. People are more than welcome to come by and say hi. We just had a viewer come by on a cool motorcycle, and I have a viewer book. They can sign the viewer book, and sometimes people bring me like snacks and stuff like that. Like one of the classic memes is to bring me a banana. Really old school meme, that one, from 2018.
Jesse 1978 us cheered 100 bits. Hitch a ride on the lawnmower lol.
They're just actually like actual ATVs, and they just like strap a garbage can on to the front of it, and then they just have those little grippy like long handle things where you just like press the trigger and it grips, and they're just like ripping around going like doop. TwitchCon starting the deadline. Registration day is Thursday, the 19th, but the convention actually starts on the 20th. Schedule? Well, not really. Like, I have to average like 250 kilometers a day, or 250 miles rather, which is a lot more. And we've done 0 today. you go. You get to see the ATV mans do their ATV garbage. I feel like someone's going to go back along this way. Or this one's going to come up this way. Yeah, they're going to come up this way. Might see another one too. So you watch House of Dragon, do you catch the new Ring of Power? I never even finished the first season. I just could not get into it, and I love Lord of the Rings. I was quite sad about that. That's probably something I'll end up watching eventually when I just don't know what to watch. I'll just finish the first season, and I heard the second season's a little bit better. I get asked to throw my banana out. He already went past. You like Lord of the Rings? That's good because it isn't Lord of the Rings? Well, it takes place in Middle Earth, just in a different... call them eras? No. Different age, right? Lord of the Rings takes place in the third age. This is second age? Better look at rest areas. Like a big service area with, like, my issue here is lack of traffic. Everyone going past me is going west on I-10, and I suppose that mix of traffic is probably decent. There's a lack of it. So yeah, anything that would just reasonably have more traffic leaving to go back on the highway from that junction would be better than this, for obvious reasons. Drawing Tom Bombadil rings back. Spoilers. My man Tom Bombadil's in Rings of Power. It's a very weird character. When I used to commute to college, I listened to the Lord of the Rings in audiobook format while I was commuting to school. And I loved it. It was really good. The whole Tom Bombadil thing was strange, so... It seemed reasonable that I didn't include Tom in the films. There's The Hobbit I can watch all day and not lose interest. Usually I am someone that's just like takes it as it is and like isn't really upset by things, but I didn't really like The Hobbit that much either. I started loving The Hobbit, like the start of the first one was really good and felt like that magic was there, but like what people commonly say online in that, you know, they took a small children's book and turned it into 3 feature-length films. It didn't need 3 films. Love triangles a bit much, yeah. There's several things that just didn't feel like the vibe. Oh. Hey, thanks for stopping.
Far, but I'm going to 75.
If you could just get me to the next exit, there's like another gas station and fast food place and stuff there, that would help me out.
Okay.
So before I hop in, actually, so I make a live video documentary about hitchhiking. I have a camera. I don't have to point at you.
Okay.
It's just on me as I'm going. Is that okay to have in here for just the one exit?
Face, you're good.
I can put it out the front window?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, thanks, man. Do you want my stuff in the trunk for the one exit here?
Throw it in the back seat.
Back seat? I do have a small bike. Your car looks clean. I don't want to get dirty.
It's a rental car.
Oh. All right, we don't have to try and ride to the next exit. 75 is good. That junction isn't good though. Rental car. God, it takes me a while to get all my crap together. So much. Thanks for stopping though, man.
Oh, no problem.
Actually, he doesn't want anyone around
Usually when you got a bunch of stuff, you're not trying to rip me off.
No, not trying to rip you off. No, nothing.
They might try to rip you off and jump out of the cars. It's rare when I pick up people, so I don't know.
Well, it's a kind thing to do that most people never will do.
You can adjust the seat.
Sounds good.
If the door don't open, I had my grandson yesterday. It's got a child safety. You just let the window down, or I'll come around and let you out.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Let me know when you're ready. So what kind of documentary are you doing?
Just past the 6.5 years, I've filmed what it's like to hitchhike in like 30 some odd different countries.
Oh wow, I want to see that. I was thinking earlier, it'd be fun. I wished I had a friend going, and I had friends to do this before. Just you don't have to be anywhere any certain time. You would just hitchhike and just take your time in one place.
Yeah, I do like the lifestyle, and I like all the different people I get to meet from all over the world, kind of thing.
You need me to turn this off?
Oh no, you're good. But no, I'd been there a long time, and it didn't seem like the worst spot, but there's a lack of traffic.
Here is, on this next stretch, on Tallahassee,
yeah.
It's not a good.
No.
It's going to find a hard place.
Where? Sorry, go ahead.
You can get a little bit past Tallahassee, you can have another dead stretch. I call it. You get to Pensacola, then you go check.
Okay.
I don't know how far you're going, but
San Diego.
okay.
Yeah. Other side.
Love San Diego.
Of the California cities, it's my favorite. I like that city a lot.
I did too. Me and my best friend when I was younger, we used to go there all the time.
Yeah.
We'd stay at the Hotel del Coronado.
Okay.
I don't know if you know where that is. It's out on the beach area.
Okay, yeah.
And then we would ride into Tijuana and just be stupid. And
have a good time, yeah. Where are you going up 75 right now?
I am going to see a friend. He's in Tifton, Georgia right now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's a missionary from my church. I knew him when I was still a resident of Florida. I sold my house, but I was back visiting friends. I'm staying with my daughter in West Texas right now.
Yeah.
But I'm missing Florida really bad. The people are really nice where I'm at, but it's cactus and sand. That's all there is.
Cactus and sand, okay.
Desert area, and I'm so bored there. There's nothing to do. Here, you got all kind of state parks. You got the beaches. You got the theme parks. You got all kind of stuff to do all the time here.
Okay.
Kind of like Southern California.
It does seem nice, and like the people that picked me up and drove me here yesterday, they were going camping, and they were telling me all about this place, and it sounds really nice around here.
Oh, there's a lot of nice places to camp, a lot of places to go. It's a great place.
But yeah,
Florida is a good place to live.
Because 75 is just one junction after this, so, and that junction I can't hitchhike at, so this is as far as you can take me, unfortunately.
Well,
yeah.
If you're going to let you off here, there's nothing here. You sure? Yeah,
there's this junction here.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. I was there for like 5 hours, and I'm like, this doesn't seem like that bad of a spot, but that's a long time. It's just nice to have a change of scenery. Yeah. So I'm happy. He helped me out.
But yeah, 75, you've got to go left into Lake City.
Yeah.
Or something. And past there, you're not going to get much until you get to Tallahassee or something like that.
Yeah, about 100 miles, so to Tallahassee.
There's a few spots here and there that, I mean, like this you can stop at.
Because I'm for like travel stops, if they have like a few gas stops, some fast food and stuff like that, it pulls people off, and then that's where I can get hopefully a decent ride.
What is your name?
Trevor. What's yours?
Lawrence. It's nice
Lawrence.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Well, I wish I knew how to see your documentary. I'm interested in seeing
like, so this is all live broadcast is what this
Okay.
is. So people watch and can watch a day in the life of someone hitchhiking
Oh, okay.
every day of the trip. So
that's pretty cool.
if you
How do
can
you
remember
watch it?
2 words, you can find me. Twitch is the
Yeah.
platform this is on,
Right.
and my channel's called Hitch. Twitch, Hitch, they
Oh,
rhyme.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, just Google those or anything, and you can
Twitch
find me.
Hitch.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find those tonight when I get back.
sounds good. And
pretty
even
cool.
through there, you can talk to me through that. You can say
Yeah.
in the chat room there and be like, "Hey, I picked you up earlier." It's
Okay,
Lawrence.
well, my name's Lawrence. Yeah, Twitch Hitch. I'm gonna pull down here so the police don't see you get. Sometimes it is illegal to hitchhike. Just so you let you know on the interstate. So.
Yeah, I can't. There's a sign that's like no pedestrians. I just can't go past that sign.
Yeah.
I talk to the police a lot because I've hitchhiked. Well, every state except for Hawaii, I've hitchhiked
Okay.
through.
Well, maybe you'll get to Hawaii.
I'm hitchhike there, you
Just
know?
do not
It's a tough
swim.
one.
Do not try to swim that far. That's the only thing I'm gonna tell you.
It'd be a little bit of a swim, yeah, wouldn't it?
Here, I'll let you out over here. I see
Sounds
you
good.
coming. Have you eaten? I'll be glad to buy you some lunch. or
Oh, it's all
something.
good, man.
You sure?
I appreciate just the ride and the conversation.
And I'm so sorry I'm not going any further. I enjoy talking to you.
I was just being like, why has it been like 5-6 hours? Like, usually it doesn't take that long.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Switch, hitch,
Twitch.
Twitch, hitch.
Twitch, Hitch, you got it.
Yep, I'm gonna look you up.
Sounds good, man. Well, again, it was a pleasure.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Might have to let the window down and get the door open.
Oh, yeah. So the rental has a child lock on?
I'm guessing. I don't know what it's doing.
Oh.
Let me come around and get it. Then.
Wait, no, I just had to, no, wait. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Sorry about that.
It's
Make
all
sure it
good.
stays unlocked so you get your stuff out of there.
Yeah. Alright. Okay.
Trevor was your name?
That is it.
Really great meeting you.
You as well, man. Okay. That. And that. That is all. Alright. Have a great drive. See you, man. Very short ride. This is where we're talking about riding to potentially. And it does look like a busier kind of junction. I'll show you in a sec here. Let me just move the bike a little bit. So we're just in the middle, also blocking a handicap parking spot, so that is not 100% ideal. And I was hungry, so I'll just eat, unfortunately, at Burger King. He did offer to like buy me a Burger King or something like that, but yeah. I can't afford the Burger King. If people insist on like buying me something, like once they say like 3 times or something like that, I'll eventually accept, but by and large, I can take off my protective hat for the time being because we're going inside and it's obnoxiously large. This is what you guys had protecting you from the rain. Well, we made it. It was like 2.5 miles down the interstate or something like that. So, pretty successful day of hitchhiking. I think it's time to go to bed. Okay, just switching you guys on to shopping cart mode, bicycle mode. There you go, you're now on a bicycle. Do 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 do. Okay, this does look probably busier. So, we'll see how this goes, but it's likely, I didn't see the Burger King when I was looking this up. I only saw the Marathon gas station. And in my head, I'm like, this doesn't seem that busy, but this might have been the right call from the get-go, and I might have made a mistake going to the other one. But that's just the way she goes. So I'm not going to regret it too hard, but squeaky right now. What do I want? I want to try the fiery bacon pepper jack royal crispy. Bell beef Whopper with cheese is the standard. I've had Whoppers. I just don't like Whoppers that much. There's just something about them that is like, I find mediocre. Get that chicken sandwich? Alright, let's try it. Just gonna YOLO this chicken sandwich. Hi, could I try the fiery bacon pepper jack royal crispy meal? That's a mouthful.
Number 7. Fiery crispy sandwich.
I was looking on the, I don't know, the one on the far right. Is that different? Is it the same? I don't know.
Oh, you want the?
Yeah.
Okay. You want that as a meal? You said.
Yes, please.
Small, medium, or large?
Small's fine.
Anything else?
That'll do.
All right. It's going to be $11.28.
Sure. Thank you.
We'll have that right out for you.
Sounds good. I just noticed on the menu, it has like a scale of mild to wild, and the fiery bacon pepper jack royal crispy menu is like on the wild side.
Overall, look at this sand, just this heavy wall of water flooding continuing there. Pretty much up the
Wall of water.
Mississippi River here as we enter up the next 24 to 48 hours. Here's Thursday afternoon.
I just watched Day After Tomorrow, like also a few weeks ago, and there's distinctly a spot where they're like, there's a wall of water heading towards New York City, and that's what that made me think of.
From Little Rock, St. Louis, southern parts of Missouri, we're going to see some devastating flooding possible here as we head throughout the Thursday, even in the early parts of Friday morning. We're going to see practice. You can download our AccuWeather app for the latest. If you want more AccuWeather ahead, coming up.
Tattoo decided. Cornge. I don't actually know 100% yet, but I think it'd be funny to get the cornge emote. Why do I have a pimple? It bothers me every time I see it. I've had it for like 3 weeks. Got a crown? They have a crown on every table. Like, honestly, it kind of gives each table like a little bit of, like, it's cardboard, but you know, a little panache. Good, 52.
Yeah, I'm going to try again.
Thank you.
Yeah, who did?
Want sweet tea maybe? Is that sweet? I'm a little intimidated because like I like spice, but like I have a white Canadian boy level of spice tolerance. I'm a little bit intimidated. Easy on this. I put sweet tea in here and it comes out room temperature, so you kind of need a good bit of ice. Why people Florida spice isn't very spicy. Yeah, that's fine. We're about to find out. Has anyone else had this chicken burger? If you have, what has been your assessment on the spice level? Zero, 8, 1 out of 10, 3 out of 10. That is very wildly different numbers. One moment, please.
You're certain it's level 5, are you? For imprint? Certainty matters. For Imprint is your home for promo gear to wow clients and inspire your team. Check out forimprint.com. For Imprint, for certain.
It must be the sauce then, because that's not spicy. Let's get in a little further and see if we can get some sauce in there.
We are continuing to track Francine, monitoring this storm, already producing.
That's suspiciously not spicy. The VODs are now published. Thank you. I appreciate it. You got editor access now. I swear this isn't spicy at all.
From Francine on Tuesday, Governor Jeff Landry has a message for residents as Francine is set to bring dangerous impacts to the state.
The problem here in Louisiana is that after you've been through 4 or 5 category 4 or 5 storms, you tend to think that, a category 1 or category 2 is maybe akin to, say, a thunderstorm. We had a number of tornadic activity in the earlier part of the year. And so
I still get it. It's just a chicken sandwich with bacon now.
we want them to stay vigilant. We want them to be prepared. Maybe our hope is that nights and days about it, that they feel that they are prepared for it. So again, we can always go into this, check it twice and be prepared. And again, I would remind citizens out there that during the storm and after the storm, we want you to stay put. Because again, we put pressure on our first responders and those utility companies that are out there trying to make sure that the services that you need are put back in place as quickly as possible.
Hurricane warnings remain protect ahead of Francine expected that.
Can I see it?
And joining us right now is
Always looking on the stream. You see, I just hitchhiked for 5+ hours straight. I'm hungry.
It's tracking north. It's moving a little faster too.
It certainly is. And now we're only 70 miles away from the Louisiana coastline. Landfall is just a couple hours away. So, team living in the southern parishes of Louisiana, especially, final preparations must be getting to completion at this point. Only a few hours to go. The storm right now is a strong Category 1, right on the cusp of becoming a Category 2. It might get there, it might fall short, but it really doesn't matter at the end. The impacts are going to be the same.
Yeah, let's take a look at this storm with radar because
I'm right next to the TV giving updates on the hurricane.
so we've been talking about that.
Right after 5 hour mark? Yeah, we got a ride.
Pattern for severe weather.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of lightning around that eyewall. Earlier it was near the western eyewall, now it's along the eastern eyewall. And in fact, just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour and quarter along that eastern eyewall. And that's a little bit elevated.
Do they evacuate oil rigs in the path of a hurricane, or do they just hunker down?
Yeah, and this storm is also east off. If you take a look at the water vapor, where you can see that it's backing south in this wet puddle, really setting off that dry air from the west.
Yeah, look near the center of the storm. You can see a whole lot of that tan color, that orange color, indicating that the storm is doing a good job of cutting off some of that dry air. Some of that in a little bit earlier this morning, which may have, kept the intensity down a little bit, which is certainly a good thing.
The skeleton screw stays on, they do? Okay. Depends on the strength. If it's a really strong storm, do they evacuate completely? I guess. That would be the... I think that'd be kind of terrifying. Like, you're very much alone out there. Like, on an oil rig in a hurricane, if there is an issue, no one is coming. They ain't coming out there in a hurricane.
And so, while there is a decent winch here, we're not going to see the storm get torn apart before it makes landfall.
And this storm is interacting with the jet stream as it heads throughout the middle of the week. That's going to help steer this storm, and we are concerned about some flooding rainfall.
We are indeed. This jet stream is really going to add a lot more.
Coast Guard did some crazy... I watched a movie with Ashton Kutcher. It's a bit older. And he trains to be a rescue diver, a Coast Guard rescue diver. But can they go out in hurricane strength winds? Like, they go out in storms for sure, but like Guardian, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, Costner. I forgot his name, but that's the one. Would the rescues middle of a terrible storm? But a hurricane, will they?
Thank you so much, lead hurricane expert Alex Da Silva. Of course, we're going to check back in with you in the hour.
Coast Guard flies prop planes in the hurricane, see how strong they are. But that's different than like doing rescue operations in a hurricane, right? Like, I said to give you my lug and you still got a ride. Did you really? Just checking time by time how you're doing to decide to see if I could help. Hold up. I must have not. Thank you for the. Wait. Yeah, 20. Was that right before I got picked up? Yeah, I don't think I thank you. Thoroxin. I might have said that wrong. Thanks for the 2-month reset. I was going to say, oh, ads are playing. I shouldn't read this out right now. But you subscribed, so you wouldn't be hearing the ads anyway. Dry thoughts, Trevor. Dry thoughts. I started writing sub message for like just 20 minutes or 20 seconds before you got a ride. Gets to work in advance. Oh, okay. All right. I see. Thank you. Thank you. You willed a ride into existence.
Shop the sale today. All DRV long backs are now on sale, and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's DRVback.com.
Honey, you were so right. I just noticed this last night. I said I got to and my slip dress. It's gonna be big. Oh, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Poshmark. Want to explore? It's easy with the Poshmark app. Download the start sign today. Selling at home at the same time. That's why we work with Home.
This is very variable, the point they go out at. Won't go out if it's literally going to kill them. Well, yeah, I just don't know what the limit is. Like, the search and rescue helicopters that they would, like, have someone jump out of and then get hoisted back out of, like, there must be a limit. What is that limit? Offshore and weather, when you can't get helicopters and they don't want ships near the platform. Like, that makes sense.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful feelings. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CPR system right to your door. And if you qualify, it will be no cost to you. Shipping is free and will even...
Google did not specify a limit, saying Bailey that stopped at weak hurricane strength approximately. Okay.
Back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-510-7560. That's 800-510-7560.
But that go no go decision must be like quite stressful from a search and rescue perspective, because I would think as a search and rescue professional you would have great motivation to want to save someone's life. If it's like a situation like someone for sure will die if I don't go out and try to rescue them, that's a lot of motivation to be like, I should take a chance and try to rescue them and save their life. But at how much risk to your life kind of thing. A lot of people who put themselves in those situations too. Yeah, it's reasonable.
2024, you're seeing a list from 2018.
Like, I've made a lot of questionable decisions in my life. When I've gone really far out into far away from civilization, I travel with a satellite transponder. The one I used back then was a transponder thing. The mentality was like, when I'm in the middle of the Australian outback, if I got caught out there with no water and I'm gonna like die, I could, you know, ping off satellite and SOS with my location and get rescued. Same for when I went up to the Arctic Circle of Canada in winter. But like, the amount of shame I'd feel if I had to push that button due to my own stupidity is pretty high.
Financial compensation may be available. That is a devastating intestinal disorder that may result in lifelong injuries or even death prematurely.
I need ketchup. I'll be right back. A watch with emergency beacon. Yeah, I've heard of that. Isn't that it might be more now, but I think for a while it was they're famous for their aviation watches. What's the watch I was thinking of? This is what you guys tell me to do every single day in the Netherlands. No, you're in Netherlands. You gonna smoke weed? Are you gonna do
I'm just gonna get some ketchup.
Well, I mean, the universe gave them the number, but
Alright. Let's take here. It's gonna bother me. I used to be into watches. It's like, wasn't the famous model like the Navitimer? It has a very busy looking dial. They all serve a purpose. Maybe it's a different name. Why can't I remember? That wasn't the one with the satellite transponder. It's like just their famous one, I thought. Breitling, yeah, that one. Ah. Spilt fries everywhere. Tragic. They call it's the Breitling emergency. Just looked it up. Yeah. I'm telling you, I used to know watches. There was a time I couldn't remember the brand, the name of it. I just remembered the other watches that brand made, I guess. Oh.
Fine lines and wrinkles. $18.95 price is the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com.
Is it storming out there yet? No. It's very common mild veining right now. There's just a light breeze. It's rained on and off for most of the day. It's been more off for the past hour or two. Never seen you wearing a watch. Do you have any interesting watches now? I stopped wearing watches when I started hitchhiking. I didn't have interesting watches. I just had an interest in watches. The thing about watches is a lot of the most interesting watches cost a lot of money. I like the style of a lot of watches, and it felt like the one accessory that a guy can always wear that is appropriate regardless of the situation. Like, different watches are more appropriate for different situations, but you can always wear a watch. But when I started hitchhiking, my mentality was, well, how I describe it is I wanted to look clean but not wealthy. I didn't want anything on me that made it look like I had a lot of excess cash or things that would be worth stealing. And a watch quite often is something that's easy for someone to pawn or something like that. So but I think I was never interested, although I had some, in like quartz movement watches. I find like mechanical and automatic mechanical watches just mechanically beautiful. Like how they function is kind of mesmerizing.
Miwok, Louisiana. Now, Aaron...
Gain muscle mass during the break after scoring tour. Did I? No, because I wasn't active enough to gain muscle mass. I was fairly sedentary. So if anything, I put on a little bit of weight in my stomach. It was weird to see. I was like poking it the other day, and then Sarah was there, and I'm like, I think I got a little bit of cushion. I'm not used to seeing. So then we played with it.
Has really started to pile in here over the last hour or two. I think they're all morning. There was absolutely nothing here just a couple hours ago. Now, if we can really access the road there, there's a couple of vehicles back here. It's unknown if those have been abandoned for quite some time, or that the tiers just didn't have time to evacuate all of their belongings. But nonetheless, those are going to get submerged by water behind me. And I think it's continued. There's three homes here being interrupted, and that one short close continues to get closer and closer to this area.
Just how fast you can see there how it goes into a raging river. And I know you're talking
Like me, the consumption of alcohol and its reaction effects are quite interesting.
Can you dive a little bit deeper into
Like,
impacts that we're expecting here as
interesting as in like you enjoy experiencing them, or like you enjoy it from like a witnessing kind of perspective? Because like that sounds like an educational way of saying I like getting drunk. Did you sleep in the tent last night? Okay. Question. Why is tent in quotes? Your question was, did you sleep in the tent last night? I feel like you just insulted my tent. What's wrong with my tent, and what makes it a tent? In my opinion, those are very unnecessary quotes. But yes, I slept in my tent last night. Do you do the hitchhiking for a living? Yeah.
And that's what we're doing here on the spring side of the store. So we have cereal that on the west side of the storm as well. Now,
That's the same question because I couldn't find the VOD. It has been posted now. It should be up. But yeah, it wasn't up. Yeah, I camped last night, so I rode to that on-ramp that we were at for like near 6 hours today. I had 10 minutes before it got dark of hitchhiking. Didn't get a ride, obviously. And then right across the street from that diner I went to breakfast at, I don't remember what it was called now. Anyway, that one. There was a little tucked away bit of grass that I camped in. Huddle House, that's the one. What's up with my network variability? It's insane. It's all over the place. Why is my Verizon not doing anything? I'm almost done, and then we can go out and hitchhike some more. Across the Gulf before the hurricane comes through. It's already there. It's on the news. They had some guy live on location in Louisiana, showing the storm surge. Like it's there. We're not. There's no getting past it before it comes now. In New Orleans at its doorstep. Or it's at our doorstep, sorry. Yeah. So as much as I'm just like, this hurricane is logistically annoying for me, for a lot of people, this hurricane is definitely like property threatening, if not life threatening, depending on the situation and where they're located and everything. So me complaining about logistics is like the most minor thing in the world. I'm just trying to get to a convention because I like hitchhiking. In the grand scheme of things, this is the least consequential thing. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this out, then we can go hitchhike. Okay. Hitch during the storm, people more willing to pick you up. Something level higher. It's just, I can't keep tech from frying itself in those conditions, because wind and rain together is just essentially impossible for me to protect from this kind of stream perspective and keep things charged. I guess the strategy would be like, if I was cell phone streaming, just have multiple cell phones that are fully charged, turn one on, because I won't be able to recharge it. The recharging will not happen once everything gets wet. But phones themselves are water resistant. I couldn't have any accessories attached onto it. Like a wireless mic wouldn't work and stuff like that, because the receiver needs to be plugged in, and that would not be waterproof. And then the port wouldn't be waterproof. But you just keep swapping between phones, and then just when they die, switch to the next phone. Pulled over for you today? Yeah, I got like a 2-mile ride. Alright. Pop right in that Burger King crown. 2023.
They are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Guthrie, and I found a new way to support my health. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is working for everybody.
I was 270. I'm now 140.
Might work better there. That's the hope. It looks like it's still a smaller kind of travel stop, but it looks busier than the one I was at. I don't think it's worth actually riding the bike. I could just push it over here and then the on-ramp's right there. It was kind of good. Right on. As long as that ditch isn't actually like, see how deep it goes, and if it's actually waterlogged, I might have to come back. All right, I gotta see if I can cross this ditch. Looks a little deep. Stay. Alright, that's fine. No, just cut it. So I think it's fine. This may be a silly idea. So I'm carrying a bike across this. Nice. Okay. A good spot. I like this. Skip. Can't just go back to that sign though. Okay. Get you guys on the tripod. Have less than 5 brake horsepower. How many watts is 1 horsepower? I don't think anyone has 5 brake horsepower. Something from like a cycling perspective kind of thing. Isn't it like 2,000 watts or something like that? Oh, is it just 700? Okay, never mind. I am incorrect. Okay. Stay. It's a good spot. It's not the busiest traffic in the world, but it's probably the same or a little bit more than the last spot. And it won't be a bunch of Warner trucks that can't pull over. Now we are right before the 75 split, so some people might be going north or south on 75. But that's why we got our I-10 sign. One nice thing is I am within eyeshot of this rather busy looking little travel stop here. So people might actually see me as they're getting fueled up or Burger King or whatever. And that's good because they have time to actually like kind of really think about the fact that, oh, there's a hitchhiker, maybe I'll give them a ride. But they'll have like minutes to process that, where a lot of times people are just driving past. The 5 seconds at most they have to like see a hitchhiker and think about pulling over in their car is just like, it's too fast. They've probably never picked up a hitchhiker, and like, it seems like a big commitment. They can't process that in 5 seconds. Hey, I said there wouldn't be Werner trucks here. The second vehicle is a Werner truck. The heck? Now I sound like a liar. Oh, we have votes going? It's nice. We went from like no timer, no votes, no nothing, to like, do we have a timer and a vote? Why 2 of the rides pop back around to get you? That's a fair assessment of it. They needed time to think about picking me up, and they were willing to go well out of their way to U-turn, come back, and then U-turn again, come get me. It's like the last spot. I think it's gonna be better. Which would mean my last spot, because I had the choice of going to the spot we were at before, or like maybe an extra 1.5 miles of riding from where I was before, but I could have come here yesterday evening as well. And already from my initial assessments, it's not super busy, like as far as the number of cars driving past, but I think it's gonna be better, which means my call to go to the other one yesterday was a mistake. I'm a slacker today, busy. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Although I appreciate the help from people that want to help moderate the channel and help do things, I try not to be demanding ever, because this is all volunteer. People that want to help the channel beyond just being a viewer. And I appreciate that a lot, and the stream would not be what it is without an entire team of people that help me with a ton of things. But I try not to demand a lot. We in a new place? We are. Like 3 miles down the road from where we were before. Gray stuff in the trees behind them. Is that the Spanish moss? I should have refilled my water bottle. It's not that hot, so I still got, I don't know, half a liter. Oh really? Wait, I still got picked up at this same exit a few years ago. It took me 2 hours, but got a truck ride. Nice! Well, now I'm even more optimistic about the spot. So I guess we're trying to at least get a ride to the next town. There's another, like, it's a small travel center, but a travel center there. But like, ideally further, Tallahassee is kind of what we're going for. That would be about 100 miles. Next to the Busy Bee? Yeah. Wait, Isolate is the other hitchhiker's tip, but only did one trip. Did you hitchhike? I think I saw a little bit of yours. Did you hitchhike from Florida to, was it California? I think I tuned in once or twice as you were actively hitchhiking. But it's not very common that someone's like, hey, I've hitchhiked at that spot before. This is how long it took me. Like, that's a novelty for me to hear. Oh, to Seattle, corner to corner, nice. That's a good trip. A couple big streamers that live near there. Here? Lake City, Florida? What do you mean near here? Near can mean many things. That could just mean Florida. Near Destin. Am I near Destin? Sign over this says you're going the wrong way. It's fine. Like, it is kind of confusing, and so that they put the wrong way sign near the middle of the ditch, separating the correct way, which is this way, and going up the off-ramp, which is clearly the wrong way. There was another spot like that I found very confusing recently. Oh, in Edmonton. I turned left you get onto the Anthony Henday, like the ring road around Edmonton, and then on the left side, like, there was a concrete median, like, you know, 2 feet wide maybe, and then right in the middle of that was a sign facing this way that said wrong way. And it's for if you were on the off-ramp, which is right on the other side of that little 2-foot concrete median, you're on the wrong way. But the sign is also sharing its signage with the on-ramp. You know?
28 months could just take 3.111111 babies.
Repeated, of course. 3.1111 babies. A blip on the body's radar. Thanks for the 28-month resub. That's too many babies. Bah. Long way for a long while. Stream helps keep an open mind and just never quit. Hey, Spicy Taco. Got the stream some kind of positive outlet. Thanks for sharing. Destin is over by Pensacola. Oh, okay, so. Well, Pensacola is 300 miles west of here, so still a bit of a ways. Past Crestview, it's directly below it on the beach. Yeah, I'm not sure if anything's changed, but like today we had fellow streamer and Storm Chaser RL, Nathan, say that in his opinion I shouldn't go much past Tallahassee, otherwise I'll be getting like the outer bands of the hurricane. So like, let's say I get picked up by someone going well past Tallahassee, I would love to go further and get, like, you know, on average I have to do 250 miles a day. I'd like to get my 250 miles in, which would get me close to Pensacola at that point, but I'd have to assess whether that's good or not. Global instinct to blame on a lack of rides. I do feel like my average wait time has drastically gone up in the past couple trips in the US. But like hitchhiking to Vegas and last year and hitchhiking to San Diego the year before didn't feel so bad. Like, we had the occasional long wait time, but like nothing, we weren't breaking records or getting close to record length time regularly. I think America in particular is more polarized than it's been, well, I was going to say ever, but that's a bold statement. In recent memory, more polarized. I feel like people like other people, like strangers, a lot less than they usually might. The boots you're wearing? These are Red Wing Iron Ranger boots in a rough out leather. There's a truck about to turn up here, so it's waiting to turn left. When there's a clearing between cars, I'll come and give you a better look. Tried the spam hat today? I have not. I should have a boots command, actually. It comes up, well, it's come up twice today, so it happens frequently enough that it'd be good to have a command for it. I don't mind answering verbally, of course, but still. I could balance, that'd be ideal. Here they are, boots. So they're Red Wing Iron Rangers in a rough out leather. They have a gray rough out leather. This ain't that. It's some kind of brown rough out leather. I forget the exact name. Getting to the track in person, most people chill out, but getting to do that is a pain. Oh yeah, like still when I do get rides, and I always do eventually, it's just on average, I feel like I've had to wait longer this year. It's like starting in the Hitchhiking to the Streamer Awards, like we really struggled to get rides in February, and then the Twitch Place hitchhiking trip went through entire periods where like just waiting 2+ hours it felt like it became the standard, where my average wait time worldwide is like 23 minutes or something like that. And my saying is I wouldn't consider it a long wait time until over 2 hours. For 2 hours, but they wouldn't be like every day. Potentially multiple times a day. Because yeah, for the longest time I was just being like, you know, in the grand scheme of hitchhiking, we can do like statistical analysis and do averages and stuff like that, but any individual ride can just take a long time or it can be really short. But it just seems like we're having such a high percentage of exceedingly long wait times that it's something that you can actually potentially start to look at thinking about drawing conclusions. Or maybe not conclusions, but like something's different. Which isn't really a conclusion, it's just like there's a change and then you can hypothesize about what that change is. Your shirt's because of the color of your shirt. Okay, but I only got the shirt for the European TwitchCon trip, and that trip was the fastest hitchhiking. I don't think I waited more than like 30 minutes for any ride, and I got really long distance rides regularly, and I got there a day early. I'm usually very much just like I try to get there on registration day, not early, not late, on that day specifically. And on that trip, I'm just like, this is going way too smoothly, and I was stressed because I got delayed by 2 days because British Airways lost my luggage. By the way, I wasn't getting a
12 minutes. Unacceptable. Get a bigger thumb.
Yeah, Alex. You need a bigger thumb or something. Thanks for the 100 bits. I'm supposed to get like 600 euros of compensation, not because they lost my luggage for 2 days, but because they got me to my destination more than, I don't know, like 6 hours late or something like that, which for an international flight requires a certain amount of compensation. This is prime ink, they can't stop. I just checked before I left this trip because I have like an open file with British Airways for my compensation for my flight situation, and it's like, oh, your case is still open. We're working really hard to try and get it sorted. Charge, we're gonna get, in not too long, we're going to kill another mic, and I'm gonna charge this one in the meantime. Okay, there we go. turnaround time of like 6 months on those, because they expect you to give up. But I don't think there's any like give up button. It's just like it's been submitted, and it's now their responsibility to respond. But maybe the average turnaround time is 6 months. It could be, and then at this point we're only a few months in. Working? Like, in one way, they probably have a... Oh, I just saw my network blip off. Okay, but I guess the other cell network connections keeping it together. Anyway, when I filed, the reason I lost my luggage is because I think it was Terminal 5 at London Heathrow. I think I was Terminal 5. On that particular day I was traveling, no, they didn't decide to, but they happened to have a big issue and they lost a bunch of people's luggage. It made the news. So they probably have a ton of claims all in the same kind of couple days there. Just bought one of Sarah's paintings. Which one did you buy? Good idea, Mikey. With Qatar, over 6 months to get compensation for delayed wheelchair, and they also damaged it. They didn't want to pay, got it at the end. Well, I'm glad you got paid.
Vanishment This World tipped $5. Thank you.
Vanish for the World, thanks for the $5 donation and the tunes, the jams. It's nice to hitchhike to music.
Vanishment This World just resubscribed.
And
for
the
10
resub
months.
as well, the 10
It's
months.
banana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's cool. So that was you're the first viewer to come by on this trip. One of the things I like about hitchhiking in the United States is I have viewers come by quite regularly. It's something that I invite and encourage people to come by and say hi. Like, I can't take rides from people, even though they offer them frequently, but I am more than happy to have you come by and say hi. And like, if I'm hitchhiking, I'm a little busy, so I can't talk for that long. But it's still cool to meet the people that are interested in the stream. So thanks for doing it. We're getting a little sprinkle of rain. If it picks up too much, I'll have to put the hat back on you guys. Wow.
Vanishment This World just gifted 10 subs to the community.
Vanishment with the 10 gifted subs, is it? Man, you're... This is a long list of things I'm thanking you for now. We got, thanks for coming by, saying hi, signing the book, giving me a banana, IRL donation, resubbing $5 media share with a banger, and 10 gifted subs. I've probably even missed a couple categories to thank you. Thank you very much. If you're gifted a sub, welcome to the Twitch Hikers. Man, the name's so much shorter now. For the last trip, it was the Twitch Plays Hitchhikers, because we were playing Hitchhiking. Well, you guys were. I was merely the avatar that you controlled. Hitchhiking Lake City? Yeah, I'm at a different junction now. I got to ride to the next exit. Which, like, of course, a longer ride would have been technically better. I think I got to put the hat on, you guys. But I was curious if this one was going to be much better. Because I decided to go to the other one. One sec. I missed the time. I was gonna get my sign out for it, but it's just a darker, rainier looking cloud here. Free hat. Free hat.
Alex Allpredate shared 100 bits. We stylish as heck now. I love
Yes,
this
we are.
hat. Thank
Yeah, that's rain. Oh, I didn't throw my banana out either.
Privet tipped $12.52. Thank you.
Before my seat gets wet. Hey! This is a lot of rain. I need a jacket. Oh, that's so much. Ah! Alright, close the slope. Close. Oh, that battery's getting drenched. Ah! From 0 to 100 real fast there. I'm just gonna stop pretty soon here. Yeah, it's already slowing down. It looks lighter over there. It's just this darker patch here. See, it's not windy here, so we can just like reactively cover things up. It's fine. Not everything needs to be covered up, but some things do. But if it's windy at the same time, then just everything will get soaked no matter what. Sign will be ruined. Yeah, cardboard starts to degrade when it gets wet, so. Rain made hair look better? You didn't like my hair? I'm insulted. A requirement of the stream is you must like my hairstyle. I am offended. Yeah, it's still coming down pretty good. Do 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 do. No spam hat. The strip, like the spam hat, is for keeping my scalp from burning from the sun. As I get older, I'm getting thinner and thinner hair to the point where like I'm just gonna toast the heck out of my scalp. Do 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 do. I swear this is gonna pass real soon. It's like nice and bright over there. We're just in a little dark spot here. Fun day. They flashed their lights and gave me a little honk. Keyword little honk there. A little honk I consider supportive. A large, like a long blaring.
Alright, do it again.
Okay.
Okay.
You happy with it? Just seemingly our internet blip that happens so regularly. Ah. Hey, what is that? Some burrs around me. So I was squatting and my back of my leg was pushing into my calf. I'm like, why does that kind of hurt? And these hard burrs that I was pushing into my calf. Birds don't usually stick to your pants. Yeah, true, true. Do 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 do. Bring him a laminated sign. Like you can, you know, kind of make your own by just putting like some packing tape over it. Like probably. State trooper. See if we have an issue with the state trooper. But often the state troopers are a bit more re-y than a lot of the local police.
Engie 99k tip $25. Thank you.
Engie. Thanks for the $25. What's this? Yeah. I'm in. I'm blaming it on the rain. He pointed like he's turning somewhere else. Blame it on the rain. It stopped. Mostly. I'm gonna put my jacket away. Dry it out for a second. Okay. Get the phone back out. Oh. So I feel like I only recently properly learned this. You know how some people don't have a sense of beat? Like me and Sarah, I want to learn how to dance. Just so when I go out socially, like I can have fun and dance and not be like worried about being competent at it. Just like not like good, but just like fun good. Anyway, we had songs going, and like, you know, a part of dancing is like moving on the beat. There's a beat to songs, and then for a reason I was just like getting Sarah to try to like, you know, just like tap her hand to the beat, and she just can't find the beat of songs. That makes the cam wiggle quite a bit. Well, it's just gonna grab wind a lot more, which is why once there's wind and rain, it becomes very tough to manage. But then since then, okay, so I'll be like, Sarah, can you start, you know, like, what's the beat of this song? Well, she'll mostly refuse to do it, because she knows she's not exactly good at it. But I'm always curious to see what she's trying. Should practice that too. Okay, so you can learn that. Things have no rhythm. Is that true? Well, like, you know, I can at least tap my foot to the beat. Is Sarah streaming right now? She probably is. It's probably that time of the day. There's probably people telling her that I was saying how she has no beat. There's a lot of carryover. One of the silly ones is whenever I talk to a woman, apparently Sarah starts getting DMs about how I'm a womanizer. That one's pretty funny to me. Like, I can just, like, I'm friendly to everyone. If you've watched this stream, like, you probably know I'm friendly and happy to talk to anyone. But apparently being friendly and talking to a woman is womanizing. Report snitches? Oh, no one snitched yet on me saying there's no beat. Well, now they're probably going to. I've called it out. Needle felting a ghost. Ah! Yeah, when we lived in Victoria, she did a few, like, needle felting things. She made some really cute little dudes. I don't even remember what she made. But I'm sure we still have them somewhere. I don't know if they've been put up yet since we moved. There's the state trooper. He doesn't care. That's good. Car sounds like it's struggling. Two other streamers were a couple. Someone's watching both at the same time. We call them double agents. I suppose we probably have a few double agents here as we speak. Blame it on the rain. Wet and distressed. I'm like a little wet still, but everything dries really fast here. As it rains on and off all day, it seems. It just likes to do that, at least since I've been here. And it rains, everything will get wet, but, like, you know, the road just seems to dry very quickly. The bike makes you look scary. I'm sorry that you're intimidated by a bike. It's just physical exercise. So it doesn't have to be scary. Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
I make a live video documentary on hitchhiking. Do you know hitchhiking?
Of what?
Autostop?
Oh,
Is it 12 minutes? So the thing is, either of these networks should be able to hold the stream together, but they're not. And one will cut out and the other one should hold it together, but it's not doing that. All that pelling, what if my legs fell off? That's true, you know. There's some there, the human body is like a battery. A non-rechargeable battery, and the more you exert yourself, the more you drain your battery, and then you die. That's not true at all, but there's some people that think that. Excuse me, what? No, it's like people that are like exercise is bad for you because it exerts yourself and that makes your body tired, which is clearly part of the aging process, which makes you degrade and die. We have a finite number of heartbeats, and that was dictates when we die. So yeah, if you work really hard and your heart rate goes up to like close to 200, like it's beating like 3 times what it should be beating. You're gonna die 3 times faster. Math, that's how it works. Appear involuntarily moistened. A good way to describe wet from rain. It was involuntary, can't confirm. This on-ramp's much busier than the last one. We'd have like several minutes between cars on the other one. This one's pretty regular. It's hard to read off of that phone. What kind of Brompton do you have? Not many people will think you're a crackhead. Well, there you go. Bikes aren't scary. They won't think I'm a crackhead, apparently. It's a P-Line. C-Line is the basic, well, it's still not basic, it's a cool bike. It's the full steel frame version. The P-Line has a few lighter weight components. Brings down the weight like 4 or 5 pounds. And why I got the P-Line and not the C-Line, I would have, budget-wise, just gotten the C-Line, even though it's heavier. But you can get on the P-Line a 12-speed drivetrain, where on the C-Line you can only get the 6-speed. I wanted more gears. Which means the spot I chose to ride out to last night was a mistake, which I am liable to make. But yeah, I prefer not to. C-Line? Oh, C-Line. Like the letter C space L-I-N-E and P-Line. And then there's a T-Line, which is full titanium. And like, I think the base weight on it, without any accessories on it, is 17 pounds. Mine's 23, I think. And the C-Line's like 28, 27. I really wanted the T-Line, because it's 17 pounds is really light. Oh, like just hoisting that around would be so nice. But it's $9,000 Canadian for the T-Line, the super lightweight one. Speed's really nice. Yeah, the gear ratio on the bike, I like it, and the between gears, the step is reasonable. I heard on like the 6-speed, like every time you change gears, it does a big jump up. It's actually the highest and the lowest gears on the 12-speed compared to the 6-speed are pretty comparable. But there's just much smaller gaps on the 12-speed. You can change the cassette to bring everything down a bit if I wanted more climbing gears, which I probably will at some point. Because like the lowest climbing gear isn't that low. Like if I was gonna do some proper hill climbs, I'd want another couple gears lower. So I will donate for the new bike soon. I really think they don't have to pay me, but Brompton should just give me the bikes. Like, I'm promoting the heck out of Bromptons. Just because I objectively think it's a good product. They're just cool, alright? Maybe they look small and dorky to some people, but I think they're cool. My agent reached out to them and they just have an affiliate program. That's all they have. That's all they offer. Just give me a T-line. Stop promoting for the free and they will. I didn't get it to get a sponsorship out of it. I wanted it to incorporate it into hitchhiking because I think it'd be fun, and it is. So for me to protest them not giving me a free bike, by being like, okay, then I'm not using your less expensive bike. So you get no free promotion. Like, that's not what we're going for here, but still they should. You don't want electric T-line? I don't want an electric bike at all. That's not to say I won't ever want one, but I like doing things under my own power. I find it satisfying. But I don't think there's any other fold-up bike that folds up near around the same small compact size that does it as like conveniently and efficiently, like a Brompton. A lot of the fold-up bikes, like, yes, they technically fold up, but it's like more of a process and more of a pain, so it's not something you want to do all the time. Rob catching strays. Hey, Rob has bought a non-electric bike, and I think his last tour was non-electric assist. Now, Rob is a competent cyclist. So I gotta take this out, because this is just a very humid environment this battery's hanging out in. Blame it on the rain. Ooh, that's at 16%. I'm gonna have to change that soon. And this bag is now very wet. Ah! Go in there. That's all. Have thought about a Brompton Ironman where competitors have to take the bike the whole way? They did. They've done like an actual official like Brompton race, and everyone was like, I think they're supposed to be in like kind of like business attire. It's like a commuter kind of bike thing, and they start with their bikes folded up, and they have to unfold their bike and then race however long. I think I saw a clip. Anyway, it looks fun. The response to you, we keep kissing their ass. But the thing is, everything I'm saying is, like, I'm not doing something to appeal to brands. I just like a product and I use a product, and then I'm like, you know, you should give me a product so I can promote it. But currently that's not happening. Is that kissing their ass? I don't know if that's what that means. Hope it doesn't start raining. It already has been raining. It just stopped. Came down pretty good for all of 10 minutes. Maybe less than that. It's kissing whose ass? Well, apparently he's saying someone makes a good product is kissing their ass. It's news to me. Brompton race looks hilarious. You found it? I wasn't making it up. It's real. I don't know if it's like a regular thing or it's like a one-off silly race they did, but it looked fun. They did it yearly for a time. For a time, that means they don't do it in this time. Sad. Unlike Robert Sugar CD, Hitch is made out of Canadian steel, so he will rust, not melt. Does Rob melt in the rain and I rust? What does that even mean in this situation? Brompton World Championship 2024 with 500 racers? Oh, there is! No way. Huh. That'd be fun. Now, I suppose a lot of people that are just like, you know, excellent cyclists in peak shape would just join the Brompton World Championship race for fun. So like, that's something I'm like, oh, I should join them. That would be a great time. But I'd probably be, well, just bottom of the barrel. Actively look for sponsorships for you? Yes. I'm just hard to sponsor because I don't have presence on other social media platforms. Twitch, it's really easy to get sponsorships for video games, like playing video games, and like for computer peripherals and accessories and pre-built PCs and stuff like that. But if that isn't relevant to you, and you start reaching out to brands that aren't really like in the gaming sphere, a lot of them haven't even heard of Twitch, and if they've heard of Twitch, then they think of it as the video game platform, and they're not willing to take a chance on like paying out for a platform that I don't understand. So if I had an equivalent sized YouTube channel, I almost certainly wouldn't ever have to pay for any equipment, and then I'd probably have half my income would be sponsorship revenue. Because brands understand YouTube. They've worked with them before.
When no games, just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
We don't know games. Thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch hikers. I appreciate it. Just think an equivalent size YouTube channel would be. You correct me if I'm wrong. In my impression, but I don't have that much experience, I think it's easier to experience like getting 100,000 followers on Twitch. I think is harder than 100,000 followers on YouTube, because the discoverability is better on YouTube, and because like when you're watching YouTube videos, like you watch your 10-minute video and then it recommends videos, and then you click on a video and then you watch that video, and then it recommends another video and you click on another video. There's this cycle to it. Twitch doesn't really have that, and it's inherent in its nature. It's just the discoverability is much harder on Twitch. Just put your VODs on YouTube. Long-form VOD content doesn't perform well on YouTube. Like it's fine to put it up there, and I'm streaming on YouTube right now, actually. So in that way, yeah, the VODs are on YouTube as well. But that doesn't really provide growth on YouTube, the VODs. Editor team put content together for you and post on TikTok and stuff. I had an editor that did all the posting and everything. But it was 1,000 euros a month, and then I took a break from streaming, as I tend to do, and then I had 1,000 euros a month of expenses when I had no income. Should farm with Pledge. So I thought of all the other social media platforms, because like I'm known for having good clips on Twitch. So I'm like, oh, if we just like edited, like really lightly edited the my most popular clips that have been on Twitch. Some of them would probably play well on like TikTok and YouTube Shorts and stuff like that. And we did that, and they didn't really. But I don't understand the internet very well, so. New streams via raids, group content with other streamers, and word of mouth. Yeah, so it's hard to get found from streaming. Like, probably the best way to start on Twitch and get discovered, per se, is if you already somehow are friends with someone that's successful on Twitch. So then you're a regular on their stream, and then maybe you start your own stream and go from there. Or if you don't already have a friend there, somehow make your way into a successful streamer's friend group social network. But as someone that's like reasonably successful on Twitch, I'm not one of your top streamers, but I make a living off of it. What I just described there kind of puts you on edge meeting people that are meeting you because of their knowledge of you on Twitch. Because it makes interactions sometimes feel like someone just wants to get to know you because it's transactional. Yeah, they're looking for the publicity that being in your, like getting rated and stuff like that from you would get. But like that's a lot of stuff is like transactional kind of relationships. When I was going to school for business, there was always like, you know, networking events where people from the industry would come in and have like booths, and supposed to go up and talk to them and make an impression, and then they know your name, and then when you apply for that co-op resident position kind of thing, then they already know who you are. Like, oh, that guy seems decent, and they'll like give you the co-op position. And that co-op experience when you finish your degree will mean you finish with a degree, but beyond that you actually have some industry experience, and then you get your job, and like it's all just kind of fake. That shows how your networks are set up. Like this is a very basic setup, so I don't have a good network setup for phone streaming. It's an internal SIM on a S24 Ultra cell phone and a SIM hotspotting on my S22 Ultra to my phone. So there's two networks bonded together. It's the same thing. Yeah, like I just struggle with the inauthenticity. Wait, inauthenticity? Is that a word? How inauthentic it is. Like everyone's meeting and being super friendly, but it's all just like a business transaction. And I did when I was in business school. Like I hated the networking events, and all just felt so fake. And then like I love TwitchCon and like socializing at TwitchCon and stuff like that. But like you can sometimes tell that someone's coming up and talking to you, and it's transactional. But it technically is like a work convention. I've historically gone there for fun, though. All people who get super lucky. Oh, to like make it on Twitch and stuff like that? Yeah. Like how I became established was the combination of things, including a good bit of luck. There was definitely luck involved. Jarvis think you're mental because you look like you're talking to yourself? Probably. I don't get to interview people to ask, though. Like, I feel like it'd be very interesting if somehow I could interview everyone, just like a couple of questions, every person that doesn't drive past, be like, I don't even know what I'd ask. As you could say, why didn't you pick up that hitchhiker? Most people would be like, I would never pick up a hitchhiker. It's just like, that's it. That's the whole line of it. But for people that are like, not the flat out, I would never pick up a hitchhiker, why not this one? I think it could be enlightening. What was the luck that happened? So yeah, when I started, I had one follower. It was my mom. So I didn't have any like social media that I was just like, hey, follow me kind of here. Like I did post on my personal Facebook once, but that's it. And I naturally experienced a little bit of growth from just, well, like probably a decent amount of growth in a Twitch kind of sense from just people scrolling through what was the IRL category, now just chatting, and now kind of IRL again, but we're still just chatting category. Anyway, because I had a stream that was like fairly clickbait. It was like Hitchhiking America, day whatever. And it was exactly what I said it was, but it's clickbait in so that it's just weird on Twitch, and people would be like, there's some dude hitchhiking, and my thumbnail would be a freeze frame of me like with a cardboard sign hitchhiking somewhere. So I got a lot of clicks on a very low viewer number stream, which is hard to do on Twitch, because if you're playing a video game that everyone else is playing, like if you're one of 1,000 people playing Fortnite live right now, how do you stand out from 1,000 other people playing Fortnite? Like, what is special about a Fortnite stream? Are you really good at the game? So is most everyone else on Twitch. Do you have an endearing personality? That's great, but someone still has to click on your stream to discover that in the first point. Like it doesn't get people to click on it. My network did its blip, but it didn't say it fully disconnected, so hopefully it didn't. Anyway, so I had some initial growth from that, but what really boosted my numbers was some clips that happened. So the luck aspect, me hitchhiking and getting picked up by interesting people. That is luck in a hitchhiking sense. Those people doing something apparently noteworthy or mentionable that people then clip and then choose on their own volition to post on other social media platforms, notably like LSF, Livestream Fail subreddit on Reddit, and those clips being very strange for that platform and performing quite well and driving a ton of traffic to my Twitch stream. First found you riding in a gravel train car on YouTube? Like hopping freight? I've never done that. Reddit's peak troll content? Well, so speaking on like Livestream Fail subreddit, I've been on there many times over the 6.5 years I've been streaming, and every time but one, I've been very positively received there. And people are like nice to me there, and I'm like, that's cool, because when I've gone there and looked at other people's clips, it's a very toxic place. The only clip I had that got posted on there that people were just like tearing into me is when I had like a police interaction in Italy, where the police were telling me I couldn't hitchhike on the Autostrada or whatever it's called there, but I was before it was the Autostrada. I'm like, see that sign that says Autostrada? That's the Autostrada. I'm here. That's before. I can hitchhike here. Anyway, back and forth. At some point, they're like, stop-o, or they wanted me to stop filming, and I said that. But I think you should be able to film the police. And it's not like I'm trying to like point the camera at them and get the content that way. It's, I think police interactions should be able, you should be able to record police interactions for like, so everyone actually acts proper. Like a lot more police are wearing like body cameras now, and I think that's good. It gives oversight. Like if effed up things happen, then you see what effed up things happen, and you can actually not just get hearsay, like people's recounting what happened. But anyway, they told me to stop the video, so all I did was cover the camera, but kept the audio going. Wow, that car, that like hurt my ear. That was really squeaky. Because I wanted to at least keep the audio of this police interaction, because I didn't think they were being accurate about what class of road I was on. And then, you know, they saw that and they're like, "Stopo el video," which was funny. But anyway, that got posted, and then people were mad at me for apparently filming the police. I don't know, there was a point I was trying to make about the whole Livestream Fail subreddit. Anyway, generally I've found it to be a toxic place when there's a lot of clips pointed there. Although it's a lot of kind of like circle jerking, like posting the same kind of 10 streamers and their interpersonal drama between other streamers. But then there's a lot of interesting stuff on there either as well. That's better. See frequent LSF2. Like, I'll occasionally go on there and just see what the current heartbeat of, it's pretty much like Twitch focused. I guess now occasionally I'll do like some YouTube and kick people because, you know, some people left Twitch or were forcibly removed from Twitch. Go north, there's a major hurricane hitting New Orleans. I'm not going to outrun a hurricane. It's going to go hit the coast and then continue moving inland. Honestly, it's better to stay on the coast at this point because it's already hit the coast. And so that it'll go past there sooner rather than later than trying to probably drive the same speed as the frickin' hurricane's going and then just draw it all out. Ank with the 6-year, 4-month followage. That is very early into my streaming. About to make landfall? Wasn't someone saying the eye of the hurricane was making landfall or something like that? Or I don't know. Coast is 100% flooded. It should be good if it dies down. Well, I-10 doesn't go right on the coast. It's inland a bit. But yeah. We will see. I feel much more optimistic about my potential to get a longer distance ride from here than I did at the last spot. So that's good. But so far we've gone all of like 3 miles today. So started watching in April, followed in May. Yeah, that's really like April 10th. 10th? 20th. 10th. That was my first day, 10th. I think. But if you go to like info on my stream, it says I streamed in March, I think, because before I started the stream, I just like tested live streaming by pushing feed to my Twitch ingest for like a minute. First thing you said on your first day? The VOD's still there, you can see that. You can go back to my very first actual stream in Port Angeles, Washington State. April 10th, 2018. Nice shoulder, eh? Yeah, no, it's good. It's kind of exactly where I'd want to be. The on-ramp's nice. People turning left have to do a full 90-degree corner. People turning right, it's a more of a swooping kind of corner, but they still pass me going pretty slow. And then there's a good shoulder behind me, so it's pretty ideal. I has to be over 50% over land to call it a landfall. Okay, that I didn't know that. The more you know. That seems strange. It's like the eye wall has to, but then so the middle of the storm, like the very smack dab middle of it, has to be over land for it to be considered overland or to have landfall. And see now Cat 2, 40 miles southwest of Morgan City. This one's very weak. The eye wall is big and washed out. But isn't Cat 2 like not particularly weak? Like sustained 90-mile-an-hour wind speeds? Like 150 kilometers an hour? That doesn't sound weak. I like the color of your truck. Sarah would too. A nice light blue. I tried today or not yet? We have, but it was like 3 miles, if that. Waterspout in Gulf of Mexico, south of Biloxi. Waterspout would be very interesting to see from a safe perspective. A couple trees, power lines, area. Cat 2 isn't going to do a ton of damage as a whole. The water and flooding will. Okay. Yeah, I am not very experienced in hurricanes because I'm from the west coast of Canada. We don't really get those. We get what we call pineapple expresses, and it's like a tropical rainstorm of some sort that comes out from like more South Pacific, and we get them in the winter. And the only reason I remember that is because I used to ski every winter, and on the coastal mountains, we could have our entire ski season wiped out by a pineapple express storm, because they'd come up and it's carrying quite a bit of warmth in that rainstorm with it, and it doesn't get cold enough for it to snow in the mountains, so it just rains for a couple days really heavily and just destroys the snow base. More hitchhiking? Of course, this is Hitch after all. First thing he said was, "I'm live." Okay. That sounds about right. But like, you know, I didn't really factor into like that people would look back on my first stream as a VOD kind of thing. I'm like, this is a live content. People have to somehow find my stream. I asked my mom when I first started streaming if she could pull up the stream and just have it up on her computer somewhere, just so I had technically one viewer. That's perfect. I'm live. Okay. It was a very, like just knowing how I was when I was younger, the decision to, I'm going to start live streaming hitchhiking was quite a bold one for me, because I never had any interest in content creation or social media. But what triggered that was like a failed relationship, where I was just like, well, now what? My life was one way, now it's very much in transition again. And I'm like, well, I've wanted to show people what hitchhiking is like for a long time. Let's do it. Okay, I'm going to switch over to this input and turn this off. Okay, why are you doing this? Either of my networks should be able to hold this together.
Twitch app just released an update.
Was it any different? want to see if I can force this to switch to the internal cell thing. Because right now, it's only Wi-Fi, dude. No, they're both... what? They're both putting out like 2,000 bit rate. That was like... Huh. Bit rate's all over the freaking place. But they're both like trying to bond. So now he's in Salt Lake City. That's just Lake City. Yeah, no salt in this lake, just lake. Yeah, if we were already in Salt Lake City, Utah, that would be insane. Also, I'd be way ahead of schedule and get there way early, theoretically. Twitch is salty enough? Sometimes, yes. Yes, it is.
Akirax36 just resubscribed for 23 months. TwitchCon is gonna be lit.
Wait, are you going? Hey, Akira, thanks for the 23-month resub. You gonna be there? It's a long trip for you. Road Ranger. But yeah, I think this will be a good TwitchCon. I am optimistic. Just looking forward to seeing streams from it. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, it's a big trip over. Well, you're in luck. Jay Street is going this year. He once again said he wasn't gonna go. I say that because he, in my opinion, gives some of the best TwitchCon coverage of anyone on Twitch. I think if you want to see what it's like at the actual convention, he'll go like and properly check out everything in the entire convention and show that on stream. Oh, we're starting this trip. What's the logic behind it? Yesterday. What's the logic behind it? Every TwitchCon I do a trip out of getting to. Usually hitchhiking, except for one, TwitchCon Paris, where my girlfriend and I rode a tandem bike to. I stream hitchhiking along this bicycle touring, so it just kind of fits with my content type. It's fun for me to actually like, most of my trips historically have just been like, I'm just gonna hitchhike around here and see what happens. It's fun for me to like actually have to get somewhere with a deadline and then something fun at the end of it. But also stressful because hitchhiking with a deadline is tough because it's not up to me how fast I go. Miami, Houston. They're gonna drive right into the hurricane in a Greyhound bus. That doesn't sound very fun. Where did you start? No, where did you start? I answered that for, I thought it was when. Okay, no, I didn't answer that. Jacksonville, Florida. So like 16 miles east of here, not very far. Only been picked up 3 times so far. Streezy gets up before most other streamers, also walks the campus, tries to poke around security. He's got some cool stuff doing that. Yeah, no, like, his shtick has always been he's the first one streaming, so if people, especially in other time zones, are like, oh, it's TwitchCon, let's go check it out. He'll be the only one streaming really early, and then once he already has that initial viewership, like, he becomes the top TwitchCon stream, and everyone that, as it actually opens, joins to go see what TwitchCon is, will just join his because it's the #1 TwitchCon stream. And he's done quite well with it. so many mosquito bites. But he's done that for years now, and now other people kind of do the same thing.
1212 just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Poppers.
Like some other RL streamers will start trying to start streaming like really early in the day. And yeah, now he's kind of like, he's not the only one doing the same strategy. iMac, thanks for the 8-month Prime reset. Another Corvette ride? Will you visit my friend Daryl in Inverness? Like, isn't that Scotland? Maybe. Ride from last place, reposition to new place after lunch. I got a ride from last place, but just to the next exit, this one, which is a busier exit for sure. Or busier on-ramp. So, upgrades. Inverness is above Tampa? It's pretty far. Damn, Americans stealing European place names. What is there, like 8 Parises? Pari? Let's do some squat and read chat from here. Oh, this is gonna die soon. I need to swap batteries. %. Got picked up by a weirdo kidnapper. Auto-locks his car doors. Like, could that happen? Sure. Is that likely to happen? No. Am I worried about it? Not really. Doesn't really provide any value to worry about statistically unlikely things like that. Thrown some of your car driving by? I think since I've actually been properly hitchhiking, I've only had one person ever try to throw anything, and they like flicked the coin out their window at me in Quebec, of all places. But when I was a kid growing up, like there's this road we'd walk down frequently that was like a fairly busy road and just like a hard shoulder on it. It wasn't the best for walking down, but anyway. Someone threw a slushie from 7-Eleven at us once, which was much more consequential than a coin. Doesn't it hurt when people pass you by? Like, emotionally? I don't see how it could physically hurt. But like, everyone driving past is technically going the right direction. They're going somewhere west on I-10, that's what the sign says. And that's what this road is. So it is kind of like dealing with minor forms of rejection all day long. But like, I don't know, I'm just used to it. Beer ball at me at a Halloween party because I was dressed up as a Popeye and you thought I was doing stolen valor. Jeez! Yeah, okay. That sounds dramatic.
Tilla7YL just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Vote yay, twin vote yay.
To lie... I'll say Talila, but I feel like there's not the first L. I would say your name. Thank you for the 11-month Prime resub. Yeah, I'm probably just slow. Tehila? Ah, there we go. Thank you for clarification. I appreciate it. Tehila, thanks for the 11-month Prime resub. Thank you. We go up there.
Okay.
Both of my networks are very capable of holding the stream up on their own without the other network. And then when I look at them, they're both bonding and encoding effectively. And then they just randomly cut both of them out at the same time somehow. What's the point of bonding my networks if they don't make up for the other one? It bothers me. I love the Korea biking trip. Was awesome. When you're next time out at the States? Well, I'm Canadian, so I was in Canada for a bit, and now I'm in America for TwitchCon, then I'll be in Canada for a bit. And I don't know what my next trip is. I have not planned that. But some people think, like, the trips I plan have, like take a lot of planning. Maybe most people don't, but I think some people think there's a lot of planning involved in these trips. Usually the idea for a trip quite often is only a couple weeks before the trip actually happens, and the flight is booked like within a week before I leave. Things are planned very last minute. Going on the Europe Hitchhiking Trip Redemption Tour. Are we doing? Well, you could say that from COVID, we were doing a big hitchhiking trip all around Europe for like 100 days, and that got cut in half because COVID shut the world down. So we could try to do that again. But like outside of the world shutting down, when I was doing a trip there, I don't think we've had a Europe trip that needs redeeming. We've accomplished our goals in other trips. Only I thought you threw a dart at a dartboard. I think that'd be fun to do at some point. There's some places you just really can't go. And you're likely to just throw a dart and it hits water as well. Which was more fun for you, Norway or Korea? Interesting question. Difficult answer. Because like geographically, landscape-wise, Norway is, I'm convinced, like, I was gonna say the most beautiful country in the world. But like, you know, there's some other very beautiful places. So anyway, the top countries for natural beauty. And cycling along the west coast with all the fjords for like, I don't know, how long was I in Norway for? Cycling north, like a couple months. It was absolutely spectacular. I don't think I've enjoyed cycling more anywhere else. So I lean towards that. But what I didn't really have that was interesting in Norway was like any kind of like culinary delights per se. I mostly ate like meat, cheese, and bread and chocolate milk. And I love all those things, but it isn't exactly like exciting and trying new things and fun in that way, where I definitely had that in Korea. And then the cycling was enjoyable on top of that, and they had great cycling infrastructure. So, like, I'm still leaning towards Norway because I'm a big, like, natural beauty guy. I just love being in beautiful places. But that really doesn't downplay how much I don't want that to downplay how much I enjoyed Korea. Once he starts talking, he doesn't read chat. Yeah, I'll pick a question and then like read it out loud and then answer it for as long as I'm answering it. I don't really look at chat.
Only Apple's just subscribed with TwitchCon.
Oh, my apples with the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch Hackers. I appreciate it. What kind of apples you got? Have you done Italy yet? I've hitchhiked through a part of Italy. Crossed from the Mediterranean coast of France into Italy and then kind of just went straight across, kind of northern-ish Italy. And across. Eventually to Venice and then into Slovenia, Croatia. Nobody else hitchhikes on Twitch? I'm not the only one that has ever hitchhiked on Twitch. I think I'm the only person that regularly hitchhikes on Twitch and has hitchhiking as a focus on what they do. But there's been many people, in fact, like a lot of the adult streamers that you might know have at least hitchhiked once for the content. In fact, we had someone in chat that had hitchhiked across America from Florida to Seattle live on Twitch. And actually hitchhiked at the spot and said it took them 2 hours, but they found a good truck ride after that. A country in Central America? Like, go to one? Any in particular? If it's a country that has like is considered more on the dangerous side, and I'm not trying to just say all of Central America is in some way, shape, or form dangerous, but I'm more leery on hitchhiking somewhere if it's considered to be more dangerous at times, and there's a hard language barrier that I'd be reliant on like Google Translate to actually have a proper conversation. I felt totally fine hitchhiking in Japan because it's Japan, and I feel the same in Korea because it's Korea. I didn't hitchhike in Korea, but I bike toured there, and at some point I think it'd be fun to hitchhike there on a trip. It's not a very big country, so it wouldn't take that long for me to hitchhike around, but still. But yeah, with the language barrier, it becomes a lot harder for me to like assess the situation and react accordingly because I'm missing a lot. I think the scenario where biking somewhere rural and an issue with your bike, like a punctured tire. Yeah, no, I've had punctured tires in rural areas, but a punctured tire isn't so hard to fix. I had one just outside Kenora, Ontario, and I got a puncture. And the puncture before that was in Winnipeg, but I didn't even have my gear with me. I was just doing a Winnipeg city stream, so I didn't even bring my bike tools or anything like that. So I got a puncture, and that happened before I even started the stream that day. So I left my stuff at a viewer's place that met me the other day or the day before and let me crash at their place and stuff like that. But anyway, so I took it to Mountain Equipment Co-op to just get them to fix the flat, and they did that efficiently and fast. I didn't find out until I punctured my tire just past Kenora that they must have used like, I don't know, a freaking impact wrench to put the my through axle back on. Because when I tried to take my wheel off to take the tire off and then take the tube out and replace the tube to fix the puncture, it was completely seized on the through axle. My bike tool just broke. Language to access interesting does help, you know? Like, it's not about like, it's not that it wouldn't be interesting without knowing the language, because you can use technology as a crutch to have a conversation where one wasn't possible before. But I'm thinking of it more from like a safety perspective, because a lot of how someone communicates is like, it's what they're saying, but it's also how they're saying it. And if I don't even know what they're saying, like I can't be figuring out how they're saying things at all. So I could say something into Google Translate, and Google Translate would translate it quite innocently. But how they're saying it, but I actually knew the language well. They could be setting off red flags that I'm just not aware of. And realistically, like if I knew Japanese and stuff like that, I probably wouldn't have taken that ride with the jumping okay guy in Japan. Because I'm pretty sure if anyone knew Japanese, he was like triggering all kinds of red flags, but like I don't know that. I also very much had my guard down because it's Japan and everyone's just rather kind there. I never really felt in danger, like someone meant me any harm. What happens if no one offers you a lift to this location? What do you do? Well, like, from 10 years of hitchhiking 2,300 times, like, I know I'll get a lift eventually. It's not a matter of if, but when. But if you specifically mean, what if I don't get enough rides
$15.
in time to get and the jams, the tunes. Oh, let's wait for these cars. Oh. Where's the battery? 1 sec. Switched power switches. Okay, it keeps connecting and disconnecting. Are you gonna keep doing that? I can take this off for now, it's not raining. I think we're back on the mic. What's our uptime? We're probably getting close to the time this battery will die. I'll have to swap it over. $10.5. Okay, yeah. Because the first one died at 5.5 hours, so we're about to lose it. So actually, I'll probably just switch it over right now after these cars. Wild Camp Snow rides given? Not every night, but I try to most of the nights because I honestly prefer doing it. Also, it's free, so that's nice. Tonight I'll have to assess because we do have a hurricane. Longest seen you sit in one spot? I've only been here. This spot? What are we getting close to an hour? That spot you're at 5+ hours. Didn't hear the mic cut out. Almost 2. Oh, has it almost been 2? We finally got a ride. But 3 miles to the next on-ramp, which is much. I like the spot a lot, actually. Good shoulder, good line of sight, slow traffic. They've got time to think about it. We just haven't gotten a ride yet. A lot of times I'm good at estimating how long I've been waiting, but an hour when it's been an hour 45 isn't the best estimate I've ever made. This short ride, he's a cool dude. Yeah, he's actually seemed really nice. So I could have enjoyed chatting with him for a while. Good day of hitchhiking so far. There's been a lack of like actual hitching of rides. We've had one ride, but it was to the next exit, so not very far. We thought about a bit in northwest town. Yes, it is. And I came to the conclusion now that I've hitchhiked here that my decision to ride to the ramp we were at before last night was a mistake, and I should have come here in the first place. Now I've already been here close to 2 hours, but I do think this is a much better spot as far as traffic flow is concerned. So yeah. Take the ferry south from Lisbon. Currently on a bike tour in Portugal. South from Lisbon? I don't think so. What would you be taking a ferry to or across? There could have been a short ferry that I'm not remembering, but very cool. You're on a bike tour in Portugal. Portugal is one of my favorite countries for bike touring, and the coastal route was great. My girlfriend Sarah did it independently on her own as well later, and she loved it as well. Oh, it's bitches. Okay, never mind. I know. I just assumed it was someone that was new to the stream and just like, you know, was asking about that. But no, you've been here a long time. Sarah's done it more recently. She was streaming. I don't know if she still is. You could also ask her. She might remember better than I do, because mine was a few years older than her. Sorry to get a ride in Florida. Where's the Southern Hospitality? Exactly. What the heck, Florida? I don't think there's anything wrong with Florida. I just, you know, statistics aren't my way to the chance. Also, our last spot was objectively much worse than this. Biked across Iceland before? I have not. I think it'd be cool though. Can you bike through Spain? Yes. On that trip I went through Portugal, I went down the coast of Portugal and then east into Spain, and went along the coast of Spain along the Mediterranean to Barcelona. So, like, sometimes that was good cycling, and sometimes it actually was kind of uncomfortable, and you had to be on very busy roads. Portugal is pretty much always nice. Spain was sometimes nice. But yeah, I only know, as far as cycling in Spain, I only know the Mediterranean coast, because I haven't done anywhere else. What happened to spam cap? It's to protect my head from burning, but it's notably gray today, so I haven't been wearing it. It'll make an appearance on this trip for sure.
Alisana tipped $25. Thank you, good luck. We'll follow your journey.
Oh, one sec. Hey, that's the car I have, but in gray. I have it in black. Is it Alicia Na? Or Aliciana? Why am I struggling with pronunciations this afternoon? Anyway, thank you so much for the $25. Oh, that's very kind of you. I do appreciate it. Is there no media share with it? I'm so used to any donations like having a song attached to them. I don't think there is. But if you tried to and it didn't work, let me know. Thank you for the $25. I do appreciate the support. It's very kind of you. Second one. Aliciana. Was that the second one I said? Sometimes I do that. I'm like, is it this, or this? And they're like, oh yeah, it was the first one you did. I'm like, I don't remember what the first one I did was. No, me, didn't try? Oh, no, you're good. Well, thank you, Aliciana. I do appreciate it. I only ask because I don't like scamming people, and if they did media share and for whatever reason it's just not working, I feel bad. So, just making sure you didn't try to play a song. Everything's well with you? Yeah, no, well, hitchhiking has been really slow so far. This is day 2. We should get to, hopefully, San Diego on day 10, and we are not on pace at all. Yet. But we'll see. You ahead to being back on pace or ahead of schedule. But as related, good to see you. This is how I rest when I'm hitchhiking, like gaps between traffic. It's nice to just squat down sometimes. Another Greyhound. Where's this one going? The other one was going to Houston. 450 miles behind? Well, I don't know if I assessed how many miles I had to do. This one doesn't say. The other one just said Miami-Houston on the front of it, on an LED sign. This one said nothing. What was I going to say? Now I got distracted by the Greyhound. If you don't know my origin story for hitchhiking, it's because I hated the Greyhound bus. That's how I found myself hitchhiking. Is there a hotel at this exit? Oh, that's a good point. I don't think so. So if I get caught out here, it's either a ride into, like, it's either wild camping. My concern is we'll get the outer bands of a hurricane tonight, and then, like, wild camping and, like, it won't be in the middle of a hurricane, but the outer bands could mean a lot of rain and wind that we might not choose to expose ourselves to. So if I choose to not expose myself to that, then I'd have to ride back into town probably. So, like, good for cross-country biking, like your other bike, or is it just made for short distances? People tour on Bromptons. It's objectively not as good from a long-distance biking perspective as a full-size bicycle. Where I notice it the most is the small wheels. The 16-inch wheels. My other bike has 28-inch wheels. You feel the bumps a lot more with those small wheels. Like, I find it very comfortable to ride. Like, I have my actual touring saddle on it and stuff like that. It rides well. It's a bit of a harsher ride from a vibration perspective. And all your knocks and bumps compared to a full-size bike. I bonked out on my bike yesterday. Like, energy went to 0. Were you close to home? Or were you on, like, a bike trainer or something like that? Bonking doesn't feel good. Doing a tour on a manual scooter. Sure to go well. Why not? If a guy rode a unicycle around the world, why not a scooter? When I was riding my bike across Canada, some dude was just finishing up, like when I took the ferry to Newfoundland, there was a guy, I think he was one sailing ahead of me, or he came the day before or something, that was rollerblading across Canada and was about to finish. I follow him on Instagram. He does, it's called Blading for Bees. He does these trips on rollerblades promoting bees.
Good luck, Hitch. Wishing you safe.
The real Eat My Pixie Dust with the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What you say, pals? Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, good choice. Thank you very much, though. I was sad because I knew it wouldn't get to, like, the chorus of it because of how the media share works, but yeah. Consider cycling Land's End and John O'Groats. I've wanted to for a while now. I just haven't done it. You know, this Brompton, they are from England, from London. So maybe I could do, to me, riding from Land's End to John O'Groats is like kind of a short bike tour. Was it 800 miles or something? So maybe I'd do it on a Brompton. Bring the bike home, where it's from. I've hitchhiked Land's End and John O'Groats. I was talking about that trip actually earlier, not from a Land's End and John O'Groats perspective, but I was camped at the southwestern edge of England, Land's End, and a named Storm Diana came through, winter of 2018-2019, and it folded my tent in on me. It just broke my tent. It was nice. Visit every city, UK? That's gotta take a while. That Jake break's giving her. Interesting. I'm like, what vehicle are they hauling behind this truck here? You'll see it in a second. It's turning onto the on-ramp. And then I saw the actual printed company on it, United. But what does this thing actually do? Someone might recognize it. What is that? Supposed to stop before the 2-hour mark? Yeah, whatever. Or what the heck? We have a viewer that's hitchhiked from the spot and they got picked up in about 2 hours. I'm gonna hitchhike slower than them. That makes me sad. Airplane tug? Oh, okay. Thing looks beefy. I thought it was like, did some like lifting stuff, like there was a hydraulic lift on its back and it did something there. I don't know why. It just looks so like stout. Like that thing's ready to lift stuff. No, it's ready to just pull stuff. See a Thanos message? Oh, I missed them. I don't think so. Should I have? What did they say? Go to Crestview, 3 hours west of Tally. Can drive you south to a nice campground on the bay. 3 hours west. Oh. Well, that's like probably like potentially a Tomoya or the next day kind of thing. Because yeah, we won't get there today, but that's nice. 3 hours west of Tally. Where is that? You missed a car? I know I missed a car. I think they lift. Wait, they do lift? When they're like moving planes around, don't they just drag it from the front wheel? It's right above Destin. Okay. Because yeah, I don't think we're gonna get there tonight. The giant TwitchCon is awesome wall. Yeah, I did it for San Jose 2018, Berlin 2019, San Diego 2019, and that was the last one for a while because COVID. And then I rode a bicycle, tandem bike, to Paris. Is that 2022? Maybe. What year is it? Time got weird in the 2020 to 2022-ish kind of period. Hitchhiked San Diego 2020. Oh yeah, San Diego 2022. Hitchhiked to Amsterdam 2023. No, Paris 2023, Amsterdam 2022. I got those mixed up for the European one. Vegas 2023. And now trying to hitchhike to San Diego 2024. Got tips for hitchhiking? I'm a woman. Like I have specific rule sets that I have that I think make it safer. Emphasis on the it doesn't make it safe. But the sad reality of hitchhiking is like people are looking at you, assessing you, sizing you up, and deciding whether or not to pull over for you. And I cross-dressed that for a day and hitchhiked dressed as a woman, but I'm not a woman, so I don't really know what it's like to hitchhike. The women I've met that hitchhike solo, they've gotten about okay, but they have a different rule set than I do. Like my rules are essentially, I don't hitchhike at night, and I talk to someone before I get in their car and make a assessment on if I think they're a safe person or not. And I have turned down rides because people come across as aggressive or drunk or a variety of different things. It's rare, but in like 2,300 rides, you'll run into things and you'll have to adjust accordingly. The women I've met have had different rules, notably like one lady would only get rides from other women who stop, or like whole family units, like husband, wife, kids kind of thing, because they didn't feel safe having solo men or groups of men pull over for them. And, you know, you could be like, well, that's like stereotyping people, but your own safety. And to me, like, it made a lot of sense. The reality is, hitchhiking as a woman, you almost certainly get ride offers a lot quicker than I will as a man. But you're much more likely to have someone pull over that has bad intentions than I am, which is an unfortunate reality, but a reality nonetheless. So this stream is never, or this stream's intention is not to promote hitchhiking. I'm not trying to be like, oh, you should go hitchhiking, it's fun. I enjoy doing it. This is me showing what it's like for me to do it, but my purpose here is to not promote it. I just like sharing something that I have some level of passion for. It's a very obscure thing, but I'm not here to promote it. I don't know what else I'd have to say on that. There's probably more. But yeah, in general, like, occasionally I'll have someone in chat be like, this looks really cool, I think this is up my alley, I'd like to do it, do you have any advice? Usually my first advice is to not do it, but if you decide to do it anyway, this is what I'd recommend. That's all I have to say about that. Quick little Forrest Gump. I missed the spam hat. Yeah, I should have said that about the spam hat. Like, so many people whinged about the spam hat. They're like, yeah, I hate the spam hat. You'd hitchhike much faster without the spam hat on, blah, 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 blah. Now that's gone, all I'm hearing is people being like, where's the spam hat? Bring back the spam hat. It's a love-hate relationship, apparently. Apparently. Ugh. Spam hat's so controversial. It is. I'm glad that that's the current controversy on my stream. Love that people said they picked you up because of it. It's true. But maybe there were some people that didn't pick me up because of it. We just don't get to actually interview them. How often you get picked up by fellow Canadians? Depends where I'm at. If I am in Canada, most of the time. Here in America, Off the top of my head, I cannot recall a time I've been picked up by a Canadian while I'm in the United States. I got a ride from New Brunswick into Maine, and that guy continued to drive me another hour or two into Maine. So it's technically a Canadian that continued giving me a ride that I caught in Canada into the United States. I felt really bad because I got interrogated for like an hour. He was just going down to Boston to see his daughter or something like that. And he's like, yeah, I can take you, because like where you're trying to go is like partway on my route, so I can take you across the border. And I did tell him, just like sometimes, like I have to tell the truth at the border and they don't like my answers, and sometimes like they question me for a while. And they did, and he just sat there waiting while I got interrogated for an hour. And then any other countries have been picked up by Canadians? I think it's very likely that it's happened. I just can't off the top of my head remember if Canadians have picked me up anywhere else. Viewer got a ride quicker at the spot. I think we can see officially doing it right. No. Yeah. There's faster ways to hitchhike than how I hitchhike. Notably, it's more efficient to try and blag your way into a ride, like talk to people. People are more likely to take a chance on you if they have a conversation with you first. Once you've broken that conversational barrier, they're like, oh, you're not a normal hitchhiker. You're like, you're a decent guy. I wouldn't have expected that. Yeah, I can give you a ride. But like how that goes is you kind of like, you just go around to different people fueling up at a gas station or a truck stop or something like that, and you're like, well, the easiest way I've found to do it is like, hey, whereabouts you heading to? And then once they say where you're going, they're like, oh, me too. Do you mind giving me a ride? But you're very much putting them on the spot. My preferred way of hitchhiking, and the way that makes me happy, is to solicit a ride via thumb on the side of the road. And I don't really feel like I'm pressuring people into giving me a ride. In fact, it's much easier to not give me a ride. All you do is continue to press the go pedal on your car, and, well, you continue going. You have to, under your own volition, like, make the decision to pull over and stop. That is 100% your choice. How's it go at border checkpoints? Ask United States citizen, you're like, nah, Canadian? At the US border? Like I cross, like, and I have my Canadian passport, so they look at it, and then they're like, where are you going to? Let's say for the example, when I crossed into Maine from New Brunswick. I think on that trip I was going to one of the TwitchCons. So let's just say San Diego, where we're going right now as well. So I ask where I'm going. We're in the northeast corner of the United States. I tell them I'm going to the southwest corner. I'm there with a backpack on. Well, this case is a little different because I was in the passenger seat of a car already. Let's pretend it's a normal year and I'm just walking across the border. So I'm walking across the border with a big backpack on, and I tell them I'm going 4,000 miles across the country. Is it? I don't think it's, is it that much? Anyway, a large distance from corner to corner across the country. The next logical question they ask, and they always do, is, well, how are you getting there? You're on foot and you have a backpack. How are you going to get there? I have a very hard rule of I never lie to customs. If you lie and they catch you in a lie, you are screwed. And they'll probably disqualify you from entry for like an extended period of time because you're not trustworthy. Anyway, so my answer is I'm hitchhiking. They hate that answer. They hate it so much, and you could see like, they like full up do like an eye roll or like a big sigh as soon as I say that, because now they have to do like the investigative part of their job, and they pull me into secondary inspection and ask me many, many questions. I have good answers to every other question. They just hate that I tell them that I'm hitchhiking. once we have more of a conversation, usually they lighten up and they find it in some way, shape, or form interesting what I'm doing. To the point when I was hitchhiking to TwitchCon San Jose 2018, I crossed from Ontario into Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, into Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and I got held up at the border for like an hour. But my U.S. Customs agent, her name was Lacey. By the end of it, like, we just had good banter, and the other guys that were there, like, we were all just kind of talking about, I don't know, outdoor stuff, and they thought it was interesting what I'm doing. They pulled up the stream, actually, because it was in, like, privacy mode. I think that was San Jose 2018. Or was it 2019? Maybe it was San Diego. I don't remember. Anyway, when I was hitchhiking later, Lacey made a Twitch account, was just like, hey, I'm getting off work. It's your customs agent, Lacey. Do you want me to give you a ride further down the road? And I said, yeah, of course. And she gave me a ride a bit down the road. Sunset 7:42 tonight. Okay. Yeah, I'll have about an hour and a half before I have to figure out where I'm going. I'm still optimistic we'll get a ride. Ride around to Tallahassee would be nice. Well, it's about an hour and a half drive, I think, from here. When do you think you're getting a ride? Well, I think statistically it's quite likely we'll get a ride before we lose the sunset, but I only have about an hour and a half of hitchhiking before I'll be done for the day. So hopefully within the next hour and a half, I'll get a ride. A pretty busy spot. Yeah, it's a big upgrade from our last spot, so if I decided to go here last night instead of the other one, I probably wouldn't have gotten the 10 minutes of hitchhiking time I did yesterday, right before the sunset. But I probably would have gotten picked up sooner here if I started here at 7 a.m. this morning than if I at the other spot. But as I said, there's no breakfast spot here that I can see, so I would have had to like get something from the gas station. I don't know what time Burger King opens, but the other spot had a little breakfast diner. Well, just diner in general.
In the name of Jesus, Father, we just come to you. I come to you, Father, in your name, Lord. I ask you to give this young man traveling mercies. Let him win this award. Show him his...
What were we praging about? Oh, was it the lady in Oregon saying a blessing for my trip that ended up being a curse because I failed the trip? You didn't win the award? No, I didn't. But like, I was competing against Extra Emily. What did we think was going to happen? Yeah. Burger King opens at 5:30? Really? Huh. I never think of Burger King for breakfast. Interesting. He looks real nice there at least. When you decide to change the location, if I think my hitchhiking location is the best in the area, I will be there until I get a ride. There is no max time. Like on this trip, like technically, if I was here for days and days and didn't get a ride, eventually I'd have to do something else because I actually have a destination I have to get to. I have to get to TwitchCon. I have obligations there. There's things I'm signed up for that I should really be there for. But yeah, that's it. We'd have to cross that bridge when we got there. Well, obligations. I've been invited to join a team in Twitch Rivals to compete for prizes. And then there's a chance I might have some kind of sponsored obligation. I had fun doing the stream at Rotterdam, so regardless of other obligations, I'd kind of like to stream one of the days. For Twitch Rivals a game. It's called the Ultimate Challenge. It has, I think, one game, like video game, but it has some other IRL challenges, I think. So I got a new book. Did you get business cards? Oh. I'm like, what book? Viewer book. New business cards. No, I haven't. Is that an OTK event? No. There might be someone from OTK participating, but I'm not sure. I don't know who else is doing it.
Uncle Jess 68 cheered 211 bits.
Uncle Jess, thanks for the 211 bits. I appreciate it. So yeah, because as part of the whole thing, there's multiple challenges, I think. I think one of them is a video game of some sort. I don't expect to place well in that. The sub-gifter, I'm back, babe. Alright. Welcome back. Multiple thingies? I think so. I don't exactly know what I'm doing. I don't really know what I'd signed up for. But I figured, like, even if it was all video games and I make a fool of myself, that's fine. I hitchhike for a living. You can't expect me to be good at video games. It's funnier that way anyway. Probably just won't win much. Hate to say it, but it might be time to break out your mini skirt.
Jazzer_83
How do you know I have a mini
just
skirt?
resubscribed for 6 months.
I only show that off to Sarah. Jazzer, thanks for the 6-month resub. The half year, I appreciate it. Probably drive you to your location? That's not what I'm looking for. We might be getting some rain here shortly. This cloud bank over here looks less favorable. What direction are the clouds even moving? Are they coming from that way? I don't know. It's a precaution. We gotta... Is it gonna come down? I don't know. I think it might. For people in chat right now, I just it feels like internet chat from like 2005 or something like that, when people want to like they try to like accuse you of being gay for something, and it's just like, if I was gay, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I like gay accusations just feel so dated. I feel like I'm in middle school. It's starting to rain. I just don't know if we're gonna get a couple sprinkles. It looks very rainy over there, but I'm not sure if we're getting that or not. State is the hardest to hitchhike in. We haven't done state-by-state analysis on average wait times. But I'd say probably one of the illegal ones, because I probably shouldn't be hitchhiking there. I've hitchhiked like through the illegal hitchhiking states in the lower 48 here, like Nevada, Idaho, Delaware, New Jersey, by not hitchhiking in that state, by hitchhiking in a state where it's legal, them driving me through an illegal state to another legal state where I can continue hitchhiking. So I technically hitchhiked through without doing the illegal solicitation of a ride. So... Yeah, there's nowhere in particular. California has historically been slow. Well, yeah, Corning. But I think like outside of that instance there, we've had like some reasonable waits, but it hasn't been that bad. I'm gonna have to put you guys' hat back on. Let's at least do that. Because if it properly starts to rain, I have to like get a bunch of stuff covered pretty quickly if it comes down hard and fast, but that's one less thing to do. A lot of spam hattage is holding back. It could be. What you honking about? There was no cars around them. Interesting. Nominated this year? At TwitchCon, they don't do the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards actually have zero affiliation with Twitch at all. They are privately run by QT Cinderella, a streamer on Twitch. It's actually, to me, a very impressive production value she does for the Streamer Awards. I was very impressed. I got to see it live, and the amount of like effort that I could tell went into creating the show was pretty immense. Is an award show, I forgot. No, that's fine. It'd be easy to get those confused. So I was thinking like there's probably some type of awards of some sort, but I think it's more like competitions. Like, well, technically I'm in a competition, the Twitch Rivals Ultimate Challenge or something like that. Sounds pretty intense, actually. Stream awards are a cringe pat on the back ceremony for the hopelessly deranged minority of people who think everyone cares about their life. You're allowed to have that take. But like, yeah, live streaming is its own industries. Most industries have some kind of awards for people that have accomplished things in their respective field. I don't think it's that strange that the live streaming community would want some kind of award show recognizing people that have excelled in their field. It's Greg. It's just a sprinkle. I'm happy the hat's on the stream. Much more, and I'll have to cover some other stuff. Can your voice suddenly pitch up? Yeah, it happens when there's a network blip, and for whatever reason the audio lags behind the video, and then our server detects that there's a difference between the audio syncing and the video syncing. So to get the audio back up to the same time slot as the video, they speed up the audio, and by speeding up audio, if you ever sped up a recording, the audio pitch goes up. Large streamers kind of like gambling. Well, you can gamble channel points. Not always, but when there's a mod here that can run the gambling scheme we have, you can gamble your channel points on average on how long you think it'll take for me to get picked up. Cops give you trouble? In America, frequently, but I'm usually pretty good at blagging my way through it because I know where it's illegal. I know where it's legal, so. $2 plus can we get a payout? If Hannibal's here, yeah, it'd be more than, it's probably pretty late where he's at. He's probably sleeping. I think it's, unless there's another mod here that knows how to do all that, we have like maybe 2 or 3 mods that will run the votes, the Gamba, just because not everyone knows how to run it, and unless they want to. People get really upset if it's like, and like it makes sense. Like you gamble 100,000 points on something, and you won, and then it's not like paying out or somehow mistakenly
Silent
got
Furies
lost.
just resubscribed for 6 months.
Silent Furies, thanks for the 6 month resub. So there's only a few mods that know how to run the Gamba. And it's never something I'm like, start the gambling. It's just like when I start hitchhiking, if there's a mod there that runs it, they just automatically do it. San Diego again we go. Yeah. So every other North America TwitchCon that I've hitchhiked to, I've gone right from St. John's, Newfoundland, kind of like the northeastern corner of North America. It is actually like, for the California cities we're going to, it is the city in North America furthest away. You're more than welcome to fact check me on that. Because St. John's, Newfoundland is an actual city. You could find communities further away in North America, but there's no cities further away. Looks like the musician Sufjan Stevens. Can someone look it up and tell me if I actually do? Because a lot of times people will say I look like someone, and then everyone will communally be like, nah, you're blind. I don't look like that. I used to get Nev from Catfish a lot, which when I look at their picture, like, yeah, I can see in some way, shape, or form, but I don't think, of course, me being me, I think I look different.
why didn't you do St. John's again? I needed like 3 weeks to do that trip. And by the time I got back and the things I wanted to do before I started the TwitchCon trip, I didn't have time. So I had 10 days here. Kind of like 9, including kind of half days. And that's not enough time to go across from St. John's. It's pronounced Neve, is it? That shows you how much I know about catfish. You don't look like that guy? What, Neve from Catfish? Probably, but... Or the Stephan Stevens or whatever. It's a good change of pace. Yeah, it's a much shorter trip. But like, no, it's nice to switch things up a little bit. As a Canadian, I thought it was really cool to put myself on the eastern edge of Canada and then turn around and get to the convention. But this would be a little bit of a different. And it gets me through a part of the US that I haven't been in since 2018. We're at 6:20. It's very interesting, my lack of success hitchhiking. Because yeah, the past multiple trips in the US have just had like long wait after long wait after long wait. Hitch fell off? Oh, with these wait times? Yeah, maybe I'm just hitchhiking worse. Coming through Texas like Son of Yearbook. Yes. I don't know which part of Texas you're in. Texas is a huge state. The plan is to stay on I-10 for a good chunk of this trip. I don't know when I switch to I-8. I-8 goes right into San Diego. That could change, but that's the current thought. Is I-10 to I-8 to San Diego. What did you eat? As in I ate? I had it was supposed to be a crazy spicy chicken pepper jack cheese bacon burger at Burger King, and there was 0 spice. I was a little intimidated because it was actually on the spicy menu thing, and they had the different items ranked from like least spicy to most spicy, and this spicy burger was right at the spiciest end. And then I ate it expecting for my face to be melting, and there was 0 spice. It was weird. Switches to I-8 about 40 miles south of Phoenix. Okay, so yeah, run I-10 along that. So for Texas, I think we go through Houston and San Antonio, I've been told. I'm going to end the prediction. If you know how to pay it out. But people will get very mad if, if it just ends without a payout. Because I have no idea how the system works, so like I just don't know how to do that. Just forgot the hot sauce. Seems to be. You're doing the steak hunt in Texas again? No. Okay, so I have a rule: no food challenges. So at the Texas Steakhouse, I forget what it's called, in Amarillo, Texas, on I-40, they have like a steak challenge. It's like a 72-ounce steak challenge. And if you eat this steak and the bun and the salad and the baked potato and all the trimmings they put with it within an hour or whatever, then you can get it for free. So I was eating there one night when I was passing through, and someone donated $72. Well, I already had a meal in front of me being like, do the steak challenge. And I'm like, well, I'm already eating, so probably not right now. But you did give me money. Like, I could do the steak challenge and just not take it like a challenge. I'll just eat a steak and pay the $72 since it's already paid for. That seems fine. I'll just I was staying in Amarillo that night, so I slept in Amarillo, and then the next morning I'm like, all right, let's go in and do a steak challenge. I wasn't even that hungry. The thing is, just like, they put you on a stage, it's live streamed to their website, and then they like announce it, and then they bring out this big fucking steak, and then with all this, I feel like the pressure's on. So I'm like, you know, I was just gonna casually eat the steak as much as I felt like it, and then, you know, to see how far into it I get, but not worry about it because it's already paid for. But then I had the like, oh no, this is like a competition now. I gotta try kind of mentality. And then I started eating like it's a competition, and I threw up in a bucket. But you can't say I didn't try, because I ate till I threw up. Anyway, no more food challenges. You can't make me. I don't care if you donate for the cost of entry and stuff like that. I'm not doing it. I'm not a competitive eater. I'm not good at it. Maybe Rob could train. Has Rob ever tried to do any like eating challenges? Because he's like known for his eating capabilities. From high school, are you could drink a gallon of milk, something without throwing up, you failed, also doctor now? Well, that was like there was a phase on the internet where like the gallon of milk challenge was a thing. It's just like, okay, drink a gallon of milk, and if you can do it in X amount of time, then you win. But it's really hard to like ingest that much milk without throwing up, so most people throw up. To do is the cinnamon challenge. Oh, I just lost network. Let's see. It's probably gonna be off high pitch if it doesn't cut out completely. It's probably just high pitch. Anyone remember the cinnamon challenge, where you put a spoonful of cinnamon on a spoon and then eat it and try to eat it? So the proper way to do the challenge is you need to have a time limit on it. But like, I could do the cinnamon challenge if people are just like, I bet you can't eat the spoonful of cinnamon, and then I'd put a wager on it. Because all I'd do is like, I'd sit there like gathering spit in my mouth, which helps, so it doesn't like fix it. But you put the spoon of cinnamon in your mouth, and then you just let it sit there for a long time, and you slowly like build saliva, and you slowly moisten up all that cinnamon, and then once it's not dry anymore, you can actually eat it, because the dry cinnamon you just cannot ingest. This dry powder that makes you cough. So I won a few, bets with that challenge, because I didn't put a time limit on it. Refund or payout? No, payout, because like I think usually the longest option is 2+ hours, and it's been more than 2 hours, so technically you can pay out for the 2+ hour guessers. Wait, Rob joined an edamame eating challenge? And he didn't do good? What's going on here? Who is Rob? Rob CD. He streams based out of Tokyo, but he's from Australia. Didn't Rob like get a start doing like metal detecting streams and stuff in Australia? Guy's almost hugging the line. Yeah, when he was coming up, I'm like, he's kind of close to the line. Like, I'm well away from the shoulder line, so it doesn't really matter, but definitely wasn't hanging out in the center of the lane. When are you going to go see Rob and Jay again? Well, Rob is going to TwitchCon San Diego, and Jay Streezy also is, so hopefully on Thursday. Well, Thursday the 19th, not this Thursday. Been to the checkpoints on I-10 and Texas and New Mexico. What checkpoints? So I'm guessing no. I remember there being checkpoints heading west towards California for fruit or something. I think on I-40 or something. There's one on I-8, maybe. No, it's been a while. Border checkpoints, they ask if you're a U.S. citizen. Oh, just wholly in the U.S. they'll ask? I shouldn't have a problem. Being Canadian, they're not worried about me on the by the southern border. Well, I doubt they would be. Rob said you should get a recumbent bike so you can sleep on it instead of a tent. But like honestly, with like Sarah's recumbent seat on the tandem bike, if you could like recline it fully flat, it's quite a comfortable kind of like computer chair style thing. If you just like at first I'm like, that's a stupid idea, but now that I think about it, it might be possible. You'll need to have a nice like bipod kickstand, really strong one, like what our tandem bike has, because you'll need it to stand up straight. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking is like, so my bike trailer is about as long as I am. Not quite, but almost. It would make probably the great basis for like a really simple lean-to shelter every night. And then you could just have the lean-to draped over my solar panel trailer, and then just have a mesh bug net underneath that I sleep in. That type could even rainproof it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just like, you need, for convenience, if you had a very easy way to turn it into a proper shelter rather than just a chair to lay down on, then it would work just fine. Pickup stop behind you? And did they then drive away? I just didn't notice them. If someone if someone stops and I don't notice them, like, that's where people usually honk. Yeah. But occasionally someone will like think gears are turning and pull over way down the ramp, and I don't think it's for me, because most people that want to pull over next to you. Or you see them like put the reverse lights on and they start to slowly creep back, or they honk or they wave or something like that. But sometimes they just like sit far down there, and I've spent many times just like staring at a car like a couple hundred meters down the ramp being like, is this for me? Is this not for me? Give me a sign, honk, wave. And they're not doing anything, and I'm sitting there staring at them, and they can probably see me in their mirror like staring at them. I'm like, I just need a sign. Had a blinker on, but we're accelerating. Then they didn't pull over. They just probably turned right onto the ramp, and the turn for them to turn right probably didn't click off the auto, like, you know, when you turn right and then you turn right and then you go straight again, it turns the blinker off. It probably just didn't do that. It was an optical illusion. Okay. You guys are just trying to debate me. Can't trust Twitch chat.
I thought he was. He waved, and then he started to the lane, and he wasn't accelerating, but he didn't signal right, and then he just pulled back onto the road and drove away. He might have been thinking about it. Your bag blocking? Sorry. It's actually not ideal. It would probably be better if you could see that. Go to the final corning eventually, didn't we? You guys did. It took a little bit, but we got there. But we got there. Get to Tucson, I can take you to Gila Bend. What's that? If you're offering me a ride for distance around Tucson, I can't take fewer rides because it's not hitchhiking. I can, so say I get dropped off in the middle of a city, my rule is I can take a ride around a city. Because the alternative to that is either taking public transportation or historically walking. Now I can ride my bike, but if someone picks me up within a city limit and takes me somewhere to the edge of the city where I would be walking, biking, or taking public transport to hitchhike out of anyway, because you can't hitchhike in the middle of a city, then that's within our rule set. Also, tours around a city. If someone's like, hey, I can show you around the city a little bit, do you want to? If I have time, then I like to do that.
Oct Lady just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
OCD Lady, thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Twitch, I guess. I appreciate it. Want to ride today, please? I would like that too. We're in the final hour now. About an hour, the sun will set, and we'll be done. I don't know where I'll be sleeping tonight if I do run out of time here. Where do you start this trip? Jacksonville. So, 60 miles east of here. We haven't gotten very far. Everyone that's picked me up has been super lovely. Really nice so far. We've just, this ride and the last ride we've struggled to get picked up. Crazy ass people in Florida hitching won't be easy. I've hitchhiked in Florida before, it went fine. What we've been kind of talking about recently is how the past 3 trips in a row in the United States, which have all been this year, surprisingly, you should not be 3 in a year in one country. But anyway, we had the Streamer Awards trip, Twitch Voice hitchhiking trip, and now this one. We've had a much higher than usual number of very long wait times. And any one individually long wait time is just that happens. That's a statistical inevitability with hitchhiking. But to have so many of them just repeatedly, it feels like the mentality of the people is different. Old US 51. Oh, look at that tractor. It's so stanced. These things this isn't a hard and fast rule, but a lot of the overlander places where you can camp for the night kind of thing for free are well out of town. And when I'm hitchhiking, I get taken from one place of civilization to one place of civilization. You get dropped off in the town. Usually there isn't a lot of good spots that you're allowed to park for the night and stuff like that. But that's to say, that's just how I thought about it. So I think I've tried to use it once or twice, and I never saw anything even close to me, so I stopped using it. But now that I have the bike, going a few miles doesn't mean so much when I don't want to walk 5 miles at the end of the day, but riding 5 miles is fine. Sorry you missed I don't know how much of that explanation, because the internet's being very annoying, and my cellular bonding is clearly not working.
Wear a contractor's vest for safety and exposure. No, because then it looks like you are working, doing like road works. And if people think you're working as a flagger or something and you stick your thumb up, they're just like, probably more often than not think you're giving them a thumbs up, not hitchhiking. Like, that's a great speed you're going. Thank you for driving safely.
Canucle Puck just resubscribed for 15 months. We're back, baby. Hitch thumbs up burger.
Burger. Canucle Puck, thanks for the 15-month reset. I appreciate it. Or a mega hat. I think wearing a political hat right now, either of them, would get me picked up. Probably faster than what I'm hitchhiking right now, but it would be annoying, because then the conversation would be political. And I hate political conversations. They annoy me. No spam hat, no right. Turn it into my own version of Bob Marley's song. No spam hat, no cry. Oh, no spam hat, no ride, rather. We'd get there faster with a fursuit. Like a fursona? Like a furry? Or like an actual like suit jacket made of fur? Because I initially was just thinking like a fur coat. You're just looking like a baller with a fur coat on. But then I realized you're probably talking about furries. And like, I got nothing against furries. So if someone was a furry, they'd probably almost certainly pick you up. They'd be like super stoked to see a furry hitchhiking. Maghat just might work for it. Service state might wear one. Not where everyone wants to get to California. I think the reality of like the political hat like that is like, let's say even though you're in California wearing a MAGA hat, I don't know what percentage of, it depends where you're at in California, of course, but like what percentage of people are still MAGA Republicans. But because they're part of like a minority team, like still if it's, let's say 25%, still when you're seeing, you know, let's say 100 cars drive past, 25% of them feel like they're on your team and be much more likely to pick you up. And I think especially them, because they're just like, you know, annoyed at the California liberals, and they'd even more than usual want to pick you up because you're one of the good ones by their standard. And it would be the same in a really conservative area. If I wore a Harris hat, then even if it was a low percentage of people, for every one of those people that pull over, they'd be like, finally, someone that, you know, agrees with my point of view. And they'd be more likely to pull over because, you know. I think more than usual, the politics are very like, it's like sports teams that just hate each other because they hate each other. It has nothing, well, okay. Some stuff has to do with policy and stuff like that, but they just like hate the other team. But that would mean hats like that would probably help you out quite a bit, because being on their team makes them immediately trust you. Have a lot of deletions, maybe. Maybe. Have a sign saying you're undecided while deciding. Oh, that would be horrible. Please, no. I get kind of annoyed when people pick me up because they're trying to sell me on an ideology. Sometimes that's religious, sometimes that's political. What I can get behind is if they're trying to sell me on a very obscure conspiracy theory. Then I'm in. Tell me all about it. I will ask you questions about it and pick your brain about it, and I'm happy about it. Stop talking to me about politics and religion. They were in the left turn lane, then they gave up on turning left onto the on-ramp. Well, multi-level marketing schemes. I don't think... I can't recall anyone trying to sell me on a multi-level marketing scheme. But, like, thinking about it, I would have thought people in that sphere would take it as an opportunity to potentially enlist someone, if not at least practice their pitch, you know? It's a sales job. A horrible sales job, but sales nonetheless. People try to convince you of? Oh, for the most part, it's just like their religious or political ideals, whatever that is. Religion's is the most common, and I'm not religious, and I'll hear it out, but like I'll just reinforce that I'm not religious and it's not changing. Weirdest conspiracy you've been sold on? I don't subscribe to much for conspiracy theories. I can't think of one thing that would be considered a conspiracy that I'm like on board with. That's not to say there isn't any level of conspiracy anywhere that doesn't have any level of truth. But there's none that I've heard that I'm like convinced I'm like, yeah, that's for sure correct. Truthfully, I would never pick up a hitchhiker. Like 99% of people are in the same boat. You're in good company. The guy talking about the forest fires? Oh. Yeah, I forget the exact specific story he told, but that one sounded convincing. Most people believe in something very strongly, they just want to share it. If you decline, they leave. Well, and that's part of some religions, is like it is your responsibility to try to, you know, spread the word and convert people. And like, from them doing it kind of perspective, it's just like they think because of the religion they're going to heaven, but people that don't subscribe to the religion are going to hell, and they want to save people. Like, that sounds like a nice way to be thinking about it. But I don't think that that's how that works. So you trying to save me from eternal damnation isn't going to do anything. Trying to get a ride and no one's helping? Well, we'll get a ride eventually. It might be tomorrow because we only have less than an hour of daylight left, but always get a ride eventually. not getting picked up because people think you're talking to yourself. Like when there's a row of cars, quite often, you might notice this. I might stop talking mid-sentence, which is very awkward, like speaking cadence to have. It's just like I stop mid-sentence for a few seconds, and that's quite often I do that at the critical point when someone's closest, where they'd be looking at me and making that final decision whether or not to pull over. And then as soon as they're past me, I just continue what I was saying. But I just cut myself off mid-sentence because I agree. Like I think if I'm just yapping the whole time cars are driving past, there could be people that might be potentially willing to pick you up. That would be like to seemingly no one. Hitchhike at night must be hard. Like I have a rule, I don't do it. You might already know that. I didn't used to have that rule. I used to hitchhike at night, and it was a little bit on the difficult side. There is a street light, I don't know, 60, 70 yards over there. I don't know how bright it is. If I was going to hitchhike at night, you're much better off hanging out and like just sitting under a light at a gas station with a destination sign or talking to people, because hitchhiking like this at night is difficult just from a people seeing you perspective. Like they'll turn onto the on-ramp and then they probably won't have their high beams on, so they won't really see you until they're like right on top of you, and then they just randomly see a stranger hitchhiking for like 1 second. They're like, whoa, that was weird, and then they continue driving because they for sure as hell ain't stopping. So it's harder from a visibility point of view. People are going to be more scared at night, but then the people that might be more inclined to pull over at night, you're going to get a crazier subgroup of people. Make sure you have a reflector vest. If you're hitchhiking at night, it would be a good idea, yeah. Can hitchhike at night at a truck stop? Yeah, and that's the only place since I was like in my first couple years of hitchhiking back at like 19, 20, 21. I haven't really hitchhiked at night for years, except for in Corning, California, because I was like desperate for a ride. So I decided to continue hitchhiking through the entire night, trying to get a ride south out of Corning towards LA for the Streamer Awards. Very unsuccessfully. Now, for my channel at least, famously unsuccessfully. We've done an entire trip about redeeming myself from that failure. Two hitchhikers a couple weeks ago have offered me a ride. Only had one open seat in my car. Yeah, so when you get into like groups of hitchhikers, demographics matters a lot for your average wait time. But like a guy and a girl is a good combination. I think it's a fairly safe combination, and people aren't that scared of you. It's two guys, it's very hard to hitchhike. If people are scared of picking up one guy, they're very scared of picking up two guys. But the one guy, one girl combination turns like scary hitchhiker into like, especially if you're like a younger couple, like a young couple on an adventure. I think it piques people's curiosity more, like what your story is. If to them, they see you as a couple. It also gets rid of, from a woman's perspective, it's much less likely that someone's going to start hitting on you. Wearing Red Wings? Yes. These are my Iron Ranger boots. An older couple hiking in Vermont. Oh. Well, especially if someone's like full hiking kit. Was it Vermont? It was New Hampshire, Vermont. I was hitchhiking on a US highway, so like not an interstate, a smaller highway. And this person pulled over and asked, like what trail I was hiking or something like that. They thought I was like through hiking or section hiking, and I was hitchhiking into town for a resupply. And when I told them I was just on a hitchhiking trip across the country, they looked honestly pretty disappointed. Because they're probably like into hiking and hiked quite a bit. And then they found out that we didn't have that thing in common, and I think they were a little sad about that. I'm going to camp the forest to your left. I don't know. I'd have to assess my situation. Like behind the service station and stuff like that, the Burger King and stuff, there's what looks like a bit of a field and woods behind it. I don't know what the access looks like to all that, but it's potentially viable as a fence. I think it's fenced. Can't tell for sure. Oh, I'm gonna look at my bug bites on my belly here. Yeah. So many bug bites. If it was more evident you're streaming an adventure, there's a demographic familiar with content creators and interested in the journey. Yeah, but it's not necessarily like my goal is to like advertise that this is a social media venture and people that, you know, love everything social media pick me up. Like, you'd have a lot of fun interactions since people would be 100% into the streaming, but it's not necessarily a representative example of what it's like to hitchhike for most people. Because most people aren't advertising some social media thing they're doing. This truck sounds a little bad, but we'll try. The trailer sounds bad too. That truck sounds, yeah, it's struggling. Hey, thanks for stopping, man. Where are you heading to?
Madison, Florida.
Madison? I'm Canadian. Where is that? I'm just trying to...
Yeah, Mom, I think there's a lot of hamburgers.
Is that just down I-10 a long way?
Yes,
or? Okay. Cool. I appreciate the ride. Before I hop in, so I make a video about hitchhiking, a live video documentary. I'm pointing at you, but it is on me. Is that okay to have in the car?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Do you want my stuff in the backpack or the back seat?
Back seat. I just got to put this stuff in the trunk.
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you. Where is that? I don't know where that is. Egg. Between here and Cal. Oh, okay. So, is this okay in the backseat? I just don't want to get dirty. It looks really clean in here.
That's fine, bro.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, the bicycle?
Yeah.
I thought I put that.
No, because I'm like, it was resting on the ground, right?
Tommy_Ramon just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Can you fit it over here?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sorry. It looked nice and clean in there, and I'm like, no, let's not get your whole life dirty. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for the ride. Okay. So that's between here and Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. Just
Sweet.
between here and Tallahassee.
Sweet.
You trying to get to Tallahassee?
Well, eventually I'm going to California on this trip, so I got a long way to go. But anywhere west helps me out, so. But yeah, Tallahassee, and then I guess what's next after that? Pensacola, and into Mobile, Alabama, and however far.
So you like on a road trip?
Yeah, so right now I'm on my way to a convention in San Diego. That's in 9 days. So I got a long way to go and not very much
9 days?
Yeah. So
You're getting it fit.
I got 2,200 miles to go. So we'll see how it goes. But every year I go to this convention. Usually, so I'm Canadian and I start from the east coast of Canada and I'll hitchhike across to California for the convention and hopefully get there in time. And I've been successful in the past, but we'll see if that continues. You're okay with the camera and everything? Thank you, though.
My name is Tyreek.
Tyreek?
Yes.
Trevor.
Nice to meet you, man.
Have you picked up a hitchhiker like me before?
No, I ain't never picked up a hitchhiker.
No? Why did you decide to stop?
See, I just want to do a good deed, man. I just got to work.
Yeah.
And then going.
Okay, well, it is a very kind deed.
It's raining, yeah. Might as well get you out the rain.
It's been raining on and off all day.
So you need to go to Tallahassee?
If you're going to, it's a mess. You don't have to go your way. It also just drives us closer to a hurricane as well. So.
It's a hurricane?
Yeah, but more on like Louisiana, Gulf Coast.
So you was gonna walk through the hurricane?
Well, I'm guessing by the time I get over there, it's still a few hundred miles. That's the thought. She's going to Vegas.
Actually, I have a favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
You have a driver's license?
I do.
You want to drive?
I can drive, yeah. You're tired?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, where I'm from in Canada, we don't get hurricanes. It's something that doesn't even cross my mind. So that's like, it's very foreign to me that hurricanes are a thing that could be seen as a regular occurrence.
So you ate something, man?
I ate at that Burger King there.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you? Nice. Got off work?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What kind of work do you do?
Correctional officer at a private prison in Lake City.
Oh, okay. Private prison?
Yes, sir. Of course, civic.
Yeah. Is there a lot of private prisons around here?
I'm not sure about private, but there are a lot of prisons.
Is there? Yeah.
Yeah, there are about 9 on the road I work on.
Really? Huh. Interesting.
There's a prison directly behind the one I work at.
Yeah. So is this area known for that, or is that just like everywhere around here? There's just lots of prisons.
Well, it's the country. You're in the woods.
Because like 9 in one concentrated area sounds like an abnormal concentration of prisons.
They're mostly spaced out down the road.
Okay. If you want to take a call, you can. I can meet the audio stuff. Okay. All right. Okay. What's it? What's it like being a correctional officer?
Nothing really. Just sit around babysitting kids.
Like, are you saying like prisoners are kids?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's private, so they're 18 to 24 years old.
Oh, so it's a specific age range.
They're not like.
I just somewhere else, and then continue on that. That's great.
It's strictly 18 to 24 years old.
Yeah. Wait, the whole prison is only those 6 years. Yeah. Cool. I didn't know they did that.
Not the employees, though. They're got some old people out there.
Yeah. How long have you done that for?
I started in April, and before this, I did security for hurricanes and stuff.
Oh, okay. So you travel for that?
Yes, for the security I did.
Yeah.
We traveled to Fort Myers when the hurricane hit down there, and we stayed in Amazon when the building was closed.
Well, you stayed inside an Amazon warehouse?
We stayed in there for 4 days.
That's interesting. Like, would you always be traveling for work, or is it only like when there's a major hurricane they hire contractors?
They hire us like when they shut down the Amazon facility.
Yeah.
We'll just do those.
Oh, you're security for the facilities.
Yes, sir.
When those. Okay, I understand. When you were doing that, was there any because they're doing that to prevent looting, right? Mm-hmm. Did you ever have to present looting, or your guys' presence